I should tweet this thing out, huh?
We're back, everybody. Day 2. Get ready for 4 to 5 hours of hot NFL chargerless action. Woo! We're going to start without Jamie because he's not here yet. Because he's probably, like, coloring or something. I don't know. Oh, let me make sure we don't have the echo. Garrett's video. Oh, okay. The echo should be done now. Kill that bird. You guys just going to let me talk the whole time?
I'm muted. I'm trying to tweet this link out.
Still trying to finish this damn Padres article.
And Stebbins' cell block is on quiet time, so that's why he's not.
It is not. My bad. I was trying to get my situation here set up a little bit. And J-Dog in the chat, I'm not wearing a draft hat, actually. It's a hat that New Era did last year. It's just an outline. It's similar, but it's not the draft hat.
Yeah, I liked that one with the giant oversized bolt. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was all about it. So I got the light blue with the black outline and then the black one as well. So the blue was yesterday and kind of, didn't work out. I'm trying the black one today. We'll see.
I switched to probably my favorite Chargers hat. I love this one with the like kind of metallic reflective blue and then the gray. I really love this hat. This color combo is really good. That's what
the first Chargers hat I got was this. It was a pure powder blue with like the old logo on it, and I thought it was so damn cool. And I was actually super pumped about it. And I get it, and I'm like, this shit's really powder blue. And then I just don't have anything to really wear with it that's not also powder blue. So I grabbed this one, and it's kind of like the Southern Cal fishnetty looking one that's like kind of distressed, which I really enjoy. But the draft hats, I think this year were the first time I was like, oh shit, those are actually really good. I like the really simplistic outline. Like I don't want the bolt filled in. I like just the outline look.
Yeah, the draft hat's nice this year, man. By the time I was gonna get it, it was already sold out. So.
Well, it ended up not being the best of luck. So good thing you didn't get it, Stebbs.
Maybe three would have made it better instead of just 2. I don't know.
Yeah, that hat's nice though. I love it.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Mariucci has pants on right now? Mariucci?
I don't think most of the people that we're going to see on TV have pants on.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, yesterday Mariucci actually showed on camera. He goes, "Yeah, I'm actually wearing shorts right now." And so I'm like, I'd be surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised if everyone on screen didn't have pants on.
There will be a segment on day 3 when they talk about whether they do or don't have pants, and you'll just see a bunch of people standing up, and they're just showing whether they do or don't.
Did you see Pro Football Talk tweeting about like how the league should be ashamed of themselves because all of these agents were like breaking social distancing and stay-at-home orders to go be with their clients on draft day?
No, I didn't see that.
I mean, that's a whole.
I was like, "Fuck off, dude!" Like,
well, that's a whole other thing. Yeah.
Man, must be nice to be a Bengals fan. Like, getting Burrow, and then they're probably going to grab Josh Jones with this first pick in the second round. Ooh.
Yeah, then you have like the Patriots who have 5 picks today alone, you know.
And they're probably still going to trade too. The Patriots are still going to take some of those and trade.
Yeah, there was a report that said the Patriots were already trying to trade back.
Shocking.
Not surprised.
Oh, there's Garrett messing with his video again.
Oh.
Oh, man. Once things get started here, we'll go back and we're going to talk about some of the picks from yesterday again, since we all had a little bit of time to go back and
Some of the fallout from the picks.
watch some tape again.
Okay, I got this freaking article done.
So yeah, we already kind of talked about it before we went live, but the likelihood of the Chargers trying to trade back into today is probably pretty low. I would not expect it to happen. If it happens, it's probably because somebody called the Chargers to ask about like acquiring Des King or somebody.
All right. Did I miss anything? Did we cover what happened yesterday
No, not
with
yet.
our picks? Oh, okay.
We'll talk about it here soon.
Thanks. What are we waiting for?
Nothing really. We could start.
Yeah, because you watched
Yeah,
more
so
of
I watched more of
the
everybody.
guys yesterday, right?
Yeah, I watched more
Right,
of
Stanley?
both Herbert and Murray. So I went back today and I watched. So with Herbert, I watched 3 games from 2018. I watched ASU, Washington, and Stanford. And then from 2019, I watched Colorado, and I rewatched Washington. The 2018 tape was better than the 2019 tape, and that probably has to do with the changing schemes again on offense. But I thought the 2018 tape looked a lot better. For all the talking that Gavino did last night, that was a good recommendation to start with Stanford because that was actually really good tape. I think in the first half he went like 15 of 16, and that one incompletion was a throwaway. And he only wound up getting, I think, like 4 more incompletions, and 2 of those were drops that were not on him. He does have a really, really good arm. My critique about him not throwing well on the move yesterday, he doesn't throw well on the move when it's unplanned. When they like script him to like throw on a bootleg, he actually does pretty well. And if he is able to move and winds up having like nobody around him, then it's also usually pretty good. But one of the big cons that I kind of narrowed it down to is he throws really poorly when he's uncomfortable, whether that's on the move or in the pocket. If there's like somebody near him and it looks like he's about to get hit, I don't know if he just like, if his eyes just like are darting over towards that incoming pressure or if he just kind of like tenses up. But if he is uncomfortable, his throws are awful. And that's probably going to be kind of a problem with the Chargers pass blocking situation. But it kind of looks like that is the trigger. It's not so much him throwing on the move. It's if he's not comfortable, then he doesn't throw well at all. I think that even though he's got a really powerful arm, he does a really good job of like turning it down and throwing with touch when he needs to. Like when he has running backs that are just like coming down as the last option and just like really late sneaking out just past the line of scrimmage and crossing over. He does a really good job of not just like throwing it through their chest. He just gets it to them. And he does a really good job at basically like using his mobility to set up play fakes when he's buying himself time. There was multiple times where, and this never would have been able to be possible with Rivers, where he was escaping the pocket with pressure and looking for his guy, and the defender, rather than only playing the receiver, actually had to make a choice when Herbert tucks the ball down and shoot at Herbert, and then he was able to just quickly pop the ball back up and toss it to his guy. That would be something really nice in the Chargers offense. Like that's something that isn't possible at all with Rivers. And I think the last thing that I had really was that another thing that he's really, really going to have to work on is he gets caught looking downfield too long and staring at receivers too long. He'll like kind of lock onto one wide receiver and just stare at him, and it draws coverage that way. But the bigger problem is he winds up taking sacks because he just gets tunnel vision downfield, and he winds up having like just really awful pocket awareness. Like he's got the mobility to escape if he could feel the pressure and like had that instinct for where it was coming from, but he just eats sacks when the pocket breaks down around him because he just doesn't have a good feel for what's happening. His eyes are downfield and that's all he cares about. So I feel a little better about Herbert after going and doing the rewatch if the Chargers are getting like able to try to replicate more of the 2018 Oregon offense. But he definitely still has some stuff that he needs to work on that could be a problem. As far as Murray goes, so he in the games I watched, he wasn't used in pass coverage very much. B, specifically man coverage. They like never asked him to do that. The couple reps I saw weren't very good, but again, that's probably because he just never had to do it. So it's going to be interesting seeing how he can develop there and what he looks like in man coverage when they start asking him to do it. He was in zone coverage a little bit, and he has an okay feel for that. I mean, he looks more natural in zone coverage than like Thomas Davis or Denzel Perryman, but he's not obviously he's not as good as Queen. Where I think he does add a lot to this team is he is a fantastic quarterback spy. Like they asked him to do that so much, and he excels at it. Like the Chargers, they always get rocked by mobile quarterbacks because everyone just like loses contain, and the quarterback spy is usually like Denzel Perryman, who's too small to see over the offensive lineman and kind of gets like lost in the mix. When Murray is spying the quarterback, he's really good at like snaking his way through the defenders and avoiding blocks and going and making the play. So I think that'll really help when they're facing some more mobile quarterbacks now. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting is he doesn't really have good tackling form. Like a lot of his tackles are really ugly, but what makes him pretty different from most of the Chargers is that his like arms and hands are so fucking strong that even when he's making these ugly like shoelace tackles, he brings the guy down. It's crazy. He came away with more like fingertip tackles in these 4 games that I watched than I've seen the Chargers do in the last 5 seasons. It's really interesting. I hope that luck continues into his NFL career. The things that I didn't like are he's way too aggressive too often. He like over pursues a lot, and can get caught lunging. And then if a blocker is able to get his hands on him, he really like doesn't have the hand usage or even like a plan on what to do after that. And he just if a blocker gets his hands on him, it's pretty much game over. So that he'll have to work on. And again, his really, really limited experience in pass protection. But after seeing Popper's tweet about how they kind of see him as the replacement for Thomas Davis, it's a huge upgrade because Thomas Davis, if any of you saw any of our articles or tweets last year, you know that he was awful. He was absolutely terrible. And he's going to make a lot more of those tackles closer to the line of scrimmage. Whereas, like, the average depth of tackle for Thomas Davis last year was, like, 8 or 9 yards. It was, like, almost a first down, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think we mentioned a lot of that yesterday. There's a lot of that stuff. I think, if we're going to go positive today, since, we don't want to start off day 2 too bad. Yeah, I mean, if this team can script plays for Herbert in a quick timing offense with Keenan Allen as his number 1 target, I mean, and having Austin Eckler out of the backfield, I mean, there's a lot to like about that. You know, of course, teams are going to try to throw him off because he wasn't a great improviser. And while he could make throws out of the pocket, it's like was not nearly as good as Burrow or Tua, who can, or even Hurts. You know, Love too. They could play backyard football. He wasn't very good being able to improvise, but there's a lot of good things to like about Herbert, and that's why they drafted him that early. I think, we mentioned some of the shortcomings that we think are problems, but, we'll see what the coaching staff can do. And with Kenneth Murray, you can't teach the speed, and, you mentioned his tackling. I mean, it's unreal. It's really, really good tackling technique, and even when he gets a hands on a guy, it's strong enough to bring somebody down. And, he likes to enforce himself in the middle of the field. Hopefully he can improve on his instincts. And, even though he wasn't asked to run and cover much, when he did, it wasn't to much success. So, they talked about him being a will. And when you really look at the roster last year with Thomas Davis, and if you stick Kenneth Murray in there instead of Thomas Davis, it's an immediate upgrade. There's no question about that. So, if you look at it that way, they're definitely going into this season with a better linebacker group than they did going into 2019.
All right, hold on. I'm going to pause here for a second. Nick Melton in the chat. Bro, if you're just going to keep shit talking, like, I can just ban you. It's cool. Like, you're accusing us of being too negative, and you're literally, like, skipping over all the positive things we're saying and just pointing out the negative things we're saying. First of all, your little comment about he doesn't throw well on the run when it's unplanned. What the fuck am I talking about? The fuck I'm talking about is everyone keeps hyping that Herbert is athletic and can extend plays. And when you're flushed out of the pocket, that is an unplanned being on the run and then having to throw. And when Herbert does that, it doesn't work out well most of the time. Planned bootlegs look really nice. He just needs to bring those things together. We're not sitting here tearing these people up. We literally are starting the show coming out and saying, okay, last night we were real shitty on these picks and we were trashing them, but here's the things we looked at today. Here's the things that corroborated what we were mentioning last night, but here's the things, maybe we're a little too harsh on. Here's some positives to look at. If you're just going to be in the comments shit posting, fuck off.
Yeah, it's been a weird 24 hours.
Man, yeah, it has.
I know there are some good Charger fans in here, and I appreciate everybody watching. I know there's good ones for sure.
There's nothing wrong with a little spice during the show, guys. Yeah,
I know.
It's been a weird 24 hours, and we understand that the draft is obviously a big deal. It's such an important event that everyone looks forward to, this special time of the year. And when the picks don't go right, and also when you get less picks this year because of this trade, when you don't like or agree with who they pick, it can sting a little bit more. And you guys got to understand how varying opinions can be when, a lot of people can have a first round rate on a wide receiver, while people on like the same tier of, their profession can have a fourth round rate on him. Like, it's absolutely insane how different opinions can be about players. And at the end of the day, we all look for different things and why we think a guy's going to be successful against not being successful at the next level. Like, the way I view Herbert's, intangibles and how they translate to the NFL is going to be different than, how I view about Tua's intangibles. I may think Herbert just has less translatable or easier translatable traits than Tua does. It's as simple as that. I mean, but that's kind of the whole fun part about this. So, also, negativity isn't always negativity for the sake of being negative. It's just not. It's being real. It's speaking about the facts and then letting you guys decide what's right or wrong for yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I don't want you guys to take this, but So we've had a rough 24 hours. I'm sure people watching are going, "What the fuck just happened?" But I'll just talk about it. So I sent out a tweet yesterday about how I personally had second round grades on Herbert and Murray, and I mentioned it on the show. And it was met with some racist remarks, some homophobic remarks, wishing death on me, hope that I got the Rona, hope that my family died. There was a lot of line crossing last night, and I shared it with him because there's some humor in it because the racist remarks weren't even
Okay, I'm
good,
just going to ban you now, Nick, because you're just being a piece of shit. No, he's saying
he's a fucking piece of shit.
He literally just tried to compare me to Hitler, so he can go fuck himself.
Yeah, no, get rid of it. He's a piece of shit. Get rid of him.
And so we all have differing opinions, and I think if some of us in here don't like Herbert, and some of us don't like the Murray pick, I don't think it's any slight against either of the guys. It's just how things graded out before this whole thing unfolded yesterday, and obviously the Chargers now. And I think everybody on here in the chat or in this call right now that write for Bolts from the Blue, we're all rooting for them. They're Chargers now, so I think people taking it personal, and let's all be cool online, shall we?
Yeah, for sure. Like if you disagree with the take on that, great. Let's have that discussion. Put your opinion on the player and the thing. When you take it to the person that's saying it, you're doing some sort of personal attack, then there's just no point for that.
Yeah.
Like that's not going to be put up with, and it shouldn't be put up with by anybody. So
yeah, I mean,
yeah, nah. Fuck that noise, man.
We're allowed to have differing opinions and still be civil and still be friends about it. Like,
yeah, man.
There's no need to be literally calling people out and saying that they're fucking idiots or giving death threats and shit. Like, fuck off with all that.
Yeah, and I know Jamie's not in here, and he tweeted about it, and I mean, we've said hurt people, so obviously it's not a reflection on us, it's more on them, and I said it yesterday, but I'm just glad that we can all get on here and do this, because with everything that's going on right now, like outside of football, and the fact that the 4 of us, 5 of us, 6 yesterday with Gavino, we're able to just sit down and bullshit for 5-6 hours about football.
Yeah,
pretty fucking fun.
Yeah, it's awesome,
and
man.
I love this.
Ooh,
yeah.
Bengals started off with T. Higgins.
Absolutely.
No shit.
Wow.
Really?
And they showed T. Higgins before the pick too, and it's So they're giving Burrow,
Hamler,
Higgins, AJ Green, Tyler Boyd.
What's really
and
funny
John
about
Ross.
that is, so I spent a lot of the day looking through the RAS scores to look at day 3 guys that the Chargers might be interested in. T. Higgins had an RAS of 5, which is the opposite of elite.
Oh, hey, did I send you guys the link with all the players with the RAS scores combined?
Which one? The one that
I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Here, I'm gonna put it in the channel. So I found that Pro Football Network just compiled all of MathBomb's RAS scores, and you can do it by position, name. So it's really easy to find guys.
Nice.
For their and it'll rank them by position and give the score, and then tell them what they ranked in their speed, explosion, and agility, which is very inside football here that we're doing. But so if you guys want to look at that.
The reason I was looking that up, for those of you guys who don't know, actually here, let me just grab the graphic that he sent me last night, because I was tweeting to what's his name? Kent Platt, the guy who came up with RAS, and he sent me this cool graphic. I'll just throw it up on the screen real quick. That showing what I was talking about.
Hey, I'm getting. I think the guy we banned is in my mentions.
Wonderful.
Well,
Wonderful.
so he's been. This is the guy I actually spoke with earlier. We were just having a conversation on Kenneth Murray and Herbert, and he just tweeted at, who is this? He's having a conversation with this guy named Drew Christensen, who I actually don't mind. He's a good dude. He says, this is typical Bolts from the Blue shit. You shouldn't silence someone for disagreeing yet. That has consistently happened on Bolts from the Blue. If we don't agree with the group think, we get banned, and that's wrong, period. That's
No,
literally
you get
promotes
banned
your
for
own
being a piece of
propaganda.
shit. You're allowed to disagree with us all day.
We literally had someone in the video yesterday who disagreed with our take
we
on the
literally
guy.
pulled
Like, calm
somebody
down, guys.
onto our show
Calm
that
down.
disagreed with us.
Calm down, man.
He followed up
cool.
with,
That's it.
listen,
Cool.
he followed up with, if we ain't Nick Shepard or KP, et cetera, we get banned. I've seen him literally call people Hitler. Way to get more fans.
What?
Who's called anybody Hitler from Bolts in the Blue?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, great. Wonderful stuff.
A+.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, so
And so Higgins got drafted over Mims and Hamler, right? Because Denzel Mims is still on the board, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh, that means KP just lost some money. Pittman because Posey was talking about the spot bets he was taking for round 2, and he put money down on Mims being the next wide receiver drafted.
He lost twice then already.
Oh wait, who did he say was going to get drafted?
Posey put money down that Mims was going to be the next wide receiver drafted going into today, so he lost money.
Oh, got it. So there's a run on wide receivers here. The Colts just took one.
So this graphic up on the screen,
I don't know,
chat. So RAS scores are done by this guy Kent Platt at MathBomb on Twitter, and.
Oh, you want to put it in the chat so people can look at it?
That's what they're seeing, not us right now.
Yeah, guys, I think this dude was who we banned.
So if you look, so anything above a 9 is considered an elite grade in RAS. And so like if you look at just last year's class, like 3 of the guys they drafted had elite RAS scores. Pipkins and Broughton were almost elite, and Adderley and Egbule were like close-ish. They weren't bad, but if you look back, like first round pick in 2019 was an elite RAS. First round pick in 2018 was an elite RAS. Second round pick elite RAS, and Herbert was QB1 with the highest elite RAS score this year, and Murray was linebacker number 2 behind Simmons. So like they definitely want guys that are crazy athletic. So what I did was I went back and I was just trying to look at who might be there on day 3 that was scoring elite or like between like 8.6 and above. And there's a lot of wide receiver, corner, and defensive line options on day 3 that the Chargers could be looking at.
So Telesco gets a big-bodied wide receiver. That's
so perfect. A couple of guys I was looking at were Joe Reed, Peoples Jones from Michigan. Who was the Florida kid? Go back in here. But they there was 3 wide receivers that were all 6'2", 205 plus, all ran mid 4.4s, and all of them were average like over 13 yards a carry in college. Per catch in college. 2 of them had really good punt or kick return experience.
So the Chargers are definitely going to be looking at wide receiver day 3. So let's see who's got Chase Claypool's he's wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
Could he fall the top of 4?
I've been
maybe.
seeing a ton of drafts.
Denzel Mims
I've been seeing a ton
3.
of mocks that have Claypool going in 2 now.
Yeah, we'll see. Depending on where teams see him as either tight end or wide receiver, you know. Donovan Peoples-Jones is wide receiver 7.
Peoples-Jones, he was fun to watch, man. He isn't exactly like that deep burner, but like he looks really thick for only being like 212 or whatever he was. And and he's a really good punt returner. He was really fun to watch returning punts. Yeah, and he jumped out of the gym. He had a 44.5-inch vert.
Mm-hmm. Dude was going to be an insane tester.
Oh.
The thing is with him is you're banking on like his production may have been astronomically higher if Shea Patterson wasn't throwing him the ball.
But even without that, like he still had pretty good production, and he was a really good punt returner. He had I want to say 4 punt return touchdowns in college, or 3.
Damn, it's not bad.
So out of the top 10,
oh, DeAndre Swift to the Lions.
Clay. Yeah.
Damn. So today people were talking about, I mean, I guess it was for fantasy purposes, but they named all these places that if they drafted a top running back, it would ruin the current running back's fantasy value and the drafted back's fantasy value. So with the Lions, you're like, you can't pick Carry-On, and now you can't pick DeAndre Swift. That's crazy.
Well, you might still want to pick DeAndre Swift because you can always count on Matt Stafford getting injured, and then they'll have to rely on the run game. Holy crap. Are you guys seeing this video of DeAndre Swift's dad?
Oh, his dad is thick. Is one thick boy. You're right.
The Chargers should draft him. That dude is ginormous.
Bro, I wanted Swift.
He looks like
just
a short Kimbo Slice.
Could you imagine if the Chargers drafted DeAndre Swift? Like every other Chargers game, they would see him in powder blue with no sleeves. It'd be sweet.
I like how they just had video of his dad working out.
I know the guy just got drafted. His dream finally came true.
Here's his dad.
Here's his dad. He owns a gym.
Congratulations, here's your dad.
Not Swift
curls.
working out. His dad working out. Yesterday, as soon as Wirfs got drafted, there was videos of him jumping out of the pool. But today, Swift gets drafted, and it's his dad doing deadlifts.
Yeah. I like Swift. I think he's the best running back in this class. I love him.
You know, to be honest, I didn't look at any running backs that I thought were going to go on day 1 or 2 because I was like,
makes total sense. Yeah, I didn't think they would go that way anyway, but still, Swift is so good. So anyway, in terms of RAS scores, in the top 10, Claypool, Mims is going to go. Justin Jefferson already went. I don't know who Christian Wilkerson is, who went to Southeast Missouri State. Joe Pearson out of Jacksonville State.
Yeah, Cleveland was the other guy that I was thinking of. He was fun to watch too, and he's got he's got the like Chargers like character kind of thing. There was one of the videos I stumbled upon when I was looking at him on YouTube today. Is he was one of the 12 athletes in all of SEC sports last year that made their all SEC community service team. He just graduated with his degree in like child services, and he volunteers a lot to like mentor kids and do like the Big Brother program. Because his dad was in jail growing up, and his brother, who was basically like acting as his dad and mentor, got killed while he was watching while his brother was watching his Pop Warner game. And so to like pay it back, like he's always just been like really in love with the idea of like helping mentor kids and stuff. So like that's his big thing. And so he's like right up there with the character guys that the Chargers love.
So I just saw who the Giants picked. So this next pick would have been the Chargers. Josh Jones is still there. Ezra Cleveland was still there.
This is gonna hurt so bad. Oh man.
Denzel Mims, KJ Hamler.
I like Hamler, but his drop concerns made me less excited about him in the second.
I think it would have been I thought it would be the perfect
I did love
compliment.
his tape though. He's a lot of fun to watch. When he does catch the ball, he's really fun.
Yeah. I'm not trying to rub salt in. I'm just saying we have nothing to talk about, and here's where the Chargers pick would have been. But man, Josh Jones, we said that was the
dream.
That was the dream.
The dream's still there.
Getting getting Josh Jones in the second, and he was there. Or Ezra. I mean, I know how much Michael liked Ezra. Either way would have been awesome. And I can't believe. Did everybody see who the Giants?
Go ahead. I don't care about spoiling picks today.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
Oh, it's Xavier McKinney.
Oh, okay.
Safety.
Nice.
Did Antoine Winfield get picked in the first round?
No, he did not.
Jesus.
This is the first safety, right?
I would kill for Antoine Winfield.
Oh
That dude
my
is so
God.
good.
Right?
I know.
After he ruined or he completely finished the game against the Fresno State. He like the last play of the game, it was a toss up in the end zone to try and win the game. Perfect pass, and all of a sudden you see a guy just dashing from fucking out of nowhere to pick it off. It was like, who the hell is that? It's Winfield Jr. It was incredible. He did that again later on in the season. He did it a couple times this year. Is he impressive?
Hey, shut up.
Hey, how smooth was the draft yesterday, though? Didn't it seem like it all just kind of flew by?
It did, yeah. It was. I couldn't believe it when I hit end stream and we had been on for 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh! I had a thought yesterday. Isn't it interesting that they traded up for a linebacker, but as of recently, their whole philosophy was finding day 3 guys like Jatavis and Tranquil and Kaiser White, like going high-end hybrid, athletes with the safety linebacker combos in day 3.
Phillips, yeah.
I know they got Denzel Perryman a while ago, but as of late, it was like, hey, let's get these real quick athletic linebackers in day 3 and throw them out there, which I thought was an awesome strategy because I loved White coming out of college. I thought Tranquil was a great pick. I even liked Jatavis when they
we were real excited about Jatavis.
And they got a good
year.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they decided, hey, this is the year we got to go up and get one.
It's a whole shift, right? It's a shift
Yeah.
what the norm was. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking about that yesterday. Different philosophy this year, I guess.
So a lot of people in the chat are asking about for wide receiver.
Do we got to ban somebody else?
No.
Do we have to ban somebody else?
They're asking about Van Jefferson. And yeah, the Chargers have put a lot of work into him. Because he didn't test at all. They don't have an RAS score for him. But yeah, he's a guy that looked good. I mean, he fits the Chargers profile. Like he was a Senior Bowl guy. They put a lot of work in it. They met with him at the Senior Bowl, and then I thought there was something that they met with him again. After that. So yeah, that if he's still there in the 4th, I definitely think that he's probably on their board.
Why is he wearing that mask?
They just said he's.
Yeah, I liked Van Jefferson. I've got like a high 3rd. If he fell, that'd be great. I don't know how he fits with the Chargers because it seems like they got to go speed, right? I mean, it seems to me they've got to get a more speedy wide receiver, that Travis Benjamin field stretcher.
That's why I was looking at some of the guys I was looking at.
Yeah, but he's got. I mean, Van Jefferson's got really, really good feet, which I don't think anybody really talked about. He just not that he's the best route runner in his class, but he always throughout his routes finds a way to win. He's got really good hands. I thought he was a technician. He was doing like everything right on the field. His dad is a wide receivers coach in the NFL, so that probably has a lot to do with it. But he is
Sean Jefferson, right?
Van from Florida.
I think it's Sean Jefferson, which was a former Charger.
Oh, his dad. Oh, I was like,
yeah.
It's Van.
Yeah.
No, it's Van, you big dumb
No, his
idiot.
dad's Sean Jefferson, the coach.
Right. Yeah.
Who was a former Charger. I'm just saying it's a weird connection there. So,
All right, I got you. I'm like, who are we talking about? Yeah, he's going to be 24 when the season starts. And he did not test well as an athlete. But
look at Belichick's dog
Van
drafting for him.
Oh, I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm on
Are you
ESPN.
on ESPN?
Dude, I bet this pick from New England's one of the top 2 tackles left.
Nope, it's not.
Oh, there's Adrian Phillips. Damn.
They literally have Adrian Phillips.
Mm-hmm. Do we care to tip the pick, or are we waiting a little bit longer?
Kyle Duggar.
Kyle Duggar.
Oh shit. That's a TT or that's a BB pick, because if you think about them taking Derek Rivers from like a smaller school but had all the tools in the world, right? Like I can see it for sure, and he's probably gonna get the most out of Kyle Duggar too.
Lenoy Ryan safety.
Yep. He's like 6'2", 6'3", 215 pounds, like rocked up. Like he could be a sub package linebacker for sure.
It says he's 6 foot and change.
All right,
he
guys.
Got a lot of hype at one of the All-Star games. I can't remember which one it was. The Senior Bowl.
Yeah. So him and Jeremy Chin, I think, were at the Senior Bowl together.
And I'll also kind of go back to Van Jefferson for a second. There's a lot of hype on him coming out of the Senior Bowl as well. I want to say it was Daniel Jeremiah, but it could have been one of the TDN guys who actually comped him to Keenan Allen. And when you look at his feet, you get where that comparison comes from.
Oh, man, like, speaking of Keenan Allen comps, watching that 2018 Herbert tape, Mitchell on Oregon,
number 13,
even wearing number 13, oh, my God, dude. It looked exactly like Keenan Allen. It was nuts.
Well, I kept getting excited watching 2019 tape. Him get up there into red.
Yeah, red looks like Eckler.
Some of those routes, because I mean, this dude's 5'8" also, right? I'm like, some of those routes look like something that Eckler pulls off. And in particular, there's a play they ran with about 7 minutes to go in the third against Cal, Cal's a great game to watch on Herbert if you want to see the ups and the downs. Like he had some really, really good throws and some really, really trash throws. Like you kind of see the whole gamut of him there. And some of his dimes don't even get caught. Like the guy lays out and drops it or something like that. But there's a play in there that I'm like, man, they need to install that in the Chargers offense immediately. And it's 30 red. He starts out wide and he motions in like he's going to go behind the quarterback, stops and runs back where he came from. And I could just see Eckler doing that because they put him out wide all the time anyway. I'm like, they need to install that immediately because like Herbert ran that to perfection multiple times last year. It just seems like something they would do.
We got a pass rusher off the board.
Yeah, I saw it. I can't believe Josh Jones is taking the slide. Can you believe, man? Miami's about to get Tua and Josh Jones.
Oh.
And Austin Jackson. They're gonna have both tackles.
I'm guessing though. That's not. I'm not.
I don't know. They might want to. They might want to give him Mims because they already took Austin Jackson.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, at this point, anyone who gets Josh Jones is going to be. I mean, it's just value. Like anyone who gets him at this point is a smart pick, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
Man, could you imagine coming away with Tua, Austin Jackson, and Mims? Woo!
Or Antoine.
Has anybody heard from
Jamie? Oh, I should text him.
I wasn't gonna say Jamie.
Oh.
I was gonna say Jeff.
Panthers got
Jeff Siniard. Remember
who?
Siniard.
Remember he's a Dolphins fan now.
Oh, I saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, he's a former Charger fan. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking shit after they got Tua. Yeah.
Nice.
Dude, this draft is going so much faster. This is so nice.
I know. How long does day 3 usually take?
Day 3, I thought we weren't done until like 7 or 8 at night.
What? It was an all-day thing?
Your time.
Oh wait, no. I was in the East Coast, so it was really late for me.
I want to say it was like 4 o'clock West Coast.
That's probably it. I'm probably over exaggerating.
I think the draft ends like at 3, but we stick around and do the UDFA stuff. I want to say it's like 4 or 4:30 maybe.
Interesting pick by the Dolphins here.
I didn't see. It hasn't come across.
Just a heads up for the chat and everyone watching. If you guys, I wrote a piece about it but last year, and the theme still kind of has continued over the last 3 or 4 years that the Chargers are obviously really big into Senior Bowl participants and high character guys, and even those who participate in the East-West Shrine game. So obviously Herbert was Senior Bowl, won the MVP of that game. Murray's a huge high character guy. Tons of love there in terms of those aspects. So when it comes to if you guys are guessing on day 3 picks, and guys rounds 4 through 7, like look at those Senior Bowl guys, and it's going to give you a real good idea of who might be a Charger this year.
Yep.
I was going to look at athletic tackles. as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It.
Dude, I think Prince Tega Winogo is a guy if he falls.
Let's see where he grades out.
If you want to talk about a guy with all the physical tools, he didn't get the test, or else I think he would have tested so well.
Oh. Let's see. So Ezra Cleveland's 1, Becton's 2, Wirf's 3, Jackson 4. Here's your guy, Matthew Pert.
Yeah, if he falls.
I'm not the biggest fan of his because I just see him as he's just a swing tackle. Like, I didn't see anything that showed me he's refined whatsoever. It's just a guy. He's going to be a swing tackle. He needs to put on some weight, no functional strength, or at least not great functional strength. Kind of got worked a little bit at the Senior Bowl, a little too much for my liking.
Yeah, there was very few tackles that looked good.
But met with him at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And he's tackle 5 on this list. He had a 9.03 RAS score. Jack Driscoll, another name, at Auburn.
Yeah, he was the right tackle for Auburn, though.
Yeah, and our boy Antonio Gibson at running back / wide receiver.
I feel like Gibson's going to go so much earlier than we all expect.
I want to say there was a interior offensive lineman that tested really well.
So real quick, Nathan Rivera is talking about Trey Adams as a guy to take in the 5th if he falls. So I don't know how to feel about Trey Adams anymore after he was like probably the worst athletic tester at the combine. All the injuries that he sustained. What is your guys' opinion on Trey Adams right now?
So I don't think I'd take him in the 5th, but if somehow he's still there in the 6th, I would be totally fine with taking Trey Adams.
And I'll stop you real quick there. Adrian Vasquez says, Michael, he didn't play at the Senior Bowl. Are you referring to Pert, or who are you talking about was hurt and didn't play at the Senior Bowl?
What?
Sorry, I'm
sorry. In the comments.
Yeah, someone mentioned I'm trying to figure out if I misspoke, but I'm sure Pert played at the Senior Bowl. Tega Winogo did not.
No, you're good.
Sorry to interrupt you. I thought
the Chargers definitely met with Pert either way.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Trey Adams was the 36th ranked tackle in terms of a RAS score. He had a 1.97.
Yeah, he tested like shit, but he's good.
Very poor in speed and explosion.
Trey Adams' claim to fame was he was that leaked soundbite from one of the interviews at the Combine, and they asked him, is there anything that you would change about yourself if you could? And he goes, I don't know. I guess bigger dick.
That was the best.
And it was the best answer I've ever seen.
I didn't hear that.
Oh my god, dude!
You
gotta look that up.
No.
It was amazing.
It's amazing. What? I gotta mute my keyboard.
Yeah, dude, check that out.
They're taking their sweet time announcing this Miami pick.
Daniel, someone asked thoughts on Muti.
Muti?
Yeah, someone asked your
man.
thoughts.
I mean, he's an absolute monster. The only problem is he never stays healthy. He got hurt every single year he played, and like serious injuries too. Like it's not something to take lightly. I don't think any of them were re-injuries, unless I'm mistaken. But there were two major leg injuries, one on each leg. But if you're just talking about talent and ability, I mean, it's through the roof. But that's a major risk to go like right around now. If you're talking 5th, 6th, 7th, absolutely, I'd take him in a heartbeat. The upside on him is crazy high. So if you're talking about someone like Adams at tackle, you have to also consider someone like Muti, assuming someone doesn't take him earlier than that, because his ability is insane. I couldn't believe that Fresno State got a guy like him. Honestly, like that's someone who should be at a Power 5, whatever. But no, monster.
They finally announced the Miami pick. No, Robert
Josh
Hunt,
Jones,
a guard from Louisiana.
Damn. But Robert Hunt can play right tackle too. That's awesome, dude. He's got a great story.
Oh yeah, started games
He's
at
got a
left
great
guard,
story.
left tackle,
He
and right
was
tackle.
he was the right tackle. Yeah, I know most recently he was the right tackle. But he does have that versatility. He's one of those guys that's like a good athlete, strong as shit, who can probably do better. If you kick him inside, he gets to worry about less.
So it looks like the Browns and the Colts have traded behind. Oh wait, Colts trade up with the Browns.
Oh, interesting.
So after this Texans pick.
Oh, I wonder if the Colts are trading up for a wide receiver. Yeah.
Get Mims, man.
Mims is going to be.
You think the Colts would get Pittman and then Mims like that?
How good is Mims at turning around for underthrown deep passes?
Why not?
I just watched the video. Sorry, that was fucking hilarious. Oh my god. The Trey Adams video is what I'm talking about. Oh my god.
I can't.
People
believe
were so torn on that video. They were so torn because they're like, wow, he really wasn't prepared at all. Like, that's all he could think up of, blah, blah. There was the people who were like, great answer. He just earned some points in my scouting report. And then they were like, wow, he was terrible and was not ready. That's really a bad answer.
All of those people are the worst.
It's a funny answer, man. It's a funny answer. Like, whatever.
If you're Telesco just said he wants his players to be like totally and completely them. And so, like, Telesco, in a way, would want Trey Adams to be like, yeah, I want to pick your dick. Like,
hey, man, it's great. It's great self-awareness. You know where your shortcomings are. You know where you can improve.
No pun intended.
Self-diagnosing, right? I mean, that's like, you need to be able to know where you can improve. That's what you need to know.
The Texans are taking Ross Blacklock.
I love Ross Blacklock.
After they took Charles Omenihu last season?
Watching his tape, to me, he was what's his name from last year that went to the Titans? Simmons? I thought Simmons? He was like a Simmons light. Like, this dude just is so good. He was like one of the only guys that I saw that was under 300 pounds that could play nose tackle if he wanted to. He's just that good.
I'm a huge fan of Matabike.
He's another RAS elite guy. Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's one of the guys that I pulled up today. He's a 9.32. Because at 6'2 and a half, 293 pounds, he ran a 4.83. Put up 31 reps of 225. His 3-cone was a little slow, but for his size, it was good at a 7.37.
Hey, can we quickly touch on the Texans signing Laramie Tunsil to that deal?
I didn't look at the details. I just saw like the headline: Tunsil, highest paid tackle, blah blah blah.
So all the reports are like it's 3 years, $66 million. But someone else was mentioning like because it's an extension, like when all the figures get worked out, it's actually just $19 million a year. So it's only $1 million a year more than what Lane Johnson was getting, and like I knew Tunsil was good. I just didn't expect that to happen.
Wait, didn't the Texans lose Reader?
Did. Yes, they did.
Now we're talking.
Dude, he's so good. Watching his tape was so fun. Like, I knew the Chargers were never going to take him because they just took Tillery, and he's better than Tillery was. But
ooh, I just found out the Colts pick.
Yeah,
you want me to tell you?
Josh Jones.
Jonathan Taylor.
Oh.
Wow.
Ooh, I like that.
Pair him up with Mac. Another Wisconsin back for
yeah, but at least this
Rivers
is a good
to play with.
back.
Yeah.
That's a big difference there. You're right. Yeah.
Wait, holy shit! Ross Blacklock's father's the coach for the Harlem Globetrotters.
He was a player for a while. Yeah.
Wow, that's
like
such a fun fact.
Finding more out about like people around them than the actual guy. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's family day here at the NFL Draft.
That's so cool.
They got Pittman and Jonathan Taylor today so far. The Colts.
Jonathan Taylor's mom does nails at a salon. Let's go look live.
Man,
and his sister is a pet life
good
coach.
So far for the Colts, man.
Hmm. You don't mind me tipping picks, right?
No, not even a little bit.
So I got the hookup. Marlon Mack, Jonathan Taylor.
He had 69 students in his high school graduating class, which is
Nice.
3 times the size of my high school graduating class. So my graduating
Serious?
class was 23 kids.
Mine was like 950.
I've never been in an
That's
entire
insane.
school that has had that many students.
Man,
My
they're
school,
getting.
I want to say, was like 4,300. That's insane.
I love getting Rivers some help in Indy.
Oh, right? Pittman and Taylor. That's
Yeah.
huge for them, man. Not only Rivers, but setting up for whatever their plan is afterwards, too. Like, that's very smart management going on over there.
Who did they take in round 1? Did they have a pick? Did we-
No,
No,
they
they
didn't.
traded that. They traded that to pick up DeForest Buckner.
Oh, right.
Hey, did I tell you about the guy? There was a guy in the comments at BFTB like 2 weeks ago that really kindly but thoroughly told me how he's done with Bolton Blue and he's actually going over to Stampede Blue and he's going to be a Colts fan from now on. He said he already ordered his Rivers jersey and he's been learning about the team and he just wanted to say this is my last time on Bolton Blue and I was like,
Girl, bye.
fantastic.
It's a good team. It's a good team, though. I mean, like,
Well, he might be in the chat if his name was the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, that's
You could
that's
pick worse
definitely a
teams,
Rivers
I
burner
mean-
account.
The Cheesecake Factory isn't going to be in Bolts from the Blue anymore? Fuck, man. Well, we better hang on to PF Chang's or some other.
PF Chang's.
'Cause if
Is
not,
that what's
we're
his name's
fucked.
burner account?
The dude who runs the
The guy who
the
used to?
Chargers Twitter. Joel
No,
Joel
not Price.
Yeah.
It was what's his name? It was Ricky Henny.
He was. I thought Price was the one.
No,
who
it was
tweeted
Henny
that
because it
out.
was like Henny's personal account way back in the day, and they like converted it.
Really?
That's the story I heard.
Jaguars going Sonalt.
oh, shit.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
LaVisca.
Lavisca Sonalt.
I would have thought Mims was going to be the pick there if you were pairing Mims with DJ Chark.
Colorado. Hopefully Paris Campbell breaks out with Rivers. That'd be tight.
Because he didn't do anything last year, did he?
Oh,
Dude, they're going to run wild. That freaking offensive line.
Artavis Scott's there, too. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
And the Chargers
Yeah,
could
they
have
got
traded
T-
down in the second
they got
and still
T.Y.
had Josh
Harris.
Jones.
Man, we don't need to do this all night because this is just going to hurt.
What else are we gonna talk about?
We're going to avoid it and act as if it didn't happen. We're just going to... That's the best, most healthy way to address things.
Denial,
Avoid
the
it.
healthy way.
Not even denial. Avoiding that it ever even... like just nope, we're just going to
Denial
go
and
right
rum
around
and
it.
coke, the
No one
healthy
said
way.
nothing. Sure, let's do it.
Let me throw a hypothetical. Would you guys
do it.
hypothetically trade, let's call it 3 of the 4 day 3 picks for Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland?
That's interesting.
For a potential starting left tackle, like especially with as much as I like Josh Jones, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Starting left tackle, if you actually think he can hold down the left tackle spot, it's worth it. And yeah.
Yeah, so
No question.
Richard put in the comments earlier that the rest of the Chargers picks together technically equals the 96th pick.
Oh.
So they could theoretically trade into the 3rd round and be done with the
So if
draft.
they traded to 96, yeah.
So
But
all the
honestly,
picks and
okay, so call it all 4 picks then. If they could trade up, and I'm assuming Josh Jones is going to go here soon. If Ezra Cleveland's at 96, would you trade all of day 3 to get Ezra Cleveland? Yes or no, guys?
I would
Give me
I would
answers.
say
I asked
no,
a question.
and only because they do have a couple extra holes they need to fill, and Jason Peters is still a free agent. If Jason Peters had already signed with somebody and there wasn't another option there, I would say do it, because I would want to do anything to avoid Trey Pipkins or Sam Tevi starting day one at left tackle.
You guys agree?
I missed the start of the question.
I don't
Would you
understand.
trade all of day 3? Because Richard said that all of the rest of the Chargers pick equals the 96th overall pick. Would you trade up to 96 to get Ezra Cleveland and lose all 4 day 3 picks?
If somehow he slipped to 96.
Yeah.
Damn, that's tough. So for me, I view it as, do I want just one more left tackle, and then obviously that's the end of the draft haul, or would I want a potential like speedy wide receiver and a big running back on day 3? That's tough. I'd probably go Ezra Cleveland if he fell. Yeah, I mean, it's just fuck it.
What about you, Stebbs?
Okay. Cleveland, in the 3rd, if he falls to 96. Man. I like Cleveland a lot. Again, it kind of goes back to if you think he can hold down the left tackle spot. Like, that's such an important position. I'd rather give up a mid-round pick next season as well as those picks, and move up to the 2nd and get Josh Jones. I'd rather do that. But fuck it. It's left tackle. Left tackle is such an important spot, man. Like, I would do it. I don't care. It's a starting left tackle.
Bears are taking Cole Kmet, by the way. First tight end off the board.
The Bears?
The
Yep.
Bears, they have Trey Burton and
Hold on.
Shaheen,
No,
who they're paying.
No.
Burton's
Guys,
gone.
the Bears have over 10 tight ends on their roster.
I knew they had a lot. Burton's gone.
That's a fact. They have 10 tight ends on their roster.
Yeah, Burton actually went to the Colts.
So, yeah, they have Adam Shaheen. Jimmy Graham is who they signed.
They have my
Demetrius
former college
Harris.
teammate Eric Saubert as well.
Ben Brownecker, Jasper Horsett, JP Holtz, Dax Raymond, Eric Saubert, and Darian Clark, and now this Cole Kmet.
And they gave Jimmy Graham a pretty good contract too.
Yeah, it was $9 million, I think.
Garrett,
Yeah.
Richard hopped back in the comments and said, if we're doing hypotheticals, would you trade the rights to Murray for the 43rd pick to take Josh Jones?
Yeah, I mean,
And keep all your day 3 picks.
That's funny.
That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, and to answer the question, I actually agree with Stanley. I think there's fallback plans of getting like a Peters later. There's just so many holes to fill. This team wasn't good
they
last
need
year.
help at corner. They need help at big running back. They need wide receiver help for sure. They could use
Corner,
more
probably.
D-line depth because like they have unknowns in Jerry Tillery and Justin Jones, and then a bunch of older guys. Tight end help. There's plenty of holes to try and fill that can theoretically be filled on day 3.
Yeah, I get that. I just think that if you're so invested in and believe that a guy can be your starting left tackle, you have to make that move. That's why I had no pause when it came to Josh Jones, a little bit when it came to Ezra. I get what you were saying though. Like, you can pick up the wide receiver, tight end. I mean, edge still is not exactly a deep.
No,
deep
we
class.
just meant that's only like
I can see it. I
half
can
the
see it.
argument. The other half of the argument is there's still a Jason Peters who's a free agent who you can go sign, buy yourself
For
one
this
more
one
year, and address it next year. Rather than going into next year with like 5 more holes to fill. Plus, what was that stat that the Chargers have like the 3rd least number of people under contract in the league? Like, if teams had to trim, even this year, if teams had to trim down to 53 today, the Chargers would only have to cut 6 players.
They're up to 62 right now, so
they'd have to cut 9 players. So the Chargers, to trim down to 53, the Chargers couldn't even fill a practice squad.
Basically.
What are you up to?
If none of you guys know in the chat, it was talked about, I think within the last week, that the Chargers have the third lowest amount of players committed to for the 2020 season. It goes, there's like some team at the top, and then it's the Rams at 56, Chargers at 57, Vikings right behind them at 58. So when this draft ends, the Chargers probably have obviously one of the largest. They have some of the most room left to sign just a bunch of UDFAs. I don't know why I couldn't word that right, but like they could sign a lot of players when the draft ends. So obviously we stay online and cover that whole thing, and that's a ton of fun. That is crazy and hectic.
Yeah, the only one that has less is the Ravens, and that's only two players less. And then the Rams have one more.
Mm-hmm.
Vikings have two more, but then it jumps up to like 65, 66 players. Yeah, it's going to be a big influx of new people, man, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, if you, again, still believe in this team's ability to find really good undrafted free agents, then that's nothing but good news.
Man, you're talking about 36, 37% of the entire roster is going to be brand new faces come 2 days from now, you know? They just now announced Cole Kmet, so...
They haven't announced Cole Kmet on mine yet.
Oh, yeah, they just said it on one of the feeds I have. So they're Garrett's info is definitely a bit ahead of the TV.
Bro, how am I so behind now? Wow.
Yeti just found me and tweeted me.
I've had him muted for some time.
That's because I had to I rebuilt my account, and so I had forgotten about him.
Oh.
He was like, he's like, you're losing fans for what you did. Way to be cool. Good job. So I just responded and said, you've always been a piece of shit. Have a nice day. And blocked him. Fuck off.
That's wonderful. But all of you that are here, we like all of you. All of you that are still.
Yes,
still here,
I'm sure you were not one of the shitty ones from yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. 164 of you, big fan of you.
Just remember that misery loves company, but we never turn our misery against each other.
Wide receiver in round 4, says Nathan Harrison. I would not hate that. This wide receiving class is fantastic. And
yeah.
Deep,
there's going to be so much value there.
Yeah, I know we were talking earlier about a guy like Van Jefferson or someone said Claypool, but I think they were talking about him being gone already at that point, probably will be. But there's definitely going to be some talent at round 4 at wide receiver.
Yeah, this is the perfect draft class for the Chargers to need a wide receiver 3 because there is talent that could fill that role all the way through like the 5th round.
Duvernay would make a lot of sense.
I've been very vocal about Duvernay.
He would fit perfect if he falls.
Isn't he a really tall receiver too?
He's just so damn stocky, and he does have 4.39 speed. It does I would want a taller receiver, but at the end of the day, to get a guy he's that stocky, he can catch the ball through contact, run through contact. That's the type of stuff that also translates really well to the NFL. Is if you can shake a tackle or two, you're going to be better off.
I was mixing him up with the other Texas wide receiver, Colin Johnson. Colin Johnson's the tall one. Duvernay's the 5'10" guy. So my bad on that.
Devin Duvernay, fun fact, is the cousin of Kyler Murray.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Grant Delpit.
So when Duvernay gets picked, they're going to show Kyler Murray highlights?
Delpit to the Browns?
Yeah.
Oh,
so Grant Delpit joins Greedy Williams in Cleveland.
Man, I know all the stuff about his tackling or whatever, but Delpit's a talent, man.
Dude, I mean, so if you look at what happened to Delpit, he didn't fall as far, but a year removed from Desmond King winning the Joe Thorpe, he was a 5th round draft pick, and a year after Delpit won it, he fell out of the top group, and this is still pretty high, but it's weird how they all of a sudden fall. Because last year, Delpit was a top 5 talent. People were so in love with him.
Oh yeah, top 5 overall, not even safeties, literally top 5 talent.
So I see there's another guy named Michael in the comments. He talks about he's hoping for Brian Edwards or Tyler Johnson in the 4th. Tyler Johnson is obviously was a big-time receiver for Minnesota this year, was a big part of their success And Brian Edwards, I really liked him. I actually had him on my college fantasy team 2 years ago, and he was great for me. Not going to be the most athletic guy, but is just built well to be an NFL wide receiver. And if you guys follow, what's his name? I might have been Eric Crocker or Will Blackman on Twitter, but one of them had Brian Edwards as like a top. It was like 7'6" wide receiver. It was like really high on him, and they're both former NFL players. So take that for what you will. But people are might be selling Edwards short in terms of just how ready-made to make an impact he would be at the next level.
Antoine Winfield's going to the Bucks.
Damn it! Really?
Ooh, that's a good grab for them.
Antoine Winfield.
Yep.
Damn it.
And they still haven't announced the Browns pick on TV, right?
They got to fit in all those
not,
commercials since they didn't do it yesterday.
Yeah, and now they're at the point where the commercials are the ones where they take away the bottom ticker and all that too. Like they're full on commercial.
Bum, bum, ba-dum. There
Oh. Man. And who did the Bucks take yesterday? We liked the Bucks pick, didn't they? I remember them making a pretty good pick, didn't they?
Well, they traded up one, right, with the Niners to get offensive tackle. Wirfs? Did they get Wirfs?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, that was it. Yeah. Yeah, I got to pull up everybody's ticker because I want to see.
Yeah, so Duvernay, his RS score got pulled down.
Duvernay.
Dude, I'm gonna say names wrong all day. Like people are just gonna have to get over that. Like
that's fantastic.
Those are one of the.
If I didn't know my last name was Stanley,
guys...
I'd be like Stanley, Stanelli.
Stanley.
He's one of the few guys I went and watched and learned his last name.
His RAS score got pulled down because of his explosion scores. Like he only jumped 35 inches. He only had a 10-foot broad jump.
Oh.
And his agility scores weren't great either. He had a 4.2 short shuttle and a 7.13 3-cone, which is real bad for a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's not going to win by being shifty or anything like that. He's going to win by, his speed will give him a step on some people, and then because he's actually really strong, like if you saw, there's a long highlight reel touchdown where he caught a slant, and like two defenders hit him at the same time, and he just bounced right between them and squirted out and ran for the long touchdown. He's just a guy that's going to out-muscle you, and that's how he's going to get by guys.
Let me look this up. Did he have return duties?
Does anyone have an opinion on Gabriel Davis from UCF?
Dude, I was just about to bring him up. I love his tape. He's fantastic from what I saw. I was looking up his RAF score, though. It's a 6.88, so it's not exactly the highest.
Guys, the Broncos just took Hamler.
Wow, Hamler and Judy?
Another receiver?
Bro,
holy shit.
Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah, Rayshon Jenkins is going to go
Stebbins.
from elite to shitty real fast this season.
So this is why we were a little more upset about the Murray pick, because instead of getting two guys who could contribute on defense against these people, we just have the one.
Josh Jones is still on board.
I know.
Wow. They haven't even announced Cleveland's pick yet, and they've already announced Broncos. Wow. I'm so behind.
No, you're right, though.
Dude, it's not being announced. Browns is being announced right now.
No, the only reason Garrett knows is because Garrett's guy is texting him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like for me on TV, Tampa's pick is in, but they haven't announced it yet. So, but no, Gabe Davis. I'm a big fan of his for sure, but his RAF is a little lower than what it sounds like they aim for. But
didn't Gabriel Davis run a good 40 though?
4.5, 4.52, something like that.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
then. I thought he was somebody else.
Duvernay, his 7.79 would still be something the Chargers would go for. Like so, last year the lowest score they picked was actually Adderley with a 7.13. I don't remember why Adderley's score dropped down. Wasn't he still like recovering? And so he ran slightly slower than he played.
Oh my God.
Adderley,
Sorry, I'm still thinking about
I don't
Hamler.
remember.
Bro, they're setting Drew Lock up for success so well.
So what are the Chargers going to do with
They
all
have to
this
put
speed?
Adderley on the field. Like they're going to have Rayshon Jenkins and Adderley be the two safeties. Like there's no way they can.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we already knew that Kansas City had a track team. Raiders go and get Ruggs, and the Broncos got Hamler and Judy. Like, man.
I mean, the only thing they can do is hope that like they can rush the passer and make sure that those speed guys don't have a chance to get too downfield before the pass comes out, and then have Rayshon Jenkins and Nasir Adderley play like the deepest center field they've ever played. Like they're gonna have to play some NASCAR package where they've got Nwosu, Ingram, and Bosa all just going at the same time, like every time. Oh man.
So some people there was a comment asking about some REF scores for some wide receivers. I know someone yesterday, I want to say it was Stanley, I could be wrong, my bad if I am. But DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones, he's a 9.63 REF. And he's someone who could definitely be there in the fourth.
Yeah, I liked his tape. His tape was a lot of fun. And
what he had to deal
with his quarterback, like.
As a Michigan fan, it was tough to watch. It was really hard to watch.
Man. He was really fun to watch, and he's a good returner too.
Yeah, wide receiver 7 on the RAS score.
So I mean, that could definitely be someone that maybe they would take a look at for if he's there, and he definitely could be there.
Man.
Yeah. So somebody just mentioned that like, what would our pick in the second and third have been to defend the speed? An offensive tackle would not have done that. So yeah. So I still would have gone Josh Jones. Obviously the Broncos would have picked after the Chargers anyway, so we wouldn't have like had the KJ Hamler thing. But looking at the third,
now if they would have drafted Isaiah Simmons,
I mean Isaiah Simmons is even faster than Murray, and played safety.
I'm not trying to dig here, but
and played corner. Oh, by the way, we forgot to fill you guys in. So we talked to our good buddy Kyle Posey, who you guys constantly miss, and we do too. Posey was fun. They were asking about him yesterday. They wanted him over here.
I would have never known. I would have never known.
I mean, you're likely to find him in a Applebee's somewhere in the Scottsdale, Arizona area. But
$1 drinks.
We talked to him, and his guy is different than Garrett's guy, and his guy confirmed what Garrett's guy told him, that the top 6 guys, and Posey's guy told him in order, that it was the Chargers board at the start of yesterday was Burrow at 1, Young at 2, Thomas at 3, Simmons at 4, Tua 5, Herbert 6. And so he was really like confused, but also kind of chuckling that when the Chargers came on the board, they had their number 4 guy sitting there and decided to pick the number 6 guy. But and this is something else I have mentioned in the show today is the quote from Telesco yesterday after the draft. I still don't agree with the pick, but his reasoning behind the pick makes a lot of sense to me now. And it's that basically quarterback is such an important position that when you're drafting in the top 10, you have to make that pick with the mindset that you are not going to be picking in the top 10 again for a very long time. And so if you have even a remote need for a quarterback and there's a guy on the board that you like, that you think has the potential to be a franchise quarterback, you have to take him regardless. That reasoning, I still don't agree with it, but at least I understand that, and it's well thought out, and it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, man. They're just announcing the KJ Hamler pick.
Yeah. You know who the Falcons got here?
No, I'm ordering a pizza.
Nice.
DoorDash, so
I was just pondering. I was just thinking about doing the same thing.
So I
man.
ordered. I did the Pizza Hut thing yesterday, where you get the medium pizzas for $5, and I ordered 3 of them. So I still have one of those left over from yesterday.
Hell yeah!
By the way, I was eating to bury my feelings yesterday, and I went through an entire medium pizza during the show yesterday, like no problem.
Nice.
Not bad. Not bad.
Oh man, everybody's praising this.
Yeah, the Broncos are winning the AFC West draft
Broncos.
this year. So far.
Good stuff so far. Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
right.
the freaking Broncos really put together like the quote basketball team of receivers. If you look at like each receiver, what they're good at, they're all different things. They're all going to be really good at their roles. Shit is nuts.
Judy.
The only problem is they still have a lot of questions on their offensive line.
For sure. They're still starting Bowles at left tackle, which is not great. So.
And their right tackle is super injury prone, and they lost their Pro Bowl center.
It's going to be a hell of a wake-up call when they find out Drew Lock's not any good and they put all these
I mean, he's
pieces
just not
around
going to
him.
have any time to throw.
Yeah.
Like,
Falcons got Marlon Davidson,
Okay.
the Auburn defensive tackle.
Yeah, there was some hype of him going in the first about a week or two heading into the draft, so it sounds like a pretty decent get.
Hey, our mock draft when we got Okuda.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good, huh?
Not only Okuda, we somehow had Kinlaw fall in the second, even though we knew that was insane, and then Ayuk in the third. Like,
Hey.
what?
Yeah. And we're not even mentioning Noah Fant, by the way.
yeah,
For Broncos.
assuming he learned how to catch, he's
Yeah.
going to be real good.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hey, just for you guys, for you Madden players out there, they just released Justin Herbert and Kenneth Murray into Madden Ultimate Team, and they gave Herbert an 86 speed, and Kenneth Murray has 93 speed as a linebacker right now. They gave him 94 hit power.
90. God damn.
They're higher rated cards. Like this one's like they gave Kenneth Murray a 95 and Justin Herbert 97, while like Burrow's 99, and then it matriculates down. But yeah, Murray has 94 hit power, 93 speed, 96 tackle, has a 92 or 80. It might be an 82 block shed. That's not good. And he's got
traded up.
Which makes sense because we saw that on film, right?
So for you, I'm not saying this proves us wrong, but he's got a 65 zone coverage.
Well, and again, I mean, you didn't really see it, you know. So.
It's the instinct.
It's just a card. I just thought it was fun.
Yeah, it's the instincts, man. But
because Patrick Queen has an 81 zone coverage.
So the Jets traded out, and the Seahawks got the pick. So they're at 48.
Yeah, I saw that. They gave up looks like a third rounder to move up. 101? Is 101 a third?
Somebody just said, guys, don't worry about the Broncos. They still have to hand off to Melvin Gordon.
They do. You're right.
Yeah.
That is one positive, that Melvin Gordon is going to steal a shit ton of Phillip Lindsay's carries.
How does he go from stealing carries from Eckler to now stealing carries from him? Like that's I feel bad for the
dude. I forgot
guy,
to tell you guys. So I met Phillip Lindsay last year. I went to the Denver Auto Show, and he was there because he has one of those that Acura like supercar that they have. And so, like, I guess as part of him getting that, they like had him go to the auto show and like take pictures with people in front of the car. I went to my wife and I took a picture with him, but I had my Chargers hat on, and he didn't notice until after the shot. And he's like, "Whoa, we're gonna have to retake that picture with your hat off." And I was like, "Fuck no."
I just got a text from the guy who said Seahawks trade up for, and it just says running back RB, but he didn't finish the text. So you want to guess who the Seahawks traded up for?
J.K. Dobbins, please.
J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying he didn't finish the text. So
it's J.K. Dobbins or Cam Akers.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
mean,
say.
it's a good thing they didn't use a first round pick last year on it.
Bro,
on a
why
running
are the
back, right?
Seahawks doing this? Why are the Seahawks doing this?
Yeah.
Almost as if Penny maybe wasn't worth that first round pick.
Whoa, the chat. What?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's just someone talking shit. I don't. There's been nothing from Schefter.
Yeah, I know.
Or
I'm like,
anything
what?
that.
People in the chat are saying the Chargers just traded up.
Yeah, they're tripping. They're tripping.
I'm pretty sure Garrett's phone would be all the way lit up if the Chargers had traded up.
Oh yeah, by the way, we traded up.
Oh yeah, so the Seahawks did that, but also we're on the clock.
How could they have traded up all the way to 48 or 49 or whatever they're saying?
Yeah,
The Steelers really, really wanted Des King.
Oh, wait a minute.
I mean, they could use them.
So my buddy says
Oh,
that
he just said it's Darrell Taylor, the defensive end for Seattle.
Dude.
It's not a running back.
I know what the Falcons took. Do you guys know?
We're past that.
Yeah, Marlon Davidson. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I got one of my best friends here in Iowa is a Falcons fan, and he is fucking hating himself.
Oh. So it's not
Terrell
a running
and-
back. It's Darrell Taylor. Sorry. The Seahawks is Darrell Taylor.
Who?
A defensive end. I don't know who that is.
Jarrell Taylor?
Darrell, Darrell Taylor.
I've never heard of him.
That's what I got here.
Darrell Taylor.
What's going on with the Iowa edge rusher, Mike?
Woo!
I think everyone's overthinking it because he's never won with speed. He's won because he's really good with his hands and he's physical and he's a fundamentally super sound. So I don't understand edge rushers who weren't super quick around the edge who win. Like he's going to be a base end, put a little weight on him. He can be a 4-eye or whatever in a 3-4. Like he can do a lot. He's going to be a good player. I don't know. I wouldn't have put any. I'd obviously draft him way before Marlon as a tweener, and quite frankly, he's way less fundamentally sound than Epinesa.
Taylor's got decent stats out of Tennessee. Over the last 2 seasons, he has 21 tackles for a loss and 16.5 sacks.
So his opinion on this pick here from the Seahawks, the 2 biggest reaches happen to be from the same team. How do you take Brooks and Taylor?
Oh,
Your first
yeah,
2 picks?
man.
Is there anybody in this? Is there anybody in this draft class with the
I
last
forgot he
name
took
Dunn?
Jordan
Because
Brooks.
that would have been a great 1-2. Brooks and Dunn.
Brooks and Dunn?
Oh.
Sorry. I'll mute myself.
Yeah. Brugler had Taylor as a 3rd or 4th round pick. Edge guy. And then he had Brooks as a 2nd and 3rd. So it's almost like the Steelers are drafting just a round later. They think they're in the 2nd and the 3rd.
Hey, man, so since we're being positive, I would say that the Seahawks are having the worst draft of any team in the NFL.
The Raiders are
Raiders
trying,
do
but they
again?
still managed to get Ruggs.
Raiders, man.
Yeah. Right.
They did get, but they drafted Ruggs above Judy
Yes.
and Lamb.
But you can't. Yeah. But he was a top 5 wide receiver, correct? So
Fair,
he should have
fair,
gone in the first.
fair.
Okay. Jordan Brooks, and then whoever the fuck this Texas end, I don't even know who he is. Tennessee end is getting picked in the 1st and 2nd round.
Yeah,
is insane.
It was funny that people on Twitter, draft people on Twitter, 3 days ago were like, Jordan Brooks is going to go a lot higher than people think. I think he's definitely sneaking into day 2. And then they take him in the 1st.
Steelers just took Claypool.
Oh shit! Really?
So Denzel
Yep.
Mims is still there, right?
That's insane to me.
I
to have
personally
Claypool over Sim.
can't stand the Steelers getting these underrated, really skilled offensive players, and they just. Oh, Darrell Taylor from Tennessee. Wow, I never.
So that's
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
What?
How do you
So
take him?
that's
second?
interesting. Pittsburgh taking Claypool. To me, that means they're going to use him a lot more like a tight end.
Yeah.
Because now they have like
to.
nobody at tight end. Like they signed Eric Ebron in the
Derek Watt.
offseason, and he's their best tight end.
What about Zach Gentry?
Well, and honestly, he's more of a tight end anyway. But whatever.
That sucks.
What are they doing in Seattle? I don't understand what the fuck they're doing.
It's the same way. It's kind of the same lines as the Collier pick last year. People were like, "It's a little early for that shit."
Yeah. Oh,
Penny.
so that means they're probably not going to re-sign a Clowney, right? If they're getting an edge here.
Yeah. No. There's the recent reports were saying that time has kind of passed for the Seahawks to bring back Clowney.
His price was too much.
Bro, I don't know.
Because wasn't he still saying he wants to be the highest paid defensive player?
Well, didn't they gave like a bunch of money to like a tackle or something, didn't they? And then people were like, "You're willing to give that much to a shit tackle, but you aren't paying Jadeveon Clowney." I don't know. It was weird. I think they were pitching pennies with Clowney, but didn't care about giving money to everybody else. Yeah, dude, this is
Josh
crazy.
Jones still on the board, but
yeah, Josh and Ezra and
Denzel Mims.
Remember, someone said that they thought 8
In
tackles were going to go in the first round, and I'm like, I don't think 8 have gone yet.
There hasn't been one to go today yet, right?
I don't think so.
No,
I still
Here,
can't
I'm
believe
gonna
the Titans
I'll check.
took Isaiah
Hold on.
Wilson in the first round. With
I mean, they
Josh
needed to
Jones
replace
and Ezra
Conklin.
Dillon on the board.
That's true. But I think Wilson's probably the better option in their power scheme.
If you count Robert Hunt as a
especially.
tackle, he went. But other than that, no.
That's true.
They had him
That's
up
true.
in guard.
So Wills, Becton, Thomas, Wirfs. That's 4. Isaiah Wilson, Austin Jackson, and then Robert Hunt now. So 6 went in the first round, and Hunt was the 7th.
I think they had him up on the board as a guard, but yeah, even if you count him, they haven't hit 8 yet. So surprising, man.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Ezra's still there. I'm surprised Zach Vaughn is gone.
Yeah.
Christian,
Dude, I don't know what the Seahawks are doing, man. How are they so successful? Like, there's like some conspiracy theorists that were saying that Carroll's early success was built by those before him. And then ever since, if you like look at his last handful of drafts, they've been like super shitty. And so all of a sudden people are starting to walk back how they view Pete Carroll.
Couldn't happen to a nicer
but
guy.
isn't it I mean if I'm wrong, jump on me, but like don't the Patriots, haven't they not exactly drafted the best either? Like it's
no.
Well, here, let's look at the last couple of years. Derek Rivers didn't do anything. Last year they got Froholt and Kajust. They got that other tackle from Troy from like 2-3 years ago that was like tall and lean that I really liked. Antonio Garcia, like JC Jackson. I mean, that's 6-7 picks over the last 2 or 3 years that we just named that haven't amounted to anything.
For the Patriots?
Yeah.
Well, they also, when they went offensive tackle and running back both in the first round 2 years ago, when they went with the Georgia back Michelle, and then who was the tackle?
Shit, I don't recall.
Who got hurt in his first year?
But they took Damian Harris last year. He was their fourth string back.
Isaiah Wynn. Yeah.
And we can't say much about Wynn because he got hurt, and I thought he was pretty good this year. But
yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
I only brought that up to say that it's weird how these two franchises who have been rather successful haven't exactly been the best at drafting when that's supposed to be where you know.
So somebody in the chat brought up that the Seahawks did hit on Metcalf last year.
Absolutely,
that's true.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But they They took 3 dudes in front of him, didn't they? 2 or 3?
I think it was 2 because they took Metcalf at the end of 2, right?
Yeah, they took Collier. Was it Collier last year? No.
Collier was 2 years ago. Last year was Penny, or am I tripping?
No, Penny was the first round pick.
I've got the Patriots up here, and last year they drafted Harry in the first round, who
was injured.
Nothing.
Who only had 100 yards receiving. Joe Juwan Williams, who didn't do much.
Juwan Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Chase Winovich, who played. Oh, he had 5.5 sacks. That's not bad. Damian Harris didn't play. He was a running back, got 4 carries. Kajus didn't play. Froholt didn't play. Their backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, didn't play. Cowart, well, he got 3 snaps. Byron Cowart, the defensive tackle, had 1 game. Jake Bailey, a punter, played for him. And then Ken Webster, the corner, played 1 game. So not much production out of that.
Michael, get ready to do some work. Rams are about to be on the clock.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm technically like on call, but if no one contacts me to help out, then this is what it is.
The Bears selected Jalen Johnson.
Utah.
Bears did. They needed that. Yeah.
Hometown of Fresno. Hello.
Isn't Christian Fulton still there though?
Yeah.
Yep. And Trevon Diggs. And Terrell Burgess and Amik Robertson. Like, there's some good corners left. Cameron Dantzler.
Oh man. If only Fresno State had a decent coach when he was coming out of high school, he would have been a
guy
Bulldog.
that on day 3 for the Chargers at corner, Reggie Robinson out of Tulsa, zone coverage guy who has an elite RAS score that I think the Chargers are probably looking at being all over.
Ooh. That RAS score is huge, 9.64.
He's about 6'1.5", 205
he's
6
the
pounds,
size
something
they
like
like
that.
too.
So I mean, he's sizable.
Trayvon Diggs about to go to Dallas.
Oh,
I can see that. Yeah.
They lost Byron Jones.
So my dad's a Cowboys
That
fan,
makes sense.
and he emailed me he texted me yesterday after the draft, and he was like, "Man, I'm considering being a Chargers fan this year because that Herbert kid looks really good, and so does that Murray kid, and I can't believe Jerry Jones went full Al Davis and just drafted a wide receiver when they need so much help on defense." And I was like, Dad, I could not disagree with you more. Like, bro, what? I was like, Dad, no, stop. You have to stop.
Dude, so speaking of CeeDee Lamb, somebody had said something like this on Twitter, but it happened to me in my house too. I was watching football. I was watching college football, and my wife comes and goes, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just watching some wide receivers, looking at some draft picks and stuff, and trying to figure out, maybe what the Chargers could go for and stuff. There's a pretty good wide receiver here." She goes, "What's his name?" And I go, "CeeDee Lamb." And she goes, "You're making that up." So no, that's his name. He goes, "That sounds like a made up thing. You saw a CD and named an animal or something." He's got
one of those names like the Key and Peele sports thing.
CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb.
The University of Downtown Chicago.
Hey, is that Jamie?
That's me.
It's a me.
That ain't you. That ain't no.
What's going on, guys?
So Jamie, Josh Jones is still available.
So is Ezra Cleveland.
51.
So is Denzel
the Chargers
Mims.
could have had a chance at Josh Jones if they kept their second round pick.
Oh my goodness, guys! I know the position for the Rams.
Do tell.
Yeah.
You want to know the position?
Quarterback.
Running back.
Please
tell
me it's a huge reach and they're doing like AJ Dillon.
You guys, look, I know who it is.
Gotta be JK, right?
Nope.
What? Who is it?
It's Mike's boy, Cam Akers.
Oh,
Cam Akers.
That makes a lot of sense.
If you guys think I hated life
Replace
before
Gurley.
not getting Cam Akers,
Hey, well, at least maybe you can write about him.
All right,
Jamie
Jamie.
playing in the same stadium.
that's true. I get to watch him and cover him to a certain degree.
But if the
Wow.
rumors are true, he's going to be in the ugliest uniforms in the NFL this season. So,
With the
I
penis
mean,
on
if
the
the
helmet.
logo's any indicator.
well, yeah, wasn't it? So, what's his name? Albright was saying that his boy told him that who had seen all the jerseys that the Chargers one was going to be the best one, and that the Rams came up with like the worst uniforms that his buddy had ever seen.
Didn't they take Darrell Henderson last year?
They took
They
Darrell
did.
Henderson last year. Yep.
Yeah.
And according to when I talked with
Randall,
Matthew Berry,
like 3 years ago.
Barry said that Sean McVay at one point specifically said that he thought Henderson was the most electric player last year's draft, and he wanted him like really badly, and so he was going to like design plays and have like formations and shit for him. So that's a kick in the balls. Now you have a triple-headed backfield over there.
Man, this sucks too because I just joined a new startup fantasy league and I need running backs this year, and they're all going to shitty situations.
Eagles could probably go Fulton here with CeeDee
Malcolm
Lamb.
Brown, Darrell Henderson, John Kelly, and now adding in Cam Akers. Yeah.
So why do people? Why does the NFL not like Dobbins? I'm confused.
I don't know, man.
I mean, personally, I'm glad I got the whole Akers hype right. Going this early, he would have never survived to a Chargers mid-round pick.
He's going to last till the 4th, and they're going to pass on him like we did.
Real quick, LT 21 2006. Yeah, we're going to do this for tomorrow's rounds as well. Not only the rounds, we're also going to do it through the UDFA rush, at least the first hour or so of that. So yeah, we'll be here tomorrow too.
So somebody brought up another interesting name who for day 3, if he lasts that long, he's been receiving some hype lately that I don't know if he'll quite make it to day 3. But Matt Hennessy is a guy the Chargers met with and is borderline elite RAS. I think he was like an 8-point something. But yeah, he's definitely a guy that 8.92. Yeah, he's definitely a guy that like fits what the Chargers want to do. He's athletic, he's versatile. Like a lot of people see him being able to play any of the 3 interior offensive line positions.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you see him more?
I think he can play any of them.
Okay.
He was at the Senior Bowl too, right? Peterson? Hennessy?
Who was? Hennessy was, yes, at the Senior Bowl, and I think made a decent amount of money there. Because I thought he wasn't really talked about guy prior to like the All-Star Showcase and the Combine and stuff. And I think he worked with Duke, or he worked with LaCharles Bentley this offseason, and got much better. And it showed at the Combine. He had some of the best lateral movements for interior offensive linemen. And people really noticed that. So he kind of shot up from a day 3 pick to potentially going like this round or next round.
Yeah, so on Brugler's guide, he has him as a second, third rounder, and apparently he went to college as a guard, played in 3 games, but then he transitioned to center and started the last 3 seasons at center. So a little experience at guard, but mainly a center through college.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Jamie, have you paid attention to any of the picks today?
I was watching a little bit before I jumped on the call.
Did you see the Broncos pick?
Yeah, they seem to be adding a hell of a lot of speed.
Now we're talking about it.
Little scary.
Yep. The AFC West got a lot faster today, or at least the last 2 days. Yeah.
Adding
3/4 of it did.
I mean, Murray's faster than Perriman, so they technically got faster.
And Thomas
Way
Davis.
faster than Thomas Davis.
Yeah.
Dude, all those plays last year, watching Thomas Davis try to chase somebody down was just the most brutal thing.
Or watching him get juked in space because he couldn't change directions.
I'm surprised he's not in our stream chat right now, being all pissed off that we're talking shit about
defending
him.
himself.
And then getting all of his Carolina minions to talk shit about us too. Oh! I just saw the tip picked.
This is about to be big, guys. This Eagles.
I just saw it get tipped. Oh, Eagles, bro.
Well, I was going to say, like Schefter just said, here's the eye-opening pick in this round. So
I thought for sure he was a future New England
yet.
Patriot. No.
Joe Bocci?
Quarterback.
No shit.
From?
Seriously?
From?
A quarterback?
Former teammate of a Chargers
Why would they
pick
do
from
that?
this year.
Why?
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down.
It's gonna hurt when you realize who it is.
Oh,
Really?
wow. Okay.
Really?
Nice. That was subtle.
Really?
It's going to hurt.
Well, they gave it away with the Oklahoma tip, but
Well, I know, but then right after that came the direct just hurt.
the team with Wentz took Jalen Hurts, huh? Ugh.
I wonder if they're going to be.
Okay.
Racist and force him to be a wide receiver.
They should make him a
Man.
fullback, tight end.
What if they're just like, you're the guy on the Philly special?
That logo is so trash. The Rams are on the selection right now for ESPN. It's just that logo.
Ooh, I bet the Rams love the fact that Goodell mentioned the Chargers before them when he was talking about their new stadium. Did you guys hear that?
Nah, it's on mute.
Talking about the Rams' new stadium, how it'll be home to the Chargers and the Rams.
Oh.
Yes, we were called first.
Second fiddle in their new stadium.
We win.
Do you guys see? I don't know if it was a popular tweet or not, but someone put up, or it actually might have been in our Slack. I can't remember, but it was someone who goes, "Here's the Rams hype video for their jerseys," and it was the scene from the first Hangover where Bradley Cooper's like, "We fucked up," and that's it.
That's good.
It was so damn funny because I looked at it and I go, "Oh, they used parts from The Hangover. I bet this actually might be a decent hype video." And it was just 3 seconds. Man, we fucked up.
It was pretty funny the other day. Somebody tweeted like the account membership of each SB Nation team community, and the Chargers were like 6 spots ahead of the Rams. Apparently, they have like nobody following their SB Nation account, which is pretty hilarious.
Akers is a lot of fun, man. It was fun to watch.
Told you, boys. Come on. And you guys didn't want to pick him in our fake mock. Can't believe you guys wouldn't let me pick him.
The best part was when
Ayuk
we made you pass on him a second time.
Oh, I know.
Oh, look, he's still there.
It was Ezra over, and then it was Ayuk over him.
Yep.
Oh man.
Huh. Jalen Hurts.
God, he's gonna be so freaking good for the Rams. It's gonna make me sick.
To the Eagles. What the hell?
Why would you use a second-round pick on a backup quarterback?
I know that went.
Dude, that shit doesn't make any sense, and I'm waiting for all the Eagles people to lose their damn minds.
Or if they've got a trade.
I bet he has better hands than Aguilar.
Benjamin Salak just tweeted, "This is a dumb job. I never liked this job."
Dude, I love how Kyle Krabs just keeps posting like screenshots of Soliak. Just like, no. Yeah, he just keeps posting screenshots of him from their FaceTime. Just like, oh, this is the worst day.
Arif Hassan says, "I love seeing quarterbacks of the future, Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts, take over for their franchises that are in desperate need of starting quarterbacks."
Mike Garafolo says prediction of Jalen Hurts plays a Taysom Hill role for the Eagles as they groom him. They always groom quarterbacks.
I don't know, man.
This is too funny.
I feel like you watch the LSU game this year and you watch the Georgia game and the national championship game a couple years ago, and you just see how bad he is against real defenses, against fast defenses with NFL players.
Oh, looking at the screenshots
so
of Solak. That's fantastic.
They're definitely like eligible submissions for Accidental Renaissance.
With the Fight Club reference too. That's so great. I am Jack sinking in despair.
Oh man.
What a weird pick. That's great.
Ben Solak just tweeted, anyone who says Taysom Hill is getting insta-blocked.
Oh, man.
So is there anyone here who thinks Jalen Hurts is an NFL quarterback? Anyone at all?
I mean,
Like more than a
technically
backup?
right now he is
I
an
can see
NFL quarterback.
You know what I mean. That's not what I meant.
Okay, so do you mean like a successful starting quarterback, a top 15
Yes,
starting
like,
quarterback? Because
anybody
a guy like,
successful starting quarterback in the NFL.
I mean, I hate to bring his name up with what's, but like Tavares Jackson was a starting
Tim
quarterback.
Tebow won a playoff game against the Steelers.
To me, he's Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow, sure. I mean, it's like
He's a much better passer than Tim Tebow was.
By
That's
far.
not
I
saying a
mean,
whole lot.
we all are. But it's like I just don't see him being a successful top 10, top 15 quarterback ever. No, I don't see that. But I could see him being a starting quarterback on a team that has success. Like, I mean, no one ever would have predicted Tyrod Taylor to be even what he amounted to at this point. So could he have that same kind of career arc? Maybe. I don't know.
Mike, I was about to take the Iowa edge. The Bills.
Baltimore? Oh, Bills?
Bills. Sorry.
Benjamin Albright, given the quarterback injury history, really bold of the Eagles to draft a guy named Hurts.
They've all been saving up these jokes.
It's
For sure.
time. So we're at pick 54, and Josh Jones is still on the board. Ezra Cleveland still on the board.
Man, you know what?
Denzel
Just time to-
Mims.
Just time to
don't
check in.
Matabuke, Willie
You don't
Gay,
need-
Zach
and-
Bond.
See, and
Logan
this is
Wilson.
actually at this point of the slide is where people who disagree with us start being like, well, there's got to be a reason they're still there. See how wrong you guys were for wanting him to go so high?
And that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
I mean, the same thing happened last year to what's his name?
Cody
No,
Ford.
the other one.
Oh,
The one who had supposed injury concerns. Yeah, Taylor.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Jawan Taylor.
And he wound up being the
Jawan
best
Taylor?
rookie tackle of the
Yeah.
year last year. Started
But
every
there's
game.
also instances of the opposite where I was freaking out about TJ Clemmings being available, and he ended up being one of the worst tackles I've ever seen. So, I mean,
See, that's where we all made the
could
mistake
go
of
either
just
way.
like lemminging behind Posey because he was the one who sold us all on Clemmings.
I don't always agree with him, and like I watched him too, and I was like, this guy's incredible, but he was bad. It happens, man.
Man, Baltimore's got Denzel Mims like right in their lap.
They're gonna draft Lamar Jackson again and hope for the best. That would be fun if the Ravens wound up like in the 7th round just drafting Lamar Jackson, the corner.
This would be really, really too high for him.
Yeah, no, not in the 2nd. Like not today.
My God.
At all.
4 rounds too high. Now that I said that, the Chargers are going to draft him in 4th.
They're gonna trade back into the 3rd to draft him.
God damn it. Yeah, you're probably right. AJ Epinesa.
Jalen Rager just tweeted, Jalen, let's go. They can start a reality show. Jalen. See who winds up being the better wide receiver. Boom roasted.
This whole bit where Goodell like looks at the screen at fans booing and stuff is so tired now.
It was tired when they suggested it.
Is it what? I mean, what's the point of
So
it?
they were like in the lead up to the draft
Parody.
yesterday. I had an NFL Network on like all day, and they were saying he basically kept saying that like that's one of the best parts of the draft is that like fans get to interact. And I was like, wait, did he just say that the best part of the draft, one of the best parts of the draft is that fans get to like tell him he's shitty at his job? And he definitely said that.
Yeah, it's like a big inside joke.
Yeah, he thinks it's fun.
I mean, what does it matter? He's getting $40 million a year, so what does it matter? Like, it's boomy, okay.
God, could you imagine if Philly had taken Rager in the first and then also taken Mims in the second?
I mean, even Fulton to combat CeeDee Lamb, you know? But whatever.
Who was it that played Hello Darkness, My Old Friend yesterday?
That was me. Thank you.
Because it felt like the right moment to have that start right there as well.
Yeah.
The silence was just.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, man.
Epi Epinesa. That's awesome. That's his dad. Epi Epinesa. Ah, man. Man, they could have traded back in the second.
Hey, there's some positivity in the chat. With the Chargers not having a pick tonight, we get to watch other teams' fans melt down.
Oh, Ravens just got a running back.
Woo! Flying off the board.
JK?
JK.
Okay. Damn, they got him and they got Patrick Queen. They're just letting it fall to him, man.
Mark Ingram.
Ravens always
there's
do it.
another. There's
Sorry,
another.
What was the positive?
He was just saying that somebody was saying that with the Chargers not having any picks tonight, we just get to spend the night watching other teams' fans melt down.
Yeah, we get to see other teams fuck this up, you know? That's awesome.
Dude, God,
Like
J.K.
the
Dobbins
Seahawks.
going to Baltimore. There's another rookie running back that's not going to be super helpful in fantasy because Ingram's just going to vulture all the touchdowns.
So would you guys feel differently about the draft if they traded back up into, say, the third round and still got Josh Johnson?
Josh Jones.
We had talked about that. Josh Jones. We had talked that. So Richard Wade had said that all four of the day 3 picks equal the 96th pick. If Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland falls to 96, would you pull the trigger and trade all of day 3 for Josh Jones?
That question is to you, Jamie.
All of day 3?
If you're following the chart, yeah. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
That's an awful lot to give up for. I don't think I would. Would you guys?
So when we went around the horn, Garrett and I said no because there's still a fallback plan in like a Jason Peters, and you can use those day 3 picks to fill some holes that we need to. Michael and Daniel both said that grabbing a for sure starter at left tackle is worth mortgaging day 3. Which
Now, to be fair, when the question was posed to us, initially it was talking about moving up in round 2 to try and get Josh Jones, and then when it was posed to the round 3, we were talking about Cleveland, not Cleveland or Jones. If it was Cleveland or Jones in the 3rd, I'm doing it in an absolute heartbeat because if I can get Josh Jones in the 3rd, who I can see being a long-time starting left tackle, I'm doing it in a heartbeat. Like, that position is so important. I get there are absolutely holes they have to fill. Yes, there are. But a starting left tackle to hold down that offensive line for the next 10 years, potentially, in a heartbeat, I do it. Absolutely, I do.
I'm also saying no because I don't want to sit here for 6 hours on the stream tomorrow with no Chargers picks to talk about.
So what do I think about the content? I respect it. I respect it.
There's one thing to sit here for 4 hours tonight talking about no Chargers picks, but to spend all of Saturday with 6 hours waiting for undrafted free agency is kind of rough.
Day 2, when we at least still know the guys' names, we've watched a good portion of them. That's one thing, I guess. But yeah, day 3 would be really rough. That would be hard.
Yeah. So
no, I'm I'm going to fight against that. Frank Blakely in the chat, if he's dropping, he's not a for sure starter. Just someone dropping doesn't mean
yeah.
He's
I
a
mean,
starter
we
or
already
not.
mentioned
That's not
the examples from
necessarily-
last
that's
year
not-
with
yeah.
Juwan Taylor and Cody Ford. Like, both of them dropped, and everyone was like, "Oh, see, they're garbage," and then they were two of the better tackles last year.
There might very well be reasons he does drop, but just because he does or doesn't drop doesn't mean he is or is not a starter. Those two things aren't directly related. So I will disagree there. But I mean, maybe there is a reason he's dropping that we don't know. That
Yeah, I mean, he
definitely
could
be
have
the case.
interviewed poorly. Like, the information we had access to, that his medical's cleared, and his tape said he was a first-round pick.
Maybe there's an off the field issue or something
Yeah.
that we don't know about, or there's something else going on there that we're not privy to.
Could be.
Or maybe he's just another Jordan Love.
I get you.
People didn't
I
see
get
him as
you.
a first round pick.
Yeah, could be. J.K. Dobbins. His real first name is Jacalen. That's nice. I'll pipe by Jacalen.
Is that his agent next to him?
Oh, I don't have that up. I don't know.
Like, who is just this like random white bro in a trucker hat at J.K. Dobbins' house? Like,
So, by the way, in a really enthralling piece of analysis, I had somebody tell me today that Justin Herbert was a surefire success at number 6 because, quote, he was a 4-year starter with a 4.0 GPA and he won the Rose Bowl.
cool.
So that's all we need to know he's going to be successful in the NFL.
An absolute non-quitter.
Only one of those
unrelated.
things has to do with football.
And none of which has anything to do with his success in the NFL.
The only thing that I'd really give any weight to is the 4.0 GPA because it means he's smart and he studies and he works hard. That's
Well, I
about
mean,
the only.
there was that corner a few years ago who was a 4-year starter and was a Rhodes Scholar, and he is already out of the NFL and back to being a doctor.
Dolphins are taking Raekwon Davis.
You can be
Really?
a smart, or you can be. I mean, that's. Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said when we started the show, like, after watching more tape today, if the Chargers do what they can to replicate 2018 Herbert, they will be in a much better position than I felt like yesterday. But that will also mean that the Chargers are going to have to do some work to kind of reinvent the offense a little bit and tailor it towards Justin Herbert.
I think they're doing that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the offense is obviously going to change because Rivers did so much at the line that, like, Steichen was the offensive coordinator, and Wiz was before that, but there was so much that was just, like, left up to Rivers that they're not going to be able to do that anymore, even with a veteran like Tyrod.
At least not right away.
But
Yeah.
I would also say there's a potential that I want to say this was an argument you guys might have made on Lightning Round. Please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but like there's potential that maybe he was changing into plays that were not ideal in those situations, or he was maybe putting them in positions that weren't. I don't know how to word this right, and not but maybe that's not a bad thing that he doesn't have total control of the offense. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I think there were times where Rivers was checking out of running plays and checking into passing plays and putting the ball in his hands when maybe other plays that might have worked better had been called.
I mean, we were talking about it a couple years ago, how predictable some of the things we're getting on the offense. And that was across multiple offensive coordinators. So
Yeah,
I'm not saying it was Rivers. I'm just saying that there is a common denominator, and that is a potential. It might have been plays he was checking into. I'm not saying it is. I don't know that.
Yep. And I think there's a whole new level of tempo they can play with now, too. It's because they're not going to be taking
Right.
the clock down to 1 or 2 seconds on every
Exactly.
play. They're going to be able to speed things up and play with more rhythm and tempo, and I think that'll help Herbert in the long run too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more, like, they can probably run the no huddle a little more often now, which will be nice. And there won't be that kind of second guessing, and definitely the predictability thing. I mean, God, there was 2017 and 2018, you could pretty much bank on it being run, pass, run, pass.
You could predict when that draw play was coming based on the hand
Oh,
signals
man.
given at the line of scrimmage.
Yep. No, and different isn't always, doesn't mean bad. It's definitely going to be different because clearly, I mean, he's not going to be a Rivers as far as his ability. Nothing about him is Rivers, so it's going to be different. It's going to be very different.
Yeah, and you can just be more creative too. You can move him around, move the pocket around, maybe run some more trick plays, be a little bit more open with things. I mean, I think it gives you the opportunity to do things you clearly couldn't do with Rivers.
That fact too is one of the big reasons why I think Pouncey being able to play this year is going to be really important, because a lot of that, like, setting the protection stuff is going to now transfer back to falling on somebody on the offensive line, and having that veteran Pro Bowl presence in Mike Pouncey at center to help get everyone else in line, especially with Okung gone now. Like, they're going to need that guy to be calling out the protections and doing that stuff at the line, because Rivers isn't there to do it anymore.
Well, now you've got Pouncey, Turner, and Bulaga all on the line, kind of holding things down. So maybe that'll help with some of that as well.
And you also have a guy like Q who's played behind, experienced guys. I mean, he's been there with Pouncey. I'm sure he's picked up something. I mean, we haven't had to see him do it yet, so maybe Q can do something like that too. Who knows?
Yeah, it's strange though, because it seems like they really favor Feeney over Quesenberry at center.
Yeah, they keep saying
Pouncey's not able to go.
That was interesting.
Quesenberry was, I thought, pretty good last season. So that is surprising that they're
He
so
was,
gung-ho on
but
Feeney
I also
being
agree that Feeney did look a lot better at center in those preseason games where they had him at center. Like, Feeney just looks way more comfortable at center than he does at guard. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit?
So a guy we were
What oh,
talking
shit?
about being available in the fourth just went off the
Just got
board to the
taken by
Rams.
Donovan
Van
Peoples-Jones?
Jefferson.
Van Jefferson.
Oh, shit. Van Jefferson.
No
Okay.
shit.
Wow.
Van Jefferson went
second.
right now. Well, that tells you why.
Before Denzel
Before
Mims.
Mims.
That's a good, I mean, that's
Dude,
a
that
good
justifies,
get for the Rams, though.
The hype. That definitely justifies the hype on Van Jefferson. That he
Wow.
was definitely being slept on.
Oh, I mean, his route running was ridiculous for sure. So put him with, well, I mean, they did get rid of
They got rid of Cooks.
oh my God, Cooks.
So
Yeah, they got rid of
he's
Cooks.
going
So
to
they have
play really
Cup,
well.
Woods.
He's going to be the speed guy.
You have Cup, Woods, and then Reynolds if you expect him to be a starter. So he could definitely make waves in that receiver group. That's a good fit for him and the team, man.
Dude,
That's
we are
good.
getting close to the end of round 2, and Ezra and
Didn't
Jones
Cooks
are
get
both
traded
there.
to Houston?
Stanley? I don't need this.
Now's the time to make a trade, TT.
Sorry, Garrett. What was that, man?
Oh, didn't Cooks get traded
Yeah.
to Houston?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. He's gone now,
yeah.
so there's an opening in that wide receiver group for
Oh yeah, I
another
gotcha.
back player.
Posey's little spot bet about Mims being the next wide receiver off the board looking real bad right now.
Man.
Exactly. So to be trained in the chat. Rip KP. Yeah.
Is it the Vikings that have the next pick?
Yeah.
7 more picks for the end of the second. Right? Yeah.
Even though it didn't have a pick, its seconds actually felt like it's gone by kind of quick.
That was the 12th wide receiver taken. The league sees Denzel Mims as wide receiver 13. Maybe.
Worse.
Man.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I wasn't even like the biggest Mims fan, but this is ridiculous.
I think he was my number 8 wide receiver, 7 or 8, something like that.
I think that's pretty reasonable, but 13 at best, that's whew.
I just thought he looked lazy on tape sometimes, like slow and lazy. Like if he wasn't the primary read, it looked like he was going through the motions.
Oh, I don't agree there. So, oh man, huh? Okay.
I bet Goodell like has all this stuff on record, and he's just gonna start playing it over and over in his office in his off time. They like me. They really like me.
Where? Yeah, we know the Rams pick. What's the?
Jake Fromm's not even
Vikings pick?
video.
I didn't realize his dad was Sean.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Yeah, we had talked about
Daniel
it. Yeah.
Jeremiah said his comp for Van Jefferson was actually Cooper Kupp.
Oh shit! So there must have been one of the TDN guys that said it, but someone at the Senior Bowl did say like, "Oh, this guy runs routes just like Keenan Allen. Like it's just like him." I mean, you look at the highlights of showing him, and you could easily see Keenan doing stuff like this. I'm not saying he's as good as Keenan. I'm not going to say that, but his route style. So smooth, man.
So the Rams just took Van Jefferson with the pick they got for Brandon Cooks.
Yeah. Oof. Oof. Filthy routes, man.
He just turns guys.
So apparently Trent Williams' agent has said that an NFC team is very interested in trying to make a move. Yeah.
NFC?
They think it's the 49ers.
Well,
Kyle Posey gets everything good in his life, and I hate him.
who? I don't remember who that is.
Yeah.
New Twitter, who dis?
Man, if Mims is that man, if Mims is there where they would have picked in the third, I'm gonna be like next level pissed.
Oh man.
Man,
When Mims, Jones, and Ezra are all three still there.
Yep. Y'all go see a grown man cry.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine Isaiah Simmons, Josh Jones, and Denzel Mims was a possibility?
Oh, Ezra just went to Vikings.
You guys got Ezra Cleveland.
Oh,
Dude,
interesting.
I just called that for my wife, the Vikings fan. I was like, you guys are going to run the ball more than likely. This will be Ezra Cleveland. Here we go.
Nice. Over Josh
I told
Jones.
you
Okay.
they had Brian O'Neill at right tackle, and they got another Brian O'Neill for left tackle.
So the Vikings were apparently one of the most aggressive teams trying to trade for Trent Williams. That is apparently done now.
Well, when you got them falling in your lap, the Jets should just go
man.
Josh Jones, double up on it, Becton and Jones. Why not?
11-pound baby. That's a big kid.
Rappaport just made a mistake that he's going to have to delete his tweet and
Yeah,
retweet.
I was like, wait,
So
what?
somebody was like, Rap Sheet is now saying that the Vikings trading for Trent Williams is off the table, and Rappaport retweeted it saying, after months of trade talks, the Redskins left tackle Trent Williams won't head to Washington. An important development.
And there's the fixed one right
Whoops.
there.
There
said the
it is.
correction.
Happens to the best of us.
Best, worst, and in between. It'll get you at some point. Oh, there's Belichick with his dog. Oh, we got all the pet cams now.
Awesome. Great pick. Vikings having a good draft.
Vikings are having a really good draft.
We're just trying to pull that up.
Justin
They're a team
Jefferson,
that
Jeff Gladney, and Ezra
needed to
Cleveland.
nail all their picks. They needed to nail everything because they had such a low cap space and so many holes to fill. He was 5'10", 180 as a freshman in high school. That's gnarly.
Justin Jefferson, Jeff
And
Gladney,
he was born
Ezra
3 weeks
Cleveland.
early.
That's an
haul
A
so far,
draft.
man.
Solid.
Big boy. He was 3 weeks early and 11 pounds as a baby.
Jesus.
Shit.
That's a
That was a
big
ginormous
kid.
child.
Elephant child.
Oh, Jess just took Mims.
Damn, really?
Oh, that's such a good pick for them.
Replaces, what's his name? Robbie
Damn.
Anderson, yeah.
Robbie Anderson.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, and everyone was talking the first round was going to be either offensive tackle or wide receiver. They get someone who could have gone in the
Wow,
first.
Becton
just
and
late in the
Mims.
second.
That's a good draft for the Jets too.
Woo!
That's great.
That could have been our first two.
That could be us.
Man, I would have been totally fine with that. You would have heard not a complaint from me. Oh man, that's a good get for them. And they have 3 third-rounders to come
God damn.
still to come too today. The Jets do. All these people out here getting loaded up on players, and we just sitting here like do something.
So I told you guys this in the Slack, but I was talking to Daniel Popper last night, and I mentioned to him, basically the Chargers not trading up for a tackle tells us what they think of Trey Pipkins, and his response was, "No, actually, I think it tells us more what they think about Sam Tevy at left tackle."
Don't like that.
And he said that they're convinced that in a different offense with a more mobile quarterback where they can move the pocket and do more design rollouts away from left tackle, that Tevy can be successful at left tackle.
Wow, I was called an idiot for saying that.
Why?
I don't think it's necessarily a smart take.
That's not the point.
Why should we make a position better when we can just run away?
That wasn't
screw making the most of a bad situation. Just forget it.
Good shit, man.
Popper also said he asked Telesco why Kenneth Murray over Patrick Queen. He said Telesco dodged him. He wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah, he did. Popper asked him that on the actual press conference that he did. It was on the Chargers side. I watched it earlier today, and yeah, he basically said, "I'm not going to get into comparing guys who we did and did not take. That no one benefits from that." So, that's essentially
So Telesco and Lynn, they'll avoid any question that may seem like the asker is trying to get them to say possibly something negative about something, right? Because they was like, what did you like about Herbert that, or what don't you like about Herbert that maybe one of the top quarterback had? It was weird. It was a question leading him to say something negative about Herbert. And he was like, I don't know what you expect me to say about that question. He was pretty upfront about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what his response was. I don't know what you expect me to say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Hirschhorn, for some reason, asks some odd questions. And I don't know if you have Hirschhorn lovers in here, but he questionable when he asked Telesco, what did he say? Did you have anything to do with Peyton Manning's draft in 1998? And Telesco wasn't there till 5 years later.
It was 19 and still in college.
Yeah, I mean, it was just it was this really long question, and Telesco's like, I wasn't there, and then moved to the next question, didn't even give it a thought. It was just all right, whatever. Damn, first comment on my article about why I love the Cam Akers pick was crappy pick given other far more pressing needs.
Taking it
Love
from
it.
all sides.
That's what's up. I can't escape this LA hate.
Antonio Gibson, Denzel Mims, Duvernay, Brian Edwards, Lynn Bowden. Good wide receiver still on the board.
Adam Gase's son, like, Dad, look, we're on TV.
Enjoy it
Adam
for this
Gase
year
is
while
like,
you can,
yeah,
kid.
son, you're not going to be saying that when they're talking shit about me on Twitter. And then all the kids show up. You mean we get to be on TV? This is awesome.
We're on the TV.
I think maybe the NFL encouraged coaches and personnel to have kids on the
they
TV.
encourage people to do it today after what's his name from the Titans had like whatever those random
Vrabel?
hill.
Yeah, what if
After his son was
those
dressed like a penis.
what if the NFL was just like everyone needs to try and
Well,
top?
did you see that they
Vrabel?
like zoomed in and like one of his kids was in the back room, like, and it looked like he was taking a shit because it looked like he just wasn't wearing
Yeah, it
pants
looked like it.
and sitting. And Vrabel was like,
What?
no,
I didn't
he was
see
wearing
that.
shorts and
I
he was
didn't
sitting on
see
a
that.
stool, and everyone's like, no, he was definitely taking a shit.
Dude, that's nuts. The Jets added, what was that? Brashad Perryman and Josh Doxson drafted men, so they've got a bunch of tall receivers, super tall receivers.
There's a question in the chat. Who was the reporter who asked Herbert the empty stadium question? I took that that question more as with the COVID-19 issues going on. They've talked about potentially having games without fans. I took it as being that and not necessarily having no fans. No
That's how I
fans
took it,
attending. Yeah. So, but I get where you're coming from though. At first I kind of paused, but then I was like, oh, maybe it's the COVID-19. So it wasn't verified. That was my read.
Hey, it's getting brought up. J-Dog in the thing brought up my helpless child for Rivers comment in my article.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
No, I don't listen. I'm gonna try to put this simple. Love and respect Rivers. Always will. I have like 3 jerseys of Rivers. But obviously, I think a lot of us can acknowledge that there was some frustration with Rivers this year. And I could go on a long tangent about, being realistic about his play over the last 5 or so seasons. But that was kind of a slip of me just remembering how aggravating it was to watch Rivers crumple in the pocket when someone like sniffed the back of his neck. And yes, the pass protection wasn't the best, but there was just a lot of things that was really frustrating about this last season. So that was a little bit of like a Freudian slip where I just like said it without thinking. I even went back to change it and just called him a statue. But he seemed helpless sometimes in the pocket. I'll be honest with you guys. But anyway, yeah, they got really mad in the comments and took it as like me taking cheap shots when that wasn't the case at all. We've all had our problems watching Rivers over the last couple of seasons. So don't take that shit seriously. Come on now. You guys know me well enough. You know all of us well enough. We're not that serious about that.
Patriots just picked Josh Yu, the linebacker.
Who?
Josh Uchi?
Uchi? Is that
from
it?
Michigan.
I think it's Uchi or something like that.
Uchi?
It's Uchi.
They traded up.
Josh Uchi. Yeah, it's a hell of a pick. It was Ravens?
No,
They
Patriots.
traded up and you said they drafted Josh. I almost got real upset.
Oh, sorry. It's not him.
Patriots
Different
got
Josh.
him. Didn't they get Winovich or was it Winovich last season? They're just drafting all the Michigan edge guys. Uchi's good, man. It's a good pick for them. I hate that. You don't like seeing that, and that is a shame. Oh, they must have traded with Baltimore.
So
Uchi had
I wonder what the Patriots gave up. So they traded away their Chargers pick that they collected?
Wait, they traded up from 71, I think, probably.
The Chargers. Was it the Chargers
Wow,
pick?
that's interesting.
Yeah,
So
71.
look at
Yeah, they gave up 71 and 98 for
Look
60
who's in the
and
background.
129.
Of what?
So
Of
Drew
what?
Rosenhaus, one of the biggest agents in the game, is with Josh Uchi. Like that's his like primo client this year.
Oh, yeah.
What's Uchi gonna play for the Patriots? Because I thought Uchi was like an edge guy, or like mainly on the edge.
He was at Michigan.
Yeah, I don't see him being an off-ball guy though, unless they're messing around with the defense.
I mean, they're probably going to put him in that Van Noy role now that he's gone.
Maybe. Yeah, I can see that.
Kyle Duggar and Josh Uche, huh? Okay.
All right, so Teddy in the chat.
They lose? So they lost Van Noy. Didn't they also lose Deron Harmon?
Yeah.
I mean, is that just essentially replacing the guys they lost in?
Deron Harmon? Deron Harmon's a
Deron Harmon went to the Lions. Hey, quick question. Teddy in the chat says, what player would you guys want should the Chargers target at the top of the fourth to salvage
we're
the draft?
We're going to talk about that probably at the end of the third round when we see who's still on the board, but we've already kind of highlighted that like wide receiver, corner, defensive line, tight end, and maybe offensive line, depending on who's there. Those are going to be the targets at the top of 4.
Justin Montebuke's still there. Christian Fulton's still there. If they want to go edge, Zach Bond's still there. Josh Jones, obviously.
Those guys
Jordan
probably
Elliott's
won't be there in the
still
fourth,
there.
So it's
No, I know. I'm just,
I guess we're about to start the third.
I'm saying who's still left.
Could at least be one of those names, though.
I would think that pick at the top of the fourth, assuming they don't trade up, is probably going to be a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Maybe the best wide receiver or best corner on the board, depending on who's there.
Yeah.
And what they think the value is. But probably a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
wide
my
receiver
guess.
makes the most sense because of this draft. Like, you can get a day 2 talent at the top of 4 at wide receiver this year.
But is there a name? Well, I guess we got to see at the end.
Well, I mean, some of those that we've mentioned, like Peoples-Jones.
Peoples-Jones, man.
But he was asking that would salvage this draft.
I mean, that would start to salvage it. Like, one of those guys is going to be a guy who you're going to be picking a starter in the 4th round.
Maybe a Lynn Bowden.
Oh, Titans just got Christian Fulton.
Would you take Gibson that early?
That's a good pick for Titans, man.
I could be talked into Gibson that early. I don't know if I'd love the value there, but I could see why they like. He obviously we talked about during the mock draft that
most serious,
he'd help the team.
Back I've ever seen.
It would make sense. So like, yeah, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Josh Hightower. Duvernay.
Yeah,
you guys talked about Duvernay.
John Hightower.
John. I meant John. My bad. Yeah.
Evan Duvernay would be likely to be there at that point.
Yeah, you're going to have some guys in the 4th that you can choose from. There's definitely going to be guys. But as far as you mentioned tight end earlier, though, you don't have to worry about that until the 7th when they take Breland. So that's put it in 10. That's just, yeah.
I mean, looking at tight end, the Virginia tight end, Dalton Keene, was an elite RAS guy that I think they'd probably look at.
Oh, shit. The Packers, this isn't that big of a deal. But the Packers are now QBs are A-Rod and J-Lo.
That is fantastic.
That's funny.
That's yeah.
That's wild.
God damn it.
That's beautiful. I love that. Happy accident.
Gandy Golden's probably a target there, too.
Yeah, but why would they get Gandy Golden when they've got a Mike Williams?
You know, I'm just trying to find some upside. Well, I mean, don't you think he's a good value pick there at the top of 4? I would say so.
I mean, and it reduces the need for a tight end a little bit.
If you view the idea of making Herbert a safer pick early on, by giving him receivers who can go and get balls that aren't thrown perfectly, then yeah. And that's not a slight at Herbert. That's just a rookie QB thing. If you just want to make their job easier, give them guys that they can trust.
So Gandy Golden's still available. Lynn Bowden, Duvernay.
I didn't watch any Lynn Bowden. How much receiver did he actually play?
He wound
this
up with
season?
like almost 800
Tyler
receiving yards.
Johnson.
Oh shit. So I think he's actually not. He's not going to be drafted. But there was a football player named Ahmad Wagner. Basketball player from Iowa. Go play football at Kentucky, and he's like a 6'7", 6'8" tight end / receiver. And he was the state of like Ohio's best senior season in high school.
So Peterson, I was wrong. I just looked it up. So he had 745 receiving yards last year. He had 30 receptions for 348 receiving yards this year, but he had
Sorry, go ahead.
He had 1,500 rushing yards this season.
That's because he started 8 games at quarterback.
The Packers just took a running back.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Do you want to guess? We're going to be
Aaron Jones,
college kid.
A.J. Dillon.
A.J.
Boston
Dillon.
College, right?
That's so stupid.
In the second round.
Yeah.
The Packers have Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams.
Go, man.
So wait a minute. They got rid of Danny Vitale, their fullback this past season. Before that, they obviously had Kuhn. Do you think they just want that surefire guy to get a couple yards? I could see them doing that.
Do you think Dillon's that guy?
I mean, he's 250 pounds.
What are we talking about?
He's not going to step in. Aaron Jones just did what he did last year.
A.J. Dillon just went to the Packers, Jamie.
Like, Aaron Jones had 1 million touchdowns last season. They're not going to draft A.J. Dillon. But even if that's still a high-ass pick for no reason. If he's going to be...
It doesn't make any sense.
I can't justify it. I can't justify anything with that pick right now.
I got him as a
bad.
I have a hard time justifying either one of their first 2 picks, to be honest with you.
Everybody, yeah.
Let's see.
But
I got a buddy who's
quarterback. I get it, but it's at least a quarterback. You know, I mean, for this is crazy.
I was thinking Dillon was like a 5th or 6th round pick.
That's what I had him as.
He's just he needs so much open space to build speed, and even a little bit of penetration trips him up. I'm not a fan at all.
Man,
you make
Jordan
him stop
Love,
his speed.
A.J. Dillon. Woo.
For a team that needed wide receiver in the worst way, that's 2 guys that are not wide receivers.
I'm sure A-Rod's really happy right now too.
Oh, you know he's ecstatic.
Rumors
were
starting today.
Probably.
There's rumors starting today that he's gonna finish his career as a Bear, just to fuck the Packers.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be fun. It'd be good to get Allen Robinson a wide receiver finally, or a quarterback.
It just seems like they're trying to piss off A-Rod with these picks, doesn't it? Like they're actively trying to get under his skin.
A.J. Dillon in the 2nd round, man.
He's gonna go to the Bears just as shitty and annoyed as Jay Cutler.
How do you justify that pick in the 2nd? Like, your first 2 picks in this draft will not see the field at all.
I mean, Love's not going to see the field for 2 years at least.
He better not. If they want to win.
Contract was through 2023, I thought.
I think they have an out after 22. So,
yeah, they do.
Is he going to falter that much, though?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, they can get out after the next 2 seasons easy. Yeah.
So Jonathan Taylor was getting interviewed after the Colts selected him, and somebody asked him about his new quarterback. He called him Mr. Rivers.
That's great.
I'm sad that he didn't call him Old Man River.
You got people saying they hope Rodgers forces a trade.
I don't know how you can take him on though. Isn't he making like $30 million a year?
My Devontae Adams shares really hopes that doesn't happen.
His cap number this year is 21.6, and then jumps up to 36 next year and 39 and 22.
It's gonna be tough to move, man.
Yeah, I mean they could technically get out of his contract after this season. They would only get $5 million back, but they're still at least in the positive. But
what are the numbers after this year?
After this season, he has 36 on the cap, but they get $5 million of cap savings if they cut him. 22, it's 39 against the cap, but they save 22. And then in 23, it's $28 million with 25 savings.
So
Cameron Dantzler is still available.
Yep.
I'm just looking at corners.
So Roster Watch just retweeted their tweet from back on February 25th when they were interviewing LaFleur and asked him if Aaron Jones finally showed enough to receive a heavier load without so much splitting with Jamal Williams next year when they're both healthy. And LaFleur told them that they actually need to find a third guy to add to the mix, and they didn't believe it.
Oh, I remember that.
And now they just retweeted it and said, "Oh my God, this turned out to be true."
They weren't lying.
Well, we need the Chiefs to fuck this up, man. The AFC West has done pretty well. The Raiders haven't done good, but
the Packers took a developmental quarterback and a 247-pound running back in the first 2 rounds of a real NFL draft. Somebody said LaFleur just wanted to have Derrick Henry again. Whoops.
Troy Pride make it to the 4th. Zap us in chat. Maybe.
So we only got 2 more picks before the end of the second.
Yeah.
Josh Jones, still on the board.
Damn it, Stanley.
Feels bad.
Neville Gallimore's still on the board, right?
He is.
So is Matabuke.
And Jordan Elliott, you said.
Yeah, Jordan Elliott.
Corners, Amik Robertson is still there. Cam Dantzler, Bryce Hall. I know everyone loves Bryce Hall. Josiah Scott, Reggie Robinson, Troy Pride, Michael Ojemudia. What about him, Peterson? Michael Ojemudia. What do you think about him?
Didn't watch an absolute ton of him, but he had a decent showing at the Senior Bowl. Had some good reps against Chase Claypool. It showed that he can handle some bigger, wider receivers. He's a physical guy coming from Iowa. Their corners absolutely have to be able to tackle. Him and Geno Stone, both really good in that area. I like him. He's also sizable. Again, he's not a small corner by any means. He can play on the outside. Not the super fastest. Like you'd want him to probably be in the 4.4s. I think he was like a very low 4.5 guy. But in the Charger zone heavy scheme, I think he'd be just fine. As a 4th, 5th, I'd probably say 5th round pick is where I would want him.
Okay.
I actually watched him a little bit the other night because he kept popping up in the 4th and 5th round in my mock drafts. I think he's a guy. It seemed like he had a little bit of trouble changing direction at times. Like he almost has to stop and redirect to break on routes that are breaking in front of him. But he is a physical guy. He's a good tackler for sure.
He's very high in the draft also. He's a 9.18.
I thought he played the man instead of the ball a little bit too much at uncontested situations too. But seems like a decent athlete, and he's tough.
The Panthers are trading up behind the Chiefs for the last pick of the second draft, or the second
Where'd
round.
the Chiefs go?
They're announcing it right now.
I don't know yet.
Hey, real quick.
Willie Gay.
Willie Gay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They don't have a problem with taking guys who are questionable with the law, so I'm not surprised.
So the Chargers and Chiefs are combating speed at wide receiver by drafting athletic linebackers.
So Owen Reese, who writes for 247's Packers Report, is also an offensive line coach at Wisconsin and Whitewater, but he is fairly certain LaFleur coached Derrick Henry, and that means he wants to run the football. And Jones and Williams are both upcoming free agents, so it gives them the idea of potentially replicating Tennessee's offense and all that shit.
A.J. Dillon is not Derrick Henry.
Except A.J. Dillon isn't Derrick Henry. Yep.
No.
I
There's
gotta
not
look.
many Derrick Henrys.
Can you believe the Chiefs really just took a dude who punched his quarterback in the face in college and cheated?
They
literally
also
do
took
not-
one of the most athletic linebackers in
because
this
if you-
class.
I
Because
know.
Andy Reid
They-
won't take that shit.
I genuinely
They took
I
receiver,
genuinely do not
Mike on the
care.
stomach. So
I do not care about the test part, but the punching. I mean, there has to be a story behind that one. I'd want to hear the story before I said anything else. But I don't care about the cheating part of the test. I don't care about that.
Willie Gay, linebacker 4 in terms of athletic testing. Guess who's number 2?
Kenneth Murray.
Simmons is 1. Kenneth Murray 2.
Well, that's funny too because a lot of the mock drafts had the Chiefs going Kenneth Murray for the entire offseason. It's been Kenneth Murray to the Chiefs as like one of the options. So
Oh shit!
when they go somewhere else first, they get the.
I saw
The
what
Panthers just traded up
got.
for Chin.
Jeremy Chin.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Their first good pick of the draft.
Jeremy Chin.
one of Charger Twitter's favorite players.
The Panthers just made their first good pick of the draft. It's good.
Hey, the Howie Roseman's on live, probably going to discuss the Jalen Hurts pick.
Oh,
I wonder what's going to be said.
good luck.
Wow. So the Panthers just got who again?
Jeremy Chin.
Chin.
They got Brown, Grossmatos, and Chin. They're stacking their defense.
Man, so Josh Jones is going to follow the third.
God damn it.
Yeah, buddy.
We were completely on board with him at 23, and he's in the third.
Because reasons.
It's okay.
Guys, the Howie Roseman conference is filled with comments screaming at him. That's so funny.
Part of me was kind of hoping the Raiders would draft Jalen Hurts just because I think he's going to suck, and I would have loved that.
All right,
3.
halfway through the day.
So at this rate, this is going to be over by 11 o'clock, my time at least.
Third round usually goes faster.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it does.
The clock speeds up,
The end
too.
of the third round is what slows down a little bit because there's a lot of trades right at the end of the third.
Yeah, this guy puts the Packers thing in perspective. Oh, it's Justice Musqueta. The Packers were one game away from a Super Bowl and came away with a QB2 and a running back 3.
Man, always count on Justice to put it in perspective, man. That's great.
And they pissed off their star quarterback.
Yeah, yep. And did not help him. They didn't get him a wide receiver. He's begging at this point.
Yeah, I love how he was like, I'd love to get a skill position player, and they were like, okay, here's a quarterback.
And a running back that's 250 pounds.
Do
Damn.
something with this.
I could definitely see the Packers letting Aaron Jones walk in free agency, though.
So who picks it? Is it still Bengals, the 65? Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Justice's latest tweet is Josh Jones hype, and then it's Tyler the Creator saying, "Well, so that was a fucking lie." I love that gif so much. That's so damn funny. Damn. Betts' response to Aaron Nagler saying, "Watch Dylan truck through defenses in December at Lambeau" is funny as shit.
What did he say?
It's just this random picture of like this weird waxy mannequin person staring off into space. It's very creepy, but it really sets the mood.
So did you guys rewatch Murray after last night?
Oh yeah, we already talked about it. Did you?
I haven't yet. I'm going to do it tonight. I'm going to rewatch him and Herbert tonight. Does anybody have different opinions after rewatching?
Yeah, I feel a little better about him. He definitely didn't get used in pass coverage very much at all. Mostly zone when they did. Like in the 4 games I watched, he had maybe 4 or 5 man coverage snaps, and mostly because if he wasn't blitzing or in run support, they had him spying the QB. But he's really good at that, which is good because the Chargers haven't really had anyone who's been good at that. Like that's why any slightly mobile quarterback has always put up like 30, 40 yards against the Chargers and winds up getting all these extra first downs because they haven't had anyone that's good at spying the quarterback. With the Chargers tackling problems, it was really nice to watch Murray because even though he doesn't have like really great tackling technique, like his tackles are really ugly, but his hands and his arms are just so strong that if he gets a couple fingers on you, he's usually able to just bring you down, like no matter what. So that was pretty encouraging, and he is extremely, extremely athletic and more instinctual than Denzel Perryman. Like he is a massive upgrade over either Perryman or Thomas Davis.
I'm looking forward to watching him again. I kind of felt like, just off the top of my head, it seemed like he was a guy who maybe took some overly aggressive routes. And like you mentioned, it seemed like he was swinging guys to the ground because he was maybe not taking the best angles, but he was getting guys to the ground.
That is one of the negatives that I had on him is he was over aggressive from time to time. And also like what was kind of like a weird, relationship was that he was really good at like avoiding blocks, but if somebody did get their hands on him to block him, they were able to shut him down pretty easily.
He stepped in.
Like he didn't really have a plan or the hands to be able to free himself if somebody did get their hands on him.
He's so big and strong that you think that's something they'd be able to teach him, as opposed to a guy like Jatavis who just stuck to people because he was so small.
If he spends like a couple days with Joey Bosa learning how to use his hands, that'll be super beneficial to him.
Logan Wilson just went to the Bengals at the top of 3.
Yep.
And Gavino weeps. The Logan Wilson dream is dead.
Wilson's got a cutout of himself in the background in his house.
I thought that's what that was, but I wasn't sure.
It was like a fat head or a cardboard stand-up of himself in the living room.
Fantastic.
Wow, I didn't know he was a corner and a wide receiver in high school before he was a linebacker.
Man, people were comparing him to Kyle Van Noy, and he's getting some.
Yeah, people were saying he's
second
better
round
than Van
hype.
Noy coming out. Logan Wilson.
Who was? I'd say Van Noy is more versatile and probably a little bit faster. I don't think Wilson did anything in terms of rushing the passer, getting up to the quarterback, and Van Noy was able to do that.
Van Noy is also like
Patriots.
3 inches taller and has an extra 20 pounds.
Damn. I didn't realize we were talking with Wilson because he was picked. I swear, like an hour ago, people were like, wow, Logan Wilson's going to be picked by the Bengals at the top of 3. So
wow.
Antonio Gibson
to the
just went to the Redskins.
Dude, are you kidding me? I could have guessed that shit, dude. I just had a feeling that Gibson was way too valuable and versatile to wait that long.
The comparison I heard for Wilson was Van Der Esch.
Someone told me he was a more refined Van Der Esch at this point.
Those are the comparisons that I heard.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said
That's
Van
what I was
Noy.
talking about. Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah. That's what I meant. But so he was getting like second round hype, but that didn't work out either.
Yeah, there were people on Chargers Twitter who wanted him at 37.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't have taken it at 37, but if he fell to 71 here.
Somebody
Which
just
is
said
coming
it in the chat. At what point would you guys want to trade up for Josh Jones? Like 20 picks ago.
Man.
So wait, who just? Bengals picked him. They just replaced Nick Vigil with Nick Vigil.
Hey.
It's funny because one of his only scholarship offers was Utah State, and he's just another like 6'2", 240-pound, like just generic linebacker. Like, first off, he's gonna be a running back in the pros, Mr. Goodell.
Emory Hunt thinks he's going to be the Debo Samuel in the Redskins
see
offense.
Yeah, no, most definitely, I could see that.
That's why I was so pissed that the 49ers got Ayuk, because Debo and Ayuk is just so... You could do, like, Kyle Shanahan controlling that is just going to be so fun.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is a huge Niners fan, and he texted me this morning to ask me about Ayuk. I told him, man, you're going to love him. He's going to be so much fun in that offense. The way they're going to manufacture touches for him and get the ball to him in space and let him run and create, he's going to be so much fun to watch.
I mean, it sounds like you're describing Debo Samuel, though, when you say that. Like, they're probably both going to get that stuff. I mean, if Jalen Hurd comes back, he might be a decent flanker in their offense, but, like, they've got a lot of guys that they can just do a bunch of stuff with.
I guess Shanahan said that Ayuk was the one wide receiver in the draft who made him the most excited.
I don't know who the Lions took. I know that the Jets took Ashton Davis, that Cal safety.
I mean, with a lot of these guys that we expected to possibly go on day 3 going now, there is the chance that someone we didn't expect to be there at 4 will be there, top of the 4th. So I'm holding out.
Who got Ashton Davis?
Jets.
Whoever 68 is Jets.
Damn. I like their draft.
Yeah, Jets are having a good draft.
Yeah, they are, man. Becton, Mims, and Davis? Shit.
Somebody just posted the card on Logan Wilson on what they put up on ESPN. And on the graphic, the last bullet point is gained 46 pounds during college.
Same.
That sounds like a sorority hazing episode. So if Jets took Ashton Davis, where's the Lions?
So who do the Lions pick right here if Davis just went to the Jets after them?
I don't know. If you're asking me, I don't know. Are we guessing?
No, how do you know the guy after the Detroit Lions picked?
He just texted me the Jets.
Oh, your guy
texted you.
Twitter kind of did too.
skipped
Like
the Lions.
I already saw the Jets pick.
I thought
on Twitter,
Oh, you
yeah,
did
but
too?
I haven't seen the Lions anywhere.
They passed.
They decided to wait like the Vikings a few years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, the Lions took
So
a
Connor
defensive
Rogers
end. Julian
said that-
Okwara.
do that.
Okwara.
Notre Dame?
Quick note, Connor Rogers says that Matt Miller the other day on the Bleacher Report draft show that the Jets might play Ashton Davis at cornerback. That would be interesting. Julian Okwara. The thing is, Antonio Gibson's probably going to play wide receiver actually with the Redskins, based on the fact that they're loaded at running back still. Or just call him offensive weapon, I guess.
Just move him around like we talked about on the mock draft.
Man.
Did they just say Okwara broke his neck?
Leg.
Oh.
That's the second Okwara in Detroit.
They also drafted Kuda in the first round. I guess you could say they're having an okay draft.
Hey.
Hate that. Hate that. Stanley.
Yeah, man, that's a day 3 joke. Let's leave that for tomorrow.
I traded up for that joke.
So I got a guy.
Oh,
Garrett's
man,
just
come on.
pissed you beat him to it.
There's a real. This is where we get our value jokes in.
I got a guy at the top of 4 that I would actually be really into, and that's Florida's Jabari Zuniga. I think he'd be killer.
Edge rusher?
Yep. He wouldn't start, I understand that, but I mean, him and Nwosu would probably fight it out a little bit, but I like him. I think he really fits the profile of like that true Leo. I just think he's a heck of a value. He was a really good tester in Indianapolis too.
Man, Ashton, look at those curls, bro.
Then where do you see Nwosu playing? Because that seems like
I understand it. This is a pick knowing Ingram's probably gone after this season, and it would provide a depth piece that they need. And at the end of the day, he would still probably challenge Nwosu. If it was those two, I would think they'd still battle it out. I wouldn't give it directly to Nwosu at all. But I think they need an edge support or depth as well. Well, it's hilarious. So Julian's joining his brother Romeo in Detroit, and then that makes the 4th team to have a set of brothers on their team together, joining the Patriots, the Seahawks, and
Steelers.
Steelers, yeah. Adam Schefter said that the Jets have Shaquille and Shaquem Griffin in his latest tweet. Come on, Shefty. That's hilarious. Seahawks fans are mad. The Jets have Shaquille and Shaquem. It's always nice seeing Schefter screw up because it makes him feel more human. It makes me feel better about myself.
Somebody just tweeted it was Justice at Packers. Is this a bit you're doing?
Is this a bit?
All right, is somebody opening a pack of chips, or is Stebbins trying to drill his way out of his jail cell?
Yes and yes.
That must be a tough bag of chips.
No, not a bag of chips. Not a bag of chips.
Popping bubble wrap?
I wish I need to come mute. I have to go back to my computer and mute this. God damn it.
Seahawks just took Damian Lewis, guard from LSU.
Okay. Sucks for DJ Fluker.
No, you had that backwards. It's DJ Fluker sucks.
Yes. He was still nice enough to shout out the Chargers for giving him a chance.
He seems like a really nice guy. He was never really that good.
He was pretty good at right tackle his first year, and then it was straight downhill after that.
No, that's exactly what happened, man. He was like a Pepsi Rookie of the Month one time or the week or something like that as a rookie. And I don't know what happened, man.
I think it's that we all really underappreciated Jeremy Clary at right guard.
No, he sucked too.
I don't know. As soon as he left, things got way worse.
Wait, did you say Clary at right guard or right tackle?
He was a tackle. No,
right
he was
tackle.
the right guard when they had Fluker at right tackle his rookie year. That's what I thought.
I think that was Clary.
No, he was
No,
he was gone by then, wasn't he?
That was his last year because the next year is when he won the Super. No, was it the year he won the Super Bowl? I think it was his last year. It was his last year because the next year he went to the Broncos, and then the following year he won the Super Bowl with them.
So Jeremy Clary's last year was 2014, and Fluker's first year was 2016. So they had two overlapping years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Clary was just underappreciated because things, as bad as they were, they got worse when he left.
Well, yeah, I think he's the last good right tackle they had, right? I'll tell you what, though, when I did that little piece looking back on Marcus McNeil, I was like, is this when everything started? This second-round pick that was this All-American everything in college and was amazing, and then just fucking got hurt after he signed his big deal. It was so...
Can I just place an online order?
He was hurt when he had issues when they drafted him, though.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. He had the
stenosis of the spine when they drafted him.
Yeah.
So they were always kind of playing with fire with that one. But he was so good.
He was lucky enough that he lasted through his first contract, but contract that he signed, it was 6 years. I'm like, they don't do that anymore. They don't touch 6 years.
That was his first contract after his rookie deal? Or that was his rookie contract?
That was the new deal he signed, yeah. It was 6 years, like $44 million or something like that. It was actually a really good deal for back then. Big one.
He didn't play very many years of that, did he?
No, he played maybe he survived 1 year, or it was within that first year that he just, yeah.
And he he held out to get that deal too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think that was right. Go ahead.
What was that right tackle's name in the early 2000s who was really good, got paid, and then he went to trash really quick after he got paid? I want to say it was the right tackle.
You're talking about the kid from Miami. Hell was his name?
Early 2000s?
Yeah, he was part of that. He was part of the group with Goff and McNeil and Hardwick.
Oh, I can find him.
Shane something. He came out of Miami. I know that. They drafted him in the fifth round.
I'll find it real quick. I miss Lorenzo Neal so much.
Shane Olivier.
Yeah.
I wanted to say Shane O'Hara, but I knew that wasn't right.
Shane Olivier. He was a 7th round pick in 2004.
Yep.
So it was really Goff, Hardwick, Dealman.
Man, he had some good years though.
Yep.
Shit, did he have a good year or two?
The other tackles that were Roman Oben and Leander Jordan.
Roman Oben at the end of his career, yeah.
He was 33. Jordan was 28.
Yeah.
Hey, Garrett, the chat's asking you to play the drums to fill some time.
They've been begging.
Oh, my set behind me?
Yeah.
Man, people were asking yesterday, and then they were total dickheads on here, so maybe I'll wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, but you guys don't be dicks. Just kidding. We love you all, but
seriously.
Maybe not all of you.
But seriously, if tomorrow goes by and you guys are mean, there'll be hell to pay.
Be cool online.
There's no point in getting toxic over 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks.
And it's okay if
sure
it's
there
free.
is.
Wait. I think we were pretty toxic about the punter pick when that happened, weren't we?
punter
Brandon
pick?
Jones went to the Dolphins.
Couple years back.
Safety.
When they picked
Kaiser.
Kaiser.
Yeah, weren't we a little bit toxic when that happened? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. Remember, like that draft was so good. We're like, I don't care. You could draft a fullback and a kicker. We
That's
wouldn't
right.
care.
Because
And
it
then
was
they
both
did,
the same.
and then we're like,
yeah. That's right. That's right.
The Dolphins just took Brandon Jones, Texas safety.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you guys, but you've been talking over me.
Yeah, because you're nice and quiet.
'Cause you guys.
So Mike Reese, the Patriots reporter, did a tweet about Uche getting, obviously getting selected. Uche is 6'1", 245, considered versatile, has a bit of a Teddy Bruschi profile. And Bruschi was like, I had 14 sacks my senior year and 52 in my career. But yeah, okay, welcome to New England, kid.
God damn.
That's funny.
That's fucking brutal.
He's got to
Dude,
humble these kids real quick.
There's only been one tight end taken, right?
Yeah, just commit.
Yeah, this class was awful.
It was a really bad tight end class. Really bad.
Very irrelevant. Yeah. Justice took a screenshot of his Google screen saying, "Can you citizens arrest a GM?"
Oh, your boy Matabuke just went to the Ravens.
Oh fuck, man! The Ravens
Damn,
are
that's
killing it.
They always
Ravens,
do.
man.
They're really good at
They just-
drafting.
They just let it fall down to them. That's what they do.
Oh man!
Shit.
So they got Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, and now they're gonna get Matabuke. Man,
What did
Pretty
you guys
good.
think? What did you guys think of the Dolphins' Robert Hunt pick?
Oh, and that was the Chargers pick.
oh 71.
It was.
Fuck!
It was.
Fuck!
So
Oh,
Jones would have been there.
no.
Matabuke would have been there.
Jones would
So
have still been there.
The Chargers
Oh my
could have
God.
gotten Simmons, Mims, and
Oh, Matabuke
Jones.
was my guy, dude. Fuck, I love
they
him.
also they would have had their pick of the top second tier tackles. They would have had their pick of second tier wide receivers. Wow.
Because who's still left? Gallimore still left. Matabuke, Jordan Elliott. Fuck.
Good tackle still out there, yeah.
O2 is still there.
Yeah, but he was more of a
O2,
day
yeah.
three guy. I
He's a
think.
day 3 guy, yeah.
Yeah,
Still.
but just those, yeah. Man.
Raekwon Williams.
No, I think Raekwon. You mean Davis?
No,
He went to-
Davis is gone.
Yeah.
I was
yeah.
talking about Raekwon Williams, the kid from Michigan State.
Oh, gotcha.
I didn't care for him, but there were some people who did.
Dang. Jaguars are taking Davon Hamilton, the defensive tackle.
Oh, from Ohio State. The one that we got in the mock.
Who did the
Oh.
Cardinals take?
God damn
I
it!
haven't
Yeah, I was
seen
just
yet.
gonna say, where the fuck is the Cardinals pick?
it says the pick is in, but I haven't seen it anywhere yet.
Getting jumped.
I wonder if this is Josh Jones
For who?
For the Cardinals.
for the Cardinals.
I would hate that. I'd be
Ooh,
really
that'd be a
upset.
good pick for them, though, if it was.
God,
Yeah.
that means they
Make
got
a lot of
Simmons and
sense.
Jones. They're taking our draft.
Fuckers.
Dude, it's just so funny. Trevor Sakema says, "You idiots let the Ravens get Patrick Queen, Dobbins, and Justin Matabuke." Idiots. Everybody.
Idiots.
Yeah. Dude, that last video of Roger Goodell, that's the reason why I saw someone tweet. They were like, "Why is Roger Goodell trying to seduce us?"
Because he's on the
sitting in-
couch now.
He's in his really comfortable looking mahogany couch and dark
Yeah.
wood panels.
It's Josh
behind him.
Jones. Motherfucker.
Arizona?
Yep.
Oh,
Damn it.
fuck.
Arizona
Damn
is having the Chargers draft right now.
Beer me, Blazer. Damn it.
Who did the Cardinals take in the second?
I will
They'll
tell
probably
you.
They,
Flash
they,
it
they
here in
didn't
a
have
second.
one. They didn't have one.
Oh.
Because they gave one up for DeAndre. So they selected DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I'd take that draft.
Isaiah Simmons, DeAndre Hopkins, Josh Jones. I'd say that's pretty good.
Okay, I'll grab a beer. 1 sec.
So Josh Jones.
All right, well, Well.
So it's wide receiver or bust in the 4th round right now.
There's a lot of good defensive tackles still left.
There really are.
Dancer's still there too, right?
Yeah, at corner,
Yeah.
So is Amik Robertson, and though he's 5'8", but a lot of people do like. You got Jordan Elliott, Neville Gallimore, James Lynch, Lecky Fotu, Jason Strowbridge, Telvin Agim, Richard Lawrence. All guys that could be there in the 4th.
So the Browns traded up for the Saints pick behind Jacksonville, who just took Davon Hamilton.
Dude, Cliff Kingsbury is definitely a Bond villain.
You mean in that, like, his little bungalow with the fire pits outside?
Dude, his fucking house.
You know what's funny is that when he was setting up the camera to be filmed, he's like, hey, can you get those fire pits in the background?
Right.
That
he's
was
like,
so staged.
He's like, no, don't aim straight at the couch.
Yeah.
You got to get these giant floor-to-ceiling windows with my pool and my fire pit and my cabana.
Yeah, he's like, hold on. Let me open my giant sliding glass door so I can kind of sit in the doorway while I make the call.
And let me use my remote-controlled sunshades that cover my floor-to-ceiling windows and put those up.
A straight shot? What the fuck you doing, man? Go wide. Go up in the ceiling. Get my fucking fire pits.
You know what? Just watch out. I'll do it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Way to rub it in, Pro Football Focus.
What?
Houston offensive tackle Josh Jones in 2019. 325 pass block snaps. 2 pressures given up. 2.
Yep.
Wow.
Arizona, one of the reporters, Cardinals wanted to go offensive tackle, but because Isaiah Simmons fell, they ended up going Isaiah Simmons, ended up getting Josh Jones at 72. Jesus.
Ugh.
Could you imagine just like, man, we really want Wirfs here, but we can't let Isaiah Simmons go.
Feels bad.
So they accidentally got what we wanted.
Yeah. Isaiah Simmons, DeAndre Hopkins, Josh Jones.
What pick did the Packers have in round 1?
Josh Love?
No.
Jordan Love?
What number?
Oh, I don't know.
26.
Oh. I was going to say, so somebody just tweeted that something that made me think maybe they could have saved us from ourselves, but it said that the alternative option before moving up to take Love was to take a box linebacker.
The Chargers?
No, the Packers.
Yeah, the Packers.
Oh. I was like, if those motherfuckers go linebacker again.
Double dip.
Though Davis Gaither's still available.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently the Saints were ready to take Keith Murray or Kenneth Murray too.
Saints took Zach Bond. That's a really good pick.
Yeah, he's gonna have a good career in that defense.
They stopped it. This is where everybody's gonna stop the slides.
Yeah. Yeah, most people that slide like this don't get out of the third. Unless they're, like, dying.
I have a bad feeling all the picks tomorrow are going to be guys we did not expect.
Who?
You know, that's yeah. That's what pisses me off so much. You end up watching like 100 fucking guys, and then they take 2 guys you didn't want, and then by the 4th round it'll be nobody you watched, It's like I don't know who the fuck this guy is at a Akron.
So I totally forgot about him, but Missouri's Jordan Elliott is still on the board.
Yeah,
And he was
We were just talking about him. Yeah.
Okay, sorry if I apologize, but that's crazy. I mean, Neville Gallimore, his agility has kind of killed him, but the athleticism is still there. Moss, I'm just looking at all the guys available.
We really like Dantzler. He's still there.
Oh yeah, Dantzler for real. He's a guy who's going to fit Bradley's system for sure.
Lucas Niang could fall.
Lucas Niang still there. Sadiq Charles, Bryce Hall, who used to be like one of the top corners expected this year
before that injury.
Prince Tega, Dantzler. Hell, I'd take a shot at Albert O from Missouri.
In the
There's
fourth,
a couple wide receivers still there too.
KJ Hill had a good Senior Bowl week. People thought he was going to follow in the footsteps of what's his nuts from last year.
Ben Barch still there.
Ben Barch, easy. Brian Edwards.
Cameron
Jason
Clark late.
Jason Stowbridge might be interesting as a tweener.
DT.
Yeah, he's like a 275 defensive tackle, so people thought he was playing out of position. Who else? Kenny Willekes. I don't think he fits that well.
I know one of y'all were talking about him earlier, but Reggie Robinson the second. Troy Pride Jr., Josiah Scott,
God.
Amik Robertson,
Jonathan Greenard, DPJ.
Edge out of Florida, right?
Yeah, Nick Coe, the defensive end from Auburn, who was more of a stand-up guy, for being honest. Still Mootie's on the.
Coe had a lot of hype before this season, and it kind of just fell off.
He did. He really did. This is a guy I absolutely love, and I would be down for. Tanner Muse, or however you pronounce it, from Clemson. The dude is 6'2", 225, almost 230, and ran a sub 440, like in the 4.3s at his pro day, and like is also uber athletic as shit. He screams a converted Chargers linebacker from safety.
That's Tanner Muse?
Tanner Muse, yeah.
I know I've heard the name. Haven't seen him, though.
You got Rashard Lawrence from LSU still on the board. Darrington Evans, Appalachian State. A corner that a lot of people have kind of liked, but I thought his hype picked up was Kendall Vildor from Georgia Southern. He's smaller, but he's rascally.
Rascally?
Yeah, I mean, other defensive ends, Alton Robinson. He had a breakout year 2 years ago. This past year, he kind of regressed, but was still good. I mean, there's some good players. I just looked at a bunch of dudes, and I know they're not all going to be taken in the next 20-some picks leading up to the Chargers. So I'm like, there's going to be someone there, and I'm ready to get my heart broken. You know what's going to happen.
Got to put yourself out there, right? I mean, that's how it works. I mean, it could happen. Oh God, I don't know the answer to that. So we know the Saints pick was who?
Zach Bond.
Oh, that's a good one, especially if you believe the rumors about them wanting to get Murray in the first.
Yeah,
getting Bond.
But they got the better edge rusher. If they wanted a guy to get after the quarterback, Bond is the better guy.
True that.
Bond did play some off-ball linebacker, but he's better at the edge.
Well, that's kind of been the conversation surrounding Bond for the better part of this year, especially after the Senior Bowl he went to, was kind of where do you play him to best get the most out of him. So.
Yeah, Jags are having a quietly decent draft.
I saw Bond going in some first-round mocks.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like a month and a half, 2 months ago, he was talked about at the end of the first a lot. Do we know the Lions pick? Oh, the Lions traded apparently to the Colts. Oh no, Colts traded to the Lions. Okay.
The Cleveland Browns traded they traded to the Saints, and then they took Bond. Okay, this thing's so behind. Wow.
So Colts fell back. God, I'm looking at the NFL.com, like the draft, ticker or whatever, and even just seeing the Rams logo on that, it looks wrong. Like it just doesn't. It's a weird looking logo, man.
I think at this point, I'm hoping for Dantzler in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he'll be gone by then, but I'd love to see him fall limit. What is it? What's their 4th round pick? 105?
I thought it was is it one? I thought it was 120.
Apparently
112.
112, go.
Apparently Rivera just left a presser to take a phone call.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Hogs Haven is reporting 10 minutes ago.
God, the Broncos still have 3 more picks in the 3rd round.
I'm surprised Boise State's Curtis Weaver hasn't gone either. A lot of good players still on the board, man. Elliott, Weaver, Muti, Johnson from Minnesota. They have Jonah Jackson up here.
Jonah Jackson, Ohio State, right? No? Where's he from?
Ohio State, yeah.
Okay. Thought so. Too many damn JJs this year, man.
So wait, do we know who the Lions are picking here or no?
It's coming on right now.
Okay.
Jonah Jackson from Ohio State.
Right there.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd hold out for Muti at the top of the 4th. I wouldn't mind.
As long as you're okay with assuming that he's probably going to get injured, it's.
Look, if we keep Feeney, Forrest, and Muti, someone's going to play at some point.
You're right. I'm just saying, like he hasn't not been injured. So I mean, it really sucks too because I was hyped to see him play left tackle in 2018, but as soon as the season started, he went out. It was such a shame. I was hyped to see him at left tackle last year or 2018. Tampa's pick is in. Denver is on the clock.
That's so funny to see. So the feed on NFL Network was just talking about Jonah Jackson, saying that he's a better run blocker than a pass blocker. And then I immediately look up, and John Ledyard is tweeting, "Good pass protector, not a real good run game presence."
I know John Ledyard was huge on him. He was on, was it Ross Tucker's podcast? And he talked about him for like 10 straight minutes. He loves Jonah Jackson.
I just thought it was funny that he said the exact opposite of what they said on NFL.com. I mean, on
That's how Twitter works, isn't it?
Like literally the exact opposite.
Was that a drink that Goodell just lifted in there?
No, it was a jar of M&Ms.
I couldn't tell. I was like, is that like a decanter or some shit? I'm like, what is it?
So just to...
Keyshawn Vaughn just made.
Oh, wow. Hey, popping back in just on that Jalen Hurts situation. So Solak says that in the presser, Roseman said no team has gotten more value out of the quarterback position than the Philadelphia Eagles. And he says this is contradictory to me. If you get good value out of your QB depth chart, don't spend the 53rd pick on one. And then he says he thinks Roseman seems very defensive about it. Keeps bringing up how much they love Jalen Reagor and how many picks they have left to add good players.
Wow.
So basically, they drafted him for no reason.
That's not encouraging.
I mean, like if you're I don't know how to say this. Like
Albright says the Broncos just took corner Michael Ojemudia.
Moutier from Iowa. Yeah, there goes I didn't think he was gonna go this high at all, but that just means that a guy like Dantzler goes later.
Yee.
That 40 time is killing Dantzler.
Yeah, but if you turn on the tape and everyone noticed, like he improved on his pro day. I don't think he's a 4.38 guy by any means, but if you watch the film, I mean, he sticks with some of these SEC wide receivers stride for stride. Like I think he'll be fine. I think.
Oh, I agree. I think people are blowing it out of proportion. Maybe he just had a bad day, but
yeah.
I think that's what's getting him right now. I think.
Even if we assume that the 4.38 was a high, or not a high, but a very generous number, 4.45, 4.57, or 4.47, like that's totally acceptable. So
even if he's running 4.5, he's fine. Just that 4.6.
Exactly. Yeah, 4.7. I mean, you can't justify that.
Man, he is skinny. 6'2", 188.
He's
Dantzler?
Yeah.
He's not the biggest, but that 6'2" is exactly what Bradley wants.
Woof. His RAS is # bad.
But it's based off of that 40 though, so
no, it's off of everything. He only had a 34-inch vert.
But I'm sure it's greatly impacted by the 40 though. That 40 is god awful.
It doesn't help that he didn't do any of the other agilities.
Exactly.
Did he run his pro day?
Yeah, he ran his pro day, but there was video that came out, and they said he ran a 4.38, but I mean, it's not like an official recorded time, you know. Like some people like a stopwatch on it. They said it was like 4.47 or something like that.
Yeah, they thought he ran between like a 4.48 and a 4.52, and that low 4.5 is probably what you thought it was, or what he thought he was going to be.
So which receiver are the Broncos taking now?
No, they took a corner.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
They took a Moutier.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot of corners on the board though. If that's what the move is. Still some wide receivers. We're still looking okay.
I mean, like Mike said, I think Moutier was more of like a 4th or 5th round projection in a lot of places. So it just means somebody else falls down the board.
Exactly.
So Garrett, now that you're back, the Broncos just took Moutier.
Yeah, I know. They finally fucked up.
Yeah, sweet.
They took a day 3 corner with Dantzler on the board because of the 40 time. So right now, everybody's best case is Dantzler.
I still think. Sorry.
For the 4th?
For me, it's one of the wide receivers.
Donovan Peoples-Jones is me, man. I want Peoples-Jones.
In the 4th?
Yeah.
Both
in the
of you?
4th.
So you guys would take him over Dantzler?
Yeah.
I would not.
Dude,
I would take Dantzler.
I would take Gallimore or Elliott or Dantzler over a wide receiver.
I'd be fine with all of those, but I really want Peoples-Jones. I'm not saying he's gonna be a better player than those other guys. I have more of a crush, I guess, if you want to say, on the prospect that is Peoples-Jones. I am also a Michigan fan, so bias being what it is.
I think the odds are on either corner or wide receiver. That's my guess.
I'm surprised I haven't tried to argue for some Duke player at this point. Normally that's what I would do, but there isn't really a Duke player for me to stand for right now. So
yeah, this is football, Stebbins. Duke should just stick to basketball.
Duke's put out good players, damn it. I think Jeremy Cash is still in the league.
We will never let you live that down. Just like everybody won't let us live down Malik McDowell.
Duke also turned out like the one failure in the McCaffrey household.
True.
Daniel Jones.
Don't get me wrong. His other brothers are not.
He was a decent wide receiver too in college too, man.
His brothers are not going to be like. I know, like they're not going to come close to Christian McCaffrey, but I don't think they're going to be that successful either. Like Dylan McCaffrey might be good if he has a really good final 2 seasons at Michigan, and then their youngest one was like a quarterback receiver athlete who went to Nebraska, even though Nebraska's quarterback was a freshman, just like 1 year ahead of him.
Ross Cockrell's a free agent? That kills my soul, man. Come on. That hurts me. Shit. Whatever.
What about Keyshawn Vaughn? Did you see him going in the third?
Not that early.
God, man.
He
Over like a Zach Moss.
Kelly, Zach Moss, Benjamin, Michael Pirine. He went ahead of some dudes, man.
Yeah.
Jake Fromm still hasn't been taken. Jacob Eason. They'll probably go this round. That's good. That means other guys fall down. So let them go
I'm
now.
surprised Cushionberry's lasted this long.
Yeah, he got some first round hype about a month or two ago, and now he's still available. That's a good point. I totally forgot about him.
Cushionberry and Questenberry.
Yeah, man.
Let's do it.
Get those berries, baby.
Sorry, that's my cat. Please leave me
Why
alone.
did you just step on it?
Yeah.
I didn't. No, you guys don't understand. So I rescued her about a year ago, and she doesn't meow. She screams.
Humble brag? Uh-huh.
Hey.
That's like, so my brother rescued this cat that's
I can hear
17 years old, and he's pretty sure it was abused before. Because, like, it can't meow. It just makes this, like, croaking sound. Like, when it goes to meow, it just goes like...
Yeah, no, she's not that bad, but no, she doesn't make a meow sound. It's just a high-pitched whine, and it's, like, repeatedly. Yeah. She is something else, man.
Man, this is the third time I've seen it. The Jaguars are putting Fournette on the hook. They're trying to trade him, and everybody's passing. They haven't found a taker yet.
No one wants Leonard Fournette. Shut your mouth.
Nah, I'm good.
Fournette for Des King, straight up. He can be our big power back.
What?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, man.
It's a sick joke.
Yeah.
I still have faith in Des King, man.
Matt Hennessy to the Falcons.
Why? I know Alex Mack is getting up there, but like he's not dead.
Who went to the Falcons?
Matt Hennessy.
Matt Hennessy, the center from Temple. He's one of the best interior offensive linemen left, but like for a team that struggled defensively and dealt with a lot of injuries, they've gone, what was it, cornerback? Who else? I don't know. My buddy is just furious.
Why is this a thing?
Yeah.
Traveled to Japan and Rome.
He took a couple.
At first I thought
he took some long international flights while he was in college.
Oh.
Congratulations.
I thought it was going to be like a COVID thing, like, oh, he flew to Japan recently. But no, it's just he went to Japan. It's a note on him being drafted. This is why I hated ESPN's coverage, man. Oh yeah, he flew to Japan recently. What the shit do I care?
Man.
I mean, it's awesome, but it's NFL Network talked about what he did in college, like what he is as a player.
I still think gained 46 pounds during college is the best one.
I don't know. Swift's dad's workout tape was pretty epic.
He's going to be taken in the 7th at least. Like he's going to get his name called. Matt Hennessy looks like he hasn't laughed at a joke in 20 years.
It's funny they went to Temple because he definitely looks super Mormon.
There's Dimitrov choking his son on camera. That's nice.
He's like, oh shit, we were live?
The Jets just took Jabari Zuniga?
Yeah, Edge out of Florida. Yeah.
Damn it. Seriously? Fuck.
The guy Mike wanted in the 4th.
Yeah.
So
Jim Nagy's flexing on the timeline. He says that's 7 players in a row from the Senior Bowl and 13 of the last 14.
All he knows how to do is talk about himself. So of course he
go to the Senior Bowl. Get drafted in the 3rd round.
Come to the Senior Bowl. There might be a pandemic.
What a sales pitch.
It was really nice when the Senior Bowl was about the players. I miss those times.
My buddy goes, the Atlanta fan, he's like, the back of his jersey is going to say Hennessy. I think he'll be fine in Atlanta.
He's going to be their number one selling jersey this year.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good point. I like that a lot. Wait, Thomas Dimitrov, was he choking a kid or his son?
Yeah,
That's
he's
funny.
strangling his son on camera.
Sometimes you gotta strangle.
Very strange celebration.
Duke Manyweather says Atlanta just got the number 1 center in the draft.
Homer Simpson choking Bart.gif.
Did Matt Hennessy or his agent pay Duke Manyweather during the offseason to train him because he has vested interest?
Yeah, you got that right. For me, it's like I really want to believe these trainers and stuff, and I understand like they do that, but it gets a little odd when like the Footwork King guy says that Courtney Davis is a top 5 receiver in this draft because he trains him.
Top 5.
Yeah. Like he said that because he's all about separation and footwork, and he thinks that because Courtney Davis is one of the best at, and he's good, he's got great footwork and he can create separation without being an elite athlete, but like, I don't know what else to say about that. He thinks that's why Courtney is going to have a really successful NFL career. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, keep that same energy when he's in the NFL in, 1, 2, 3 years later.
All right, so the Raiders have back-to-back picks now. Let's see how badly they can fuck this up.
Yeah.
Let's hope they do.
They're going to pick. Go ahead.
No, I was going to laugh at that earlier. David M. in the chat, the Raiders could maybe take Arnett here. Oh, wait. So that was pretty good.
They're going to pick Devin Duvernay. And then they're going to pick Darnell Mooney from Tulane because they both ran 4.39.
They're both fast.
Yep.
Oh, no.
And
today's been actually kind of fun without having picks.
yeah, I know. There's nothing to stress over.
We get to be super judgy without getting death threats.
This has been a really nice day just to
That is true.
enjoy it.
For once, everybody's
Yeah,
judging right along with us.
You're not being
A day
mean
without
enough.
Texas is nice.
So, okay, this is a really weird thing, but like 2 years ago, I worked at this really high class bar at the roof of a hotel. And I swear to God, the couch that Thomas Dimitrov had in his house was our couches in the bar.
Gross.
It's really just, and it's weird, but like, I shit you not, I was so confused when I saw it.
I've seen some
He's a
things.
high class man. Mm-hmm. I've seen some things.
Yeah, these shots of Roger Goodell sitting on that chair are going to be memes by tomorrow.
Is he not doing the
Goodell.
booing thing anymore?
What's up?
Is he not doing the booing thing anymore?
No, he's like sitting on this like plush recliner. Like,
Dude, this is so funny when you realize that the Jets just took Jabari Zuniga after they took Ja'Kai Polite.
oh,
And they're like this.
the Raiders are taking Lynn Bowden.
No
Oh.
shit.
So Lynn Bowden
Wow.
and Henry Ruggs. So everyone's getting crazy fast in the AFC West at wide receiver.
So
except
every-
us.
so
everybody.
So the Broncos and Raiders have both taken at least 2 wide receivers this draft.
And the Chargers
Chiefs got a
traded up
running
for a
back.
linebacker.
I think they call that big oof. I think that's what they call that. Big oof.
This sucks. I would have killed for Zuniga.
That's exactly what I expected.
Zoom in on the
out of Mike
draft board.
Mayock.
Zoom in on the draft board. They're showing the
That's
Raiders
exactly
draft
what I would
board
expect.
again.
Lynn Bowden, huh?
Lynn Bowden. Man. Ruggs, Bowden, and Renfro. That's one hell of a trio.
Did you forget about Tyrell?
I mean, Tyrell's just not a thing.
I mean, Tyrell's old and a one-trick pony, so I'm glad they gave him a contract like they did, and then I'm pissed that Phylon screwed us out of that 4th-round comp pick for him. Like that contract they gave Tyrell was it would have been worth a third, possibly a third, but definitely a 4th-round comp pick if Phylon didn't get arrested and released by the Cardinals.
Thank you, Phylon. And they're on the clock again. Fuck this one up. Let's hope.
It'd be so great if the Raiders drafted to make him a quarterback.
They took, yeah, okay. Yeah, Lynn Bowden, I already got that.
All right, guys, it's dinner time over here, so I'm going to head out. You guys have a good rest of the night.
Cool. Later.
Talk to you later.
Pick is in for the Raiders. Cowboys now on the clock.
They grabbed Brian Edwards, the South Carolina wide receiver, with the second pick.
Oh my God.
They took 3 receivers?
Yep.
What the shit?
Why did they pay all that money to Tyrell Williams?
Because they
could.
Maybe this is a result of them doing so. No,
let them cut Tyrell Williams. So. Have them cut Tyrell Williams. Bring him on back.
Nah, Tyrell would go to Indianapolis.
Tyrell would instantly go to Indianapolis.
No, he'd go to Indy, man. Are you kidding me? They have such a wide receiver need still. Shit, they'll probably trade it during this draft for like a 7th rounder or something.
This is so annoying.
Unless they see Bowden as a running back.
A whole nother position. Damn. I mean, I guess it's essentially what he was playing when he was playing quarterback, but.
Damn, he's only 5'10". Sucks.
What a weird season for the kid. Really good wide receiver, and all of a sudden, nope, you're a quarterback for 8 games.
Yeah, Rappaport's saying they plan to play him as a running back.
Okay. Makes more sense then. Oh, yeah. I got that right now. So he's their weapon, man. He's their anywhere on the field weapon. Brian Edwards.
All right, but is he any better than Denard Robinson? Because I think that's essentially what you're going to get in him.
Oh, man.
I bet they were probably eyeing Gibson.
Oh, Guy Fieri is part of the Raiders board.
Is he really?
Yeah. The bottom right-hand corner.
That's amazing.
Wow, that's one hell of a catch. Daniel Jeremiah is comparing Edwards to Chris Godwin right now.
Ooh.
Very different.
It's a big comparison.
So what is, man?
Oh, that catch, though. Damn.
Yeah, okay.
I can't believe they picked back to...
Bottom right.
Oh, Guy Fieri is in there for the Raiders fans.
Welcome to
Yeah,
welcome to 5
5
minutes ago, Mike.
Was it when I was lost out of the stream?
I didn't notice you were gone.
Oh, you were gone?
Oh.
We didn't
Yeah, I'll
even
go.
see you.
It's okay. I'll go to hell. It's fine.
Broncos just took Cushenberry.
Broncos did?
Oh,
Yep.
That's a good pickup. Damn it.
Who did Dallas take?
I didn't see, but Albright just said that the Broncos got Cushenberry.
Shit. So that means they have Reisner, Cushenberry. It's at least 2 good parts of the interior.
Man.
Jerry's still on his yacht.
Glasgow. Yeah, so Reisner, Glasgow, probably Cushenberry is their interior then. It's an improvement.
What about Leary? Leary's not there anymore?
Neville Gallimore went to the Cowboys.
Oh,
Of course he did.
fuck.
Oklahoma kid. He's probably already better than the one they took in the second round last year.
Shit.
I already forgot his name.
I don't. Man. Tristan Hill? Yeah. Okay.
So they so far, CeeDee Lamb and Neville Gallimore.
Do you think the Raiders are just like, hey, if we draft really, really fast guys, Carr can't overthrow them?
They said they're going to play.
I don't know.
And Trayvon. Man, I mean, you're not going to get a.
So Dallas got Gallimore. Dan sucks. Okay.
You're not going to get an objective opinion out of me on the Carr situation. So, I mean, he's his best quarterback that's been in Fresno. So I mean, you're not gonna get a good answer out of me. So,
what do you think Telesco's thinking with like the AFC West doing pretty good? You know, in this draft, at least the Broncos.
He's going to say the same stuff that he always does. He's just going to say that they love their players. They're going to continue to develop, and he thinks they got good guys on their team.
Yeah, they're going to continue.
They're going to fight.
They're going to continue talking about how Michael Davis ran a really fast 40, and that Rayshon Jenkins is elite, and we haven't seen what Nasir Adderley can do.
Yeah, I don't know. When you see all this speed come off the board in your division, I mean, I don't know. You got to start thinking about it now.
Yeah, I mean, because Hayward's like 4 million years old and was never really a speed guy in the first place.
Chris Harris is getting up there. Des King isn't a guy you really want hanging down the field.
And they don't have a true deep safety. You can say Rayshon Jenkins is elite all you want, but
yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
I think a lot of us are also Nathan Harrison. Nathan Harrison in the chat says, I pray Dantzler is there at the top of 4. I think a lot of us are hoping the same.
Someone in the chat. Let's build around Josh Jacobs. Nope. Raiders. Nah. Let's get all these wide receivers for a quarterback that we don't actually like.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta love seeing these dudes cry.
Oh, the kids when they get picked?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
It sucks we don't get more of that.
Flexing their triceps, I tell you.
Oh, hell yeah. How could they not? They put fucking blood, sweat, and tears into this for years and years and years.
Someone in the chat just said, I don't think anyone says Rayshon Jenkins is elite. Oh, they just deleted it. Damn it. Because both Tom Telesco and Anthony Lynn both said it multiple times last year.
I mean, that's why the joke exists.
Multiple times. doubled and tripled down on.
Denver's pick is in. Rams are on the clock.
So Mike, what tackle do you like best that is still available? Niang and Prince and Barch.
Niang is still there. Oh shit!
Prince.
I didn't realize that.
Really, you have Prince over Niang?
Prince. I think Prince has better. Well, Niang was a right tackle. Prince was a true left, and Tega has all that experience running the zone offense and zone run scheme that Auburn does so well. So I just think that's a really easy just translation. I like him a lot. I know he wasn't as good as I thought he was going to be this year. Like, he was ranked not so high among tackles, but he's got a great story. He seems like a Glasgow guy. I just think it's a good fit.
Did he not perform at the Combine?
He was hurt, so he didn't get to perform at the Combine or the Senior Bowl, but there's that Senior Bowl invite that I keep talking about.
Yeah. Let's see. So I was gonna.
So he's probably my favorite tackle to be had. Yeah, but I don't know if I'd want him over. Oh yeah, but I don't know if I'd want him over Cam Dantzler.
Yeah, so right now I'm looking at Tega Winogo, Lucas Niang, Matt Pert, Ben Barch. I know a lot of people on Twitter love Ben Barch.
I mean, whether you guys like him or not, Davis is one of the fastest cornerbacks on the team. And so if they were to, they have him for however cheap, he runs a solid 4.4 in the 40. Cam Dantzler's, he's not going to be as fast, but he's got the experience playing against top guys.
Well, that's the thing, man, about the whole Davis, because it's similar. I mean, Davis and King both had down years, right? I know Davis had a whole different issue going on, too, with the suspension or whatever it is he had going on. But, I mean, they both had an off season or had a bad season, and there was two major parts of the defense that were missing during that entire season. So when those parts were there the year prior, they performed well. I don't know. I want to see them perform again this next season before I kill either of the two, either King or Davis.
Dude, I just realized that my fucking thing is like frozen for some reason.
Did you drop out and come back?
I did, yeah. A while ago, though.
Probably why.
A long time ago.
That. It's because do you have?
I was wondering.
He's just staring dead into the camera.
Do you actually have a Skype account?
Oh, somebody wrote, I
yes,
like
I
the
do.
cardboard cutout of Michael Peterson.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I never noticed that.
All right, stand by.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Fromm and Jacob Eason, both still on the board.
Dude, I was way higher on Eason than like everyone.
I was higher on Eason than Fromm. I mean, Eason's arm is incredible.
I had Eason.
I like that.
I had Eason like real close to Herbert, like almost interchangeable.
Woo!
Huh. Someone just said nobody in the AFC West has taken an offensive lineman up until pick 83.
Till Lloyd.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's right. Because Raiders have just taken 3 wide receivers and corner.
Can't believe Ojemudia was drafted higher than Desmond King was. Weird.
I'm just looking through this round to see who could be taking Fromm and Eason, and the Patriots are creeping up real quick here. Fromm seems like such the Patriot pick.
Nope, Rams time again. They've got to go either offensive lineman or edge rusher here.
Yeah, they went Terrell Lewis from Alabama.
Oh, did they? Oh, that's exactly probably the guy they needed to pick.
It just came across.
Yeah, they needed someone to play that stand-up end. Got Leonard Floyd, but Terrell Lewis might be a better player in the run game.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Leonard Floyd was a short contract, right? Like 1 or 2 years or something like that, like a prove it kind of deal.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's 2 years. There's always the ripcord after one.
Gotta love that ripcord.
Man, now it feels like this round is
I
dragging.
know.
There's still like 20-something picks left.
Well, at this point, like without getting the tips, it's like we're caught up with the broadcast. Now we're just waiting on the broadcast before we get any news, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And the end of this round goes on forever because there's all those comp picks.
Oh, yeah. Man, if he could stay healthy, be a hell of a pick here.
You guys have 2 picks in this round. First. Damn, Terrell Lewis was 25 games in his career. Known on team for Mike Tyson impersonation. Cool.
Hey, Garrett, somebody in the chat just asked who is your Hercules Madafa in this draft?
Oh, you motherfucker. Reckling again.
He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one that liked Madafa. I believe Justice Gator was a big Madafa fan. I could be wrong on that, but I thought he was.
You guys gonna fix the echo?
Yes, it's because of your stupid video.
Cool. Sorry. Worth it.
Colts take Julian Blackman.
Julian Blackman. Is that a...
Yeah. Wait, where's he from?
Notre Dame?
Who am I thinking of? Yeah, no, you're right.
Was it Notre Dame?
Interesting. Julian Blackman's Utah.
Yeah, the safety out of Utah.
Oh, he was a safety. I was thinking corner.
That's early, man.
I mean, we're starting to get into the territory of like people are going to pick the guy they really like no matter what.
Ooh, Bills are taking Zach Moss.
Damn, really?
Yeah. Zach Moss.
That's hilarious.
Okay,
so like I mentioned earlier, how like fantasy people were like they can't go to the Lions, and then they said they can't go to the Bills and they can't go to somewhere else because they'll ruin they'll ruin Devin Singletary, and and 2 of those have hit already. That's funny.
Yeah,
So Devin Singletary was super promising, but sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say like, I feel like they have kind of similar running styles.
Mm-hmm. Blackman and Singletary?
No, Moss and Singletary.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, I mean they're built very differently, but Singletary, his senior year, I thought he led the league or led the country in missed tackles forced, while Zach Moss did that this year. So the Bills all of a sudden have 2 of the most elusive running backs coming out of college.
So New England's probably going to take one of the quarterbacks here, right?
I'm saying Fromm. It seems like the Patriots kind of pick. That's what I was thinking, though. Like, one of them's got to go there.
Watch the Patriots like reach and like take Nate Stanley here.
They just showed Eason and Fromm, and neither of them are on the phone. They're all uncomfortably sitting in their house.
Well, then I said nothing.
We'll see, though.
So here's a crazy thought, and it popped into my head really randomly. But so like back in 12, the Redskins took RG3 and then took Kirk Cousins. What if the Chargers took a second quarterback this draft?
I would fucking lose
I'd
it.
be so pissed.
That isn't not.
I'm not saying like that's what I want or anything, but I just like I wanted to throw that out there. Like, how would we deal with that scenario?
If Stick didn't happen last season, I could see it. I wouldn't like it. I could see it, but because Stick happened last season, I don't see that being a thing.
And
they already have the young guy. Yeah, they already have the young guy. They have the veteran for the season. That's. I think they're pretty complete.
Quarterback, we riot.
Oh, dude.
We were pretty close yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, if people call
Listen, man, I've got
toxic
an in.
yesterday, just wait until the Chargers take another quarterback.
She let the dog in.
Hey, I got an in at Niners Nation, so if you guys thinking about making the switch, I know a guy.
I will not. I could not be a Niners fan. I'm good.
The last guy to go from Chargers to Niners never came back.
And he seems a lot happier, if you ask me.
Fun fact, just because the Bills are on the board, but my first time I went to the Senior Bowl in Alabama, the first person I saw, I parked my car, went up like the ramp, and got to the door of the hotel. Coming out of the door was Sean McDermott, and I thought it was an older Bills fan because he had Bills stuff on. It wasn't until I saw his name tag that it was Sean McDermott. He just looked so old and so small. Blew my mind.
Patriots are taking Anthony Jennings.
Oh, from Bama?
Yeah, Bama, yeah.
He's like an outside linebacker, but not really. I don't know. I thought he was a weird tweener, kind of like Isaiah Buggs was. Dude, it's Jarrett Stidham season.
They still have another. He's so bad. So bad. The Raiders. I know they brought in a bunch of other quarterbacks, but they could maybe go for someone.
Somebody in the chat's like, man, I wish they would turn the sound on for these like family cams. I could just see Jacob Eason's house. Jacob Eason's mom, honey, can I get you something to eat? Jacob Eason, fuck you, mom.
So looking at the Jacob Eason situation, like Jacob's sitting there with like his girl, and I'm like, how would you feel if you were, at least you thought of yourself as like a highly rated prospect, and like you just fell and fell and fell, and your girl's just sitting there waiting for your paycheck to solidify next to you.
When Jacob Eason's girlfriend is texting Jalen Hurts on the side.
That's funny.
This Goodell shit's got to end, man.
Careless Whisper needs to play every time he makes a pick now.
You got a point. That'd be pretty. I bet that it's already there somewhere. Oh, what's the Browns take, Ethan? No, the Browns take Fromm.
Who's this right here? Oh, that's who the Bills just took. Zach Moss.
Browns have taken Wills, Delpit.
So, not that it matters, but like where Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft are like sitting doesn't look like the houses I would expect them. Like they just look like your grandparents' houses, while Jerry Jones is on a freaking $250 million yacht.
Yeah, because Belichick doesn't give a shit.
Like it just looks like.
I could see it for Belichick. I could see that actually. I could. I'm not surprised with him. It looks basic as hell.
For sure, that table's from 1978.
The chairs too. Look at the chairs, man.
Yeah, like his uncle put those chairs together in a garage.
Yeah, that's rough.
Boo, Goodell, boo. He's just got really tired of standing, didn't he?
God, we're getting so close to the end of the third round. I think this is the first time since we started doing this show that the Chargers haven't had a pick during one of our nights.
Dude, I think the Vikings could kick the hell out of this draft if they were to get Jordan Elliott right here.
The Vikings could be, yeah. I mean, that would just replace Joseph essentially, wouldn't it? Or do they?
I mean, they're two different players, but they have other defensive tackles who can kind of play that run stuffing role. But like to add another penetrating presence like Jordan after you lost Everson Griffin, I think will go a long way in helping Danielle Hunter.
That's what I meant. I meant Griffin.
Or if they took Adam Troutman and actually got a good tight end.
Future Hall of Famer Irv Smith can tell you to relax.
Irv Smith. Never mind, I forgot about that.
They could definitely go with one of the cornerbacks here again because they lost 3 corners in free agency. But I think they go with the defensive lineman, hopefully.
Something about Minnesota and drafting corners. It's like an evergreen, man.
They let all of them go, man. And that's a big reason that the defense is so successful is that they just play well enough and let that freaking defensive line run its course.
I forgot if Eddie's there. Odenabo. Loved him in 2017.
Yeah, him, Shamar Stephen, Jaleel Johnson. They've got some guys to rotate in the middle. I don't know who.
I'm glad he stuck around. I was a big Odenabo fan. They only have 2 safeties on the roster? That can't be right.
Who?
On our lads, they only have at safety. They only have Harrison Smith and Anthony Harris. That's it.
I guess they didn't re-sign what's his nuts? Sendejo. They didn't re-sign him past bringing him back just for this year. Yeah, I guess they don't. They don't have any other safeties besides Harrison and Anthony.
At least no one substantial, right?
I mean, there is Holton Hill. I just said his name earlier. The guy from UCF. That was Isaiah. No, Isaiah Oliver was Colorado. Mike Hughes. So they have Mike Hughes, Holton Hill. That's like it. They don't have corners for shit. Oh, they got Jeff Gladney now, but
Jeff Gladney, yeah. Chris Boyd out of Texas, I think, last year.
Chris Boyd, that's it.
Yeah.
But like Chris Boyd was such a raw product.
He was. It is crazy though to lose 3 guys and still have. I mean, they had to draft a starter.
The thing is, like you see, like they weren't gonna. Obviously, they had to get rid of Rhodes. They weren't gonna pay Trey Waynes what the Bengals gave him, but the Bengals then gave Mackenzie Alexander like $4 million for a year, and Vikings fans are like, we could have easily done that shit.
Yeah.
Browns just took Jordan Elliott.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fuck. The Browns just took Jordan Elliott, the top defensive tackle left. Damn it. My wife is pissed. No, she's not, but I thought I'd get her involved.
So that means they got Jedrick Wills, Grant Delpit, and Jordan Elliott. That's
a good fucking draft.
A lot of talent. That's a lot of talent added to that team, man.
Hold on. Hey, in the chat, someone says that they think one of the day 3 picks will be the North Dakota fullback. Oh, I thought it's a North Dakota State fullback. Who is the North Dakota fullback?
It was that guy you wrote the article on that they met with.
Oh, it's South Dakota State.
Yeah, it was. I knew it was one of the Dakotas. Yeah, I could see him being a priority free agent.
And you were a big fan of that Tuska guy, weren't you, Stanley?
I
thought you mentioned him during the mock draft. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah,
Tuska.
Yeah.
Tuska, my bad.
Damn, Jordan Elliott's fucking good for the Vikings. Damn. Screw the Browns. It's probably like a corner. I bet it's Cam. Cam Dantzler, Meek Robertson from La Tech.
Browns are having a fun draft too. Jedrick Wills, Delpit.
Gavino says that the 4th round pick has got to be Matt Pert or Ben Barch, no exceptions.
Okay, well. Thoughts and
Ben
prayers.
Barch for who?
For the Chargers.
Ben Barch or Matt Pert?
No, I'm sure. Corner, wide receiver. We talked about this. I'm good with any of those. Duvernay, Gandy Golden, KJ Hill, Colin Johnson. Although Colin's not someone I would want.
I'd ride with Ben Barch at the top of 4, but not Pert. Pert scares the shit out of me. I don't think he's not any closer to starting a left tackle or any tackle spot than
Yo.
than fucking Pipkins. Pipkins has a year already. Kevin Stefanski, I'm kind of worried. Cleveland might be dope.
Browns
Yep.
took Jordan Elliott. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
he fucking sucks.
Fuck.
Yeah, we were saying the Browns had a pretty good draft so far with Wills, Delpit, and now Jordan Elliott.
Sorry, I don't mean to come in here and be an hour behind, but
It's cool.
so what are we? So that's it. The Browns picked. That's the only thing that's happened since I've been gone. I feel like I've been gone for like an hour.
Anthony Jennings went to the Patriots. Zach Moss to the Bills.
Well, we knew that. Yeah.
I wasn't sure where you left off.
Oh yeah, I left off at Jennings.
Gotcha.
So one
Yeah, that's
pick,
it.
huh?
That's it. Minnesota's on the clock. We were talking about defensive backs might be a target for them. Goodell shit, man.
No, I'll throw it in a couple places, but yeah, I'm with Judson on this.
Oh, I saw that too. Yeah.
That angle
where
is
the,
so rough.
Where the Browns
Yeah.
coach is pulling on himself.
He's adjusting
What?
in full view of the camera.
Oh God. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He was excited about the pick, apparently.
Jordan Elliott's pretty good, you know.
In the third, hell yes.
At least you didn't shake it 3 times, because then you're playing with yourself.
What is this? Why is that a thing? Chat never changed. Never changed.
People are saying that Goodell's toasted
Oh, he
right
probably
now.
is.
I mean, I would be.
Ba-na-na-na-na. Oh, fuck. The Vikings just took Dantzler. God damn it.
Yeah, not a
Can't
makes
answer the
sense.
quarterback that we were trying to wait for the time before. Yeah, I kind of saw that coming.
God,
I'm not
man.
surprised. They needed it.
I
and
mean,
he's
we
the best.
were literally.
So they got
literally
Dantzler
talking about
and
the DBs, so.
Gladney?
Yeah, I mean they
Yeah.
lost 3 defensive backs and they got 2 good young ones. So them plus Mike Hughes is a really good core going forward.
Dude, the Vikings got Justin Jefferson, Ezra Cleveland, Jeff Gladney, and now Dantzler?
Dude, the
Yeah.
Vikings are killer in the draft, man.
Damn, Minnesota. Coming up.
Minnesota and the Cardinals are stealing our draft picks.
Who do we think has had the best draft so far?
I mean,
The
the
Vikings.
Vikings,
Talk
the
Vikings,
Cardinals,
Titans, Browns.
The Titans
Cardinals.
do not count because they took Isaiah Wilson the first.
Well, if you flip Isaiah Wilson and then whoever their second round pick, Christian
No,
Fulton, it
still
looks
bad.
pretty good.
No,
All right, whatever.
the winner's pretty clearly the Seahawks, guys. Come on, that's far and above
I
the
don't know,
best draft.
I like the Broncos draft a lot too.
It's so shit. It's so bad. The Seahawks draft is so bad. It's so trash.
Tell me, okay, so you guys said Vikings, Cardinals.
Broncos are having a
Titans,
really
who
good
else?
draft.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was going to add Broncos in there. So, all right. So, Cardinals went Isaiah.
Cowboys are pretty okay. CeeDee Lamb, Diggs, Neville Gallimore.
So, Simmons, Josh Jones for the Cardinals. They didn't even have a second round
Their second
pick.
round pick was essentially DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Oh, the
yeah,
Jets.
the Jets.
Did you guys already say the Jets? The Jets,
All right,
man.
Let's see what the Jets got going here. I'm going to pull it up right now. Becton, Mims, Ashton Davis, and Zuniga. Yeah, man. That Becton Mims
I like Davis too, though.
really
I was a
killed.
fan of
No,
his.
no, no. Yeah, no, I know. But I'm just saying it's such a strong 1-2.
Hell yeah.
And then I grabbed Davis and Zuniga in the third. That's pretty good.
Zuniga's the yearly first-round Florida defensive end before the season, and then he falls.
What is Bill O'Brien doing? He's like yelling at his phone.
Then, yeah, and he's got his glasses on the edge of the nose, like an old person.
Did he just accidentally trade away somebody else?
Oh, he's got his hands up.
Jonathan Greenard went to Texans right here.
He's going like this on the phone. That's usually not a good sign.
Yeah, and then he hangs up the phone and he's like pointing at it and yelling.
Fuck it.
Oh, and he just said fuck something. Fuck you or fuck them or something.
No, he said fuck it.
Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it.
And yeah.
So Jonathan Greenard went to the Texans. Wasn't the target I wanted anyway.
They wouldn't take J.J. Watt for a 5th-round pick. What the fuck?
Look at that draft, honey.
Oh, the Raiders traded it to the Patriots. Okay. The Raiders traded out. Right. Patriots traded up.
Yeah.
Jacob Eason right here because Baltimore was about to take Eason.
Ooh.
I'm thinking more Fromm.
Or do they take Adam Troutman here, the tight end from Dayton?
No, I'm thinking Fromm's more their type.
Hey, Jeff, Baker, and AP, I love you guys too. Thanks for hitting me up on Twitter. I saw you guys in the chat.
We love you.
Yeah, man. David, Bryce Hall.
Thanks for letting me know that people were talking. You know.
They said that
when
you took your little break and went away.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, they missed me. That's fine. They gave up 91 and 159 for 100. No, Raiders gave up 91 and 159 for 100, 139, 172. So Raiders go back 9 spots, pick up 139 and 172.
God damn, this pick that the Patriots are making went Seattle to Houston to Las Vegas to New England. We're already getting to that point where just these picks have swapped hands so many times.
Nobody wants the 91st pick. It's bad luck. We're coming up on Richard's 96th pick.
I would love Troy Dye.
Goodell is what is this lead he's got going on
he's
too?
So high
what
right now.
This? What is this?
He's got his feet up on an ottoman too.
Devin Asiasi.
He's about to pour himself a glass of brand. Devin Asiasi just went to the Patriots?
Yeah, they traded up for the tight end.
What?
Former Michigan Wolverine.
Bro, Devin Asiasi wasn't even like a top 5 tight end by most people. Like he had some late buzz running up to the last week of the draft. But holy shit.
That's fun.
Dane Brugler had him
over
high.
Adam Troutman? Wow.
Dane Brugler had him as his 5th tight end.
Dude, Troutman looks so good at the combine.
Yeah, like Goodell's like sinking into his chair.
Yeah, Goodell looks so fucking high right now.
He's gonna have his head out and back.
He's like, I'm not about to.
The edibles he took at the end of the 2nd round finally kicked in full force.
You gotta watch those gummies, man. Those
He's
gummies will
like, these were
Oh,
sativas. Fuck.
20 milligrams. I thought that was Jesus.
I mean, he's literally sinking into the couch. Like that's in the.
Oh, that's right. Sure. Yeah. See, damn, I just told him myself. I know words.
Sinking into the couch.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't do gummies, man. I do like 2 gummies, and I look like I look so bad. My eyes get like super squinty.
Nice.
Goodell
He's so leaned back.
That everybody does with the gummies, where you take one and you're like, "Oh, I don't feel anything in the first hour."
These are good.
More, and it all fucking catches up with you.
Dude, I look so bad.
That's
He's the
fucking
commissioner
truth,
for
man.
the NFL, and this dude is like
I love how he's got his like
reclined.
feet up on
Yeah.
the
He
ottoman.
is sinking into that couch.
The the balls on this kid.
The chat, man, it's great. He said that was his favorite chair. Looks like it. By the end of the draft, Goodell will be in his PJs. The commission's bench.
Dude, I'd love it if he shows up tomorrow like in PJ pants and moccasins.
And sunglasses.
Oh, I love it.
Dude,
man, this
Goodell
is
is
great.
so fucking high right now. That's fantastic. I wonder if he's gonna suspend himself indefinitely for.
He's not even holding his. Are you guys seeing this Jerry Jones? He's not even holding the phone. He's like, nope, you hold the phone for me.
I bet Jerry Jones is like, I don't want to screw it up. I don't trust myself. I'm decrepit. You hold the phone for me.
He's like, guys, I haven't had any visions of any players while I was in the shower lately, so you guys make the pick.
Goodell is killing me.
Yeah. By the end, Goodell's just like,
He's gonna.
He's like, oh fuck, I took too much weed. I need a bump. Somebody get me a bump.
He's gonna be in a big Lebowski robe at the end of the night, man. What the shit?
They're gonna show like the screen of all the fans booing him, and he's like, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
yeah, opinion, man. He's
That's
like,
your opinion.
he's like,
Someone said
call.
by the end of the night, Goodell's going to read us all a bedtime story.
he's got at the end. He's like Prince Tega Wanego.
That's a fun name.
Wanego.
Francisco.
Tega Wanego. Prince Tenega Nawego. Tega. Oh man. Tega Wanego.
Oh shit. Whew.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for a saxophone to come on in,
Hey,
man.
you know what? That makes sense though for the Patriots to move ahead of the Ravens to pick a tight end. They did trade away Mark whatever.
Somebody
I forgot his name.
Somebody on Twitter was like, I think somebody roofied Roger Goodell. They go to call in like the last pick in the third round, and he's just like unconscious, like in the chair. some tech in a headset has to come out and like read the pick.
It's gonna cut to him for the pick, and there's gonna be one of the tech guys nudging him.
Look,
like,
somebody told him
Roger.
to sit up now.
Roger, you got to get up.
He's got up, yeah. Oh, Devin Duvernay.
To the Ravens.
What?
Devin
Oh,
Duvernay.
the Ravens
That's
are somebody we
yeah.
forgot. They're having a killer draft too.
Damn it!
Yeah.
More speed.
I know the 49ers have only had 2 picks, but they've had a good draft too.
Oh, I know. Ayuk and Kinlaw? Hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
Damn it! So that was my dream pick on at number 4
Jump.
for receiver. That sucks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, People Jones, man. No, what the Niners did too, like the maneuverability the maneuvering they did too when they used they trade down one spot, they used the pick they got to trade up in the first later on. That was brilliant. They lost nothing and they were able to move up in the first. That's the goal.
I love that somebody told Goodell to sit up.
Right. All right, so if it's wide receiver, if that's what we're going to be looking for tomorrow morning, Peoples Jones, anyone else in particular you guys are looking at if it's wide receiver?
Tyler Johnson's pretty good. I don't know if he fits what they do, but
But of course you can do that though. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
We talked about Gandy Golden.
Joe Reed,
Liberty
Tyreek
KJ Hill's
Cleveland
still there,
from
right?
Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gabe Davis, I liked him a lot.
I know a lot of people like that SMU wide receiver. Proch or Proch, however you pronounce it.
Coulter, Cotier, however you want to pronounce it. A lot of people want him.
I'm not cultured enough to say Coultier.
I like McTelvin Agam, the Arkansas interior defensive lineman.
Oh yeah.
And Lecky Fotu would be a good spot there.
I'm probably tripping. Chase Claypool went, did he not?
Yeah,
He went to the Steelers.
He went to the Steelers.
That's right.
To the Steelers.
Bryce Hall still there.
Evan Duvernay was the 100-meter state champion.
Did you see that reaction from Harbaugh?
Bryce Hall is there. No.
Of what?
Probably his GM calling him to tell him that they got Duvernay.
What was his
He
reaction?
was quite stoked. He did like the Phillip Rivers fist pump.
Did you see Kyle just tweeted? He goes, Goodell looks exhausted. You got to feel for him. Poor guy's been working for just over 4 hours.
Oh man.
Meek Robertson, Bryce Hall, Josiah Scott, Reggie Robinson, Troy Pride.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna send you guys something. Somebody caught on the camera.
So best players available are. Wait, I thought Malik Harrison was taken. Is he not? Oh, he was. Okay. So Fromm and Eason.
Why is that so funny?
Troutman, Amik Robertson was still a good pick, but Amik Robertson's like 5'8".
Yeah, he's tiny.
Yeah, but do you see him fighting taller receivers though? He's a dog.
He is.
So there's Robertson, there's Niang, Barch, Sadiq Charles, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Bryce Hall. I think Bryce might be a good fit for the Chargers. I don't know. Prince Tega.
Bryce Hall would be great, I think.
Is there like 10? There's like 10, 12 picks left.
Let's see. They're on pick 93 with the Titans, and there's 106 left on the board. If I do my math, follow me here. 93 plus 10, 103, right? Then we add 3, 13 more picks. See, kids watching, that's called showing your work. Take that to school, okay? It's important.
A hypothetical. So if Adam Troutman is still there at the top of 4, does anybody consider him?
Tight end. They're going to go Breland in 7, I'm telling you. So, no.
I mean, a lot of people had him as tight end 1 in this draft.
Ooh,
It's great
Titans took Darrionton Evans.
Oh, Darrington Evans.
Evans.
Yeah, the running back.
They just got their new Deion Lewis.
Yeah. Man,
He had a
I
crazy high
really
rap.
hope. I want Green Bay to fuck this up so bad.
Somebody already tweeted,
Robot.
Titans are on the clock,
Even
and then
more?
the Packers are up to take a long snapper or a punter to round out the first 2 days.
Dude, Darrington
He was
Evans
fun to
was
watch.
really exciting.
Yeah.
I would have liked him. He would have offered return duties, and obviously we saw Pope have return duties last year, and the value
That's
would
why
be
I like
Evans for
Peoples-Jones,
sure.
because he is also quite the returner.
I'm hoping Michael Warren's the guy they look at as kind of a
I never
power
watched
back.
any of Michael Warren at all.
Yeah, I really liked Warren.
Power guy.
He's small, but he runs like a fucking sledgehammer. Like, that dude just runs people over. He's only like 5'8".
Yeah. Yeah. And then that TCU running back, too, is a good power back option.
Shaywo.
Shewo Olanalua.
Olonilua. I mean, he's been training with the footwork king. You know he's got to be good.
Come on, Packers, don't let us down. Do something weird.
Please.
Someone asked. So my roommate asked me this, and someone in the chat just asked me this about Antonio Gandy Golden in the 4th round.
There are other options I like more.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
think
it's fine value, but yeah, I agree. There's other options for sure.
someone said Craig Smith says Hightower, like Alex Hightower from Charlotte. I mean,
I imagine the Boise State Hightower.
So
John
somebody's
Hightower.
saying the Packers
guessing.
just selected
Oh yeah.
tight end / H-back Josiah Degura.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
To Green Bay. They just drafted the tight end from the really good tight end from A&M last year.
Sternberger.
Sternberger,
What?
yeah.
Okay.
And they have another guy. So they already had 2 tight ends.
It was
But
Jimmy
there's
Graham,
your-
but
So LaFleur has drafted a backup quarterback, RB3,
Tight end 3.
and maybe tight
So-
end 3 or fullback.
They have Mercedes Lewis. They have Robert Tonyan, Jay Sternberger, and then 2 other guys I've never heard of. And now Degura. Okay.
Guara.
DeGuara. So a number 3 tight end, and they have no heavy wide receivers.
Good for Darrington
Sure.
Evans making the 3rd round. That's cool.
I'm happy for DeGuara. Dude, DeGuara was one of my guys in this draft. It's good to know that I have an eye for talent. Adam Gase looks all warm and cuddly with his kids and shit, but then you remember the story about how he ditched his wife 0.2 seconds after she had a baby cut out of her so he could go play a game with
Somebody's
Peyton
saying
Manning.
the 95th pick, the Broncos are selecting McTelvin Agim.
oh fuck.
McTelvin Agim. I think it's Agim.
Fuck.
So the
Defensive
Broncos
tackle out of
are
Arkansas?
continuing to have a really good draft.
God damn, man.
That replaces Derek Wolf.
Ah. Damn, that was another guy I was hoping would fall. Man. Dang.
Dude, that freaking house of Cliff Kingsbury
It's
pisses
not
me
fun
off.
watching the Broncos just kill this draft.
Why? What'd they do?
They got McTelvin Agam.
Oh yeah. I didn't realize that's who got him.
There's some pretty good value at tackle still.
Absolutely, Niang in 4 would be.
Yeah,
Really
I would
solid.
love that. Them
So-
Prince, his medicals must be fucked that he's fallen this far.
Well, I mean that is his thing, right? That's kind of the knock on him.
yeah.
Hey, listen to this. The Ravens 22. So the Ravens with Lamar Jackson and their offensive weapons of Ingram, Dobbins, Brown, Duvernay, Boykin, and tight end Nick Boyle are all worth just $20 million against the cap this year. All those guys that are going to be playing. I don't know why they did Boyle instead of Mark Andrews, but
Sam Monson from Pro Football Focus just said, "Are the Packers actively trolling Aaron Rodgers right now?"
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Not saying DeGuara is not going to be a good player, but a 3rd tight end for this season. But when they have a bad need at wide receiver in the wide receiver deep draft, that's just
Oh my God!
That's
Look at
just
his
being
bleached
mean.
hair, bro.
that's
That is-
amazing.
that is a bold choice.
Nah, but look at him though; he's loving it.
Oh, I bet he
He's
loves
as happy
it.
as could be. He's as happy as could be.
I mean, what are they
Yeah.
going to do at wide receiver?
They're just gonna
outside
have
of
4
Adams?
tight ends on the field at all times.
Valdez Scantling. What's the Notre Dame kid that has been?
they've got Equinemius St.
Equinemius
Brown.
St.
They've got Alan Lazard from Iowa State. Valdez
Funchess?
Scantling.
They brought in Devin Funchess.
Devin Funchess. They've got tall, big receivers, dude. Devontae Adams, 6'1". Valdez Scantling's tall, 6'3". Funchess 6'4". Alan Lazard is 6'2", 6'3".
Oh, Devontae.
Their offense is specifically actually built well around Rodgers for him to run around and throw it up and hope for the best.
So KC
Vrabel kicked all his kids out the feed.
Get the
Love
fuck
it.
out of here.
We know Denver. We don't know KC yet.
No, I don't think so.
Both quarterbacks still on the board with like 12 picks to go. or whatever the math was.
I love DeGuara, man. That sucks. Look at that bleached hair, dog.
Looking at the
Ugh.
feed right now, it looks like LaFleur is letting his son on the right do the drafting.
Nice.
Jordan Love, AJ Dillon, and the girl. Wow, man.
Yeah, in the chat, Giancarlo Gutierrez said, "Nah, man, it's cool. Pipkins and Sevy can hold up the line," and that worries me. That is how they probably feel. That's what worries me. What time does the draft start tomorrow morning?
Not
It's
soon.
9 our time, I think.
Yeah, it's noon Eastern.
Cool. Not terrible.
No, we'll be able to get up, crack a cold one in the shower, and
I've
Shower
heard
beers
the
for the
Packers
win.
the Packers draft is worse than it looks too, because they traded up for Jordan Love, and then took AJ Dillon and DeGuara.
Yeah.
do they really think the wide receiver draft is that deep that they're just gonna let it ride?
just punt it until the 5th?
I guess so.
I mean, you could probably still get good. I mean, they're not wrong if that's the case, but they could have gotten better guys. Like, there's still going to be good wide receivers at that point, probably. So, not starters, but still quality. Quentin Cephas is later on. Courtney Davis, Juwan Johnson. There's going to be good dudes.
You know who I miss? Colt Lyerla.
I don't know who that is.
I've heard that name. I don't know who he is.
How do you guys remember Colt Lyerla? Okay. Colt Lyerla was like the greatest athlete / tight end coming out of high school from forever. I think he was Hawaiian or somewhere in California. Correct me if I'm wrong. He went to the University of Oregon and played right away as a true freshman for a couple of years. He was so good as a 6'4", 225-pound running back in high school that during a game, Oregon actually played him at running back when he was 245 pounds and 6'4", 6'5". And he actually killed it, like rushed for like 70, 80, 90 yards. Like, it was insane. He caught a ton of touchdowns and then got in trouble because he got caught with cocaine. And then he ran from the cops, and his entire career just crumbled.
Yes, I remember that now. Yes, the cocaine.
He was going to be like
right.
the greatest thing. So it was him.
Cole Ira, that's
Tyler,
right, Oregon.
Yeah. Him, Tyler Eifert, and Colby Fleener were like the top 3 tight ends in the country that year, his final year.
I remember this one crazy ass play where like I want to say he like took a handoff or something, but like the guy was trying to take it back, and they both ran into the end zone while they're like contesting a handoff. That shit was crazy.
So him and the quarterback was trying to pull it,
God.
and Cole Lyerla said no. And
he said no. We're both going.
Did you guys just see?
I remember that. No.
Oh man, he's got his feet up now, and he's holding the car.
Somebody just
No,
Somebody
but I
just tweeted
remember,
a screenshot of it and said there's no way he's doing this tomorrow.
I remember that night on Twitter, man. Sorry, but the Colt Lyerla thing. That night on Twitter when shit was going down, everyone was flocking to Twitter to follow this whole cocaine thing. That was insane. I remember that. Oh, shit.
Man.
I totally forgot about that, dude. Oh, yikes. Ugh,
Oh no! Fuck! The Chiefs just got Niang.
yeah.
Ah,
Cool, great.
shit.
They took Niang for what purpose? They have Mitch Schwartz and they have Fisher.
Well, Schwartz
Never can have enough good linemen, man.
Fisher's not very good, and he has.
Niang had his injury issues, and I'm all right.
But that means they don't need him this year, which is smart on their part.
Yeah. No, it's. He's definitely my highest rated tackle still left.
There's still Tego Winogo. There's still Barch, Pert. Still some names that we talked about.
There's still Jason Peters, free agent.
Of course there is.
Trent
For the-
Williams,
yeah.
tackle for the Redskins.
Never heard of him.
Damn. That sucks. Anyway, whatever.
Oh my God, Goodell's got his Sharpie in his hand like a cigar. He's definitely got the "this is my last day" vibe, at
Yeah,
work, where it's like,
exactly.
oh, I'm putting in my 2-week notice tomorrow.
He's got short timers real hard.
It's fucking senioritis. He's like, oh, I've got 10 more picks and I'm out this bitch.
He's like, there's an intern doing this tomorrow. Fuck
oh
this.
yeah, we've got enough clips of nurses in hospitals to make picks for all of day 3.
He's like, I'm taking the weekend, boys. I'm out later. Jerry saved me a bedroom on his yacht. I'm out.
Oof, indeed. Oof, indeed. Browns, Ravens, Giants. Who is going to take these quarterbacks? The
Man.
Steelers could use one because they don't have shit behind Ben Roethlisberger. He's damn near 40, so.
According to PFF, Lucas Niang hasn't given up a sack in 975 pass block snaps.
Is that okay?
Sounds pretty good to
He's
me.
also never played against Joey Bosa, so.
Yeah, he just plays in the Mountain West.
Hey, let's not dog the There's always at least a few good guys in the Mountain West. Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker, went to the Browns.
Oh, dude, I thought you were listing an edge rusher from the Mountain West, and I was like, dude, that's the name you're going to come up with?
Yep, that's the
Who
one.
the fuck is
That's
that?
the one.
I was going to be
That's the
like,
one.
you just made my point for me.
No, but Billy did tweet a rep he had against Chase Young. They did play Ohio State, so.
Yeah, week 1 this last year. Jacob Phillips. Sure. I don't know who that is.
It's the other LSU linebacker. I think Michael actually liked him, so that was
You
poor
mean
timing for him to walk
the other, not the one who got suspended and not Patrick Queen?
Yeah.
The other. Gotcha.
Man, they're going to let Akeem Davis Gaither fall to the end of the...
I would. If that's the pick, I wouldn't mind doubling down on linebacker because that would for sure mean that they get rid of Perryman.
It's going to be like fucking Joe Bocci or some shit.
Yeah, I'm not too hot on a lot of this, but
There's still some good names there.
there's some. I mean, there's definitely still wide receiver depth.
There's corners, there's wide receivers.
Ravens are taking Malik Harrison.
Okay. Yeah.
Thinking about those quarterbacks, what'd be hilarious is the Raiders taking Eason just so they have someone who can throw to all those stupid fast people they just drafted.
They have someone who can throw to all the stupid fast people they drafted.
They have a
God damn it.
good person who can throw to all those.
Yeah. He said a quarterback that could throw to all the...
Carr is one of the deepest arms in the league, damn it. Whatever, I'm done.
Could it be too deep, Stebbs?
God damn it.
Because it seems like he overthrows a lot of receivers.
Whatever.
You try to fuck on me?
Ooh, Giants are taking Matt Pert.
Wow, he went before Barch.
Who would Baltimore take?
And Prince.
Baltimore took
That
Malik Harrison.
linebacker.
Oh, Malik Harrison. Okay, and then Matt Pert, you said, went to Giants?
Yep.
So Tagovailoa and Barch are still there as far as the tackles we've talked about.
Oh, Peterson's not there. He doesn't get to hear. Because we had talked about Pert. He's not good.
Peterson. Mikhail. Michael.
He back.
Hello.
They took a guy that sucks.
Michael.
Hello.
Hey, Michael. So 2 picks.
Malik Harrison and
No,
Phillips.
Pert just went to the Giants.
Pert just did?
Yeah.
Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah.
Quick question around the horn. What's been the lowest low you guys have hit in terms of looking for food and realizing you don't have any because of the quarantine?
Oh, I ate my kids' fruit snacks last night.
I haven't.
I went into
I just meant like last night. I didn't have any fruit snacks.
we got to get groceries like tomorrow or something, but all I have to eat is a bag of chocolate chips.
I haven't hit that low yet because I'm one of those weirdos that's been like following this outbreak on Twitter since January 1st. And so my wife thought I was crazy when we stocked up on baby formula and bottles of water and food in early February. And now I'm laughing.
Well, good on you. Like
So you got, like food buckets and stuff, Stanley?
No, I didn't go that far, but like we have like.
Do you have pickle jars lining your walls?
No, I didn't do that, but we do have probably like 700 pizza rolls in our freezer and a bunch of microwave rice.
Totino's.
No, I've been doing my most nights. I'll order something, or I'll get something from some local restaurant, and trying to do my best to go to those places as much as possible, as long as that's a thing. If that continues to be a thing,
yeah, we've been doing that a lot too.
All that. So I do that probably six, if not all 7 nights a week.
Yeah, we've been doing local places, and then also because people forget a lot of the chain restaurants are locally franchised, so we've been trying to support those places too.
Very true. Yeah, I'll do like my local spots, maybe 4 or 5, and then the other ones are like, a fast food joint or some like Chipotle or something like that. So
I've been hitting up my local sports bloggers, and I've been like Venmoing them because I know they're struggling, So I've been giving them money.
You didn't ask for my Venmo. That's weird.
I paid my barber this past month just to keep that relationship good.
Shit, dude, I hit my barber the day before they shut them all down. I was so happy about that.
Oh man,
my barber is one of my wife's best friends, so she came over to our house to get some supplies and just happened to cut my hair while she was here. It was weird.
I don't have a steady enough hand to shape this shit up, so like I always have my barber do it. So now it's been a month, and I'm like, it's getting a little too crazy.
I hate how good the Ravens are at drafting. Makes me sick.
Raiders are back on the clock again. Feels like they've been on the clock all night. We'll take another wide receiver here.
So, with Niang's gone, Dancer's gone. Who's the pick at top of the 4 kind of rounding out to be for everybody?
I mean, it's looking like wide receiver is going to be the best value.
Yeah. You don't think Barch here would be good?
Barch would be great. Prince would be good.
Yeah.
The wide receivers we mentioned.
I think I'd go tackle here before receiver because I know you could still get a really fast receiver later with drop issues, but still fast.
I think you got all those guys we talked about, several wide receivers, the 2 or 3 tackles that we mentioned. You got corners, you got Bryce Hall still. Reggie Robinson we talked about because he had the high RAF, and he was, at least for Brugler, had a 3rd or 4th on him. Amik Robertson, although he is really short.
Dude, I just realized Jim Harbaugh put a sofa behind his desk. That's awesome.
Oh, the Jets just traded 101 to the Patriots. It's got to be one of the quarterbacks now.
I mean,
finally. That's interesting that they made a trade within the division.
I wonder if the Raiders took one of the quarterbacks and they're like, nope, got to move up.
Does that happen often? I don't feel like that happens very often.
Not very.
Oh, wow, because they gave him a bunch. They gave him picks 125, 129, and a 2021 6th.
Oh, wow. Huh.
So 2 fourths and a sixth next year.
Yeah.
Raiders pick.
And that's weird. It's like almost reversed, too, because Patriots like never
No.
trade up. They're usually the ones
Muse.
stockpiling
Tanner
picks.
Muse, the Raiders.
Who went to the Raiders?
Tanner Muse.
Oh, okay.
So not someone we wanted. At least not right now. But you talked about him earlier, Peterson. I think you're on mute, though. If you're
He's
talking.
talking to his wife.
Oh, I think he's gone now.
Oh, gotcha. The Jets traded back. Man, they're just getting these skill positions. 3 wide receivers, a corner, and a safety.
I think so, yeah. I'm actually surprised Pert went that early, but I'm happy about it. I take Tego. Tego's only fallen because he didn't test, but he's an athletic phenom. Well, phenom. It's a little too much. He's a little freaky, man. I mean, the story is that like at 265, 270 pounds, he ran a 4.6 at on the high school field after never running a 40 in his life. And he looks so well built too. He's got his issues, but there's so much to work with there. Ben Barch is number 7 available.
I know we haven't really talked about guards at this 4 spot, but there are guys like Ben Bredesen, Shane Lemieux from Oregon.
Damn it! The fucking Raiders took Muse?
Yeah, we were just trying to tell you.
Bro, I'm sorry. I muted because my cat is attacking this plant we have, and she won't fucking stop.
Nick
Sucks.
Harris.
I hate this shit, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm cursing a lot, but my favorite players are going to the teams I hate the most.
It happens. Life will go on.
Damn it. It sucks, man. He's so
Oh my
good.
God, Patriots just doubled down and took Dalton Keene, tight end.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
They took 2 move tight ends. None of those are traditional tight ends. They just took 2 guys who can do fullback and move
Yeah,
around.
so Keene was one of the guys I mentioned. He's the only tight end who had an elite RAS this year.
But dude, Keene was getting mocked often in the 7th
Yeah.
round. Like,
I mean,
this is really high.
So some of that is because of production, because Virginia just didn't have anybody. Like their quarterback situation is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
5 more
like,
picks.
In a weak tight end class, tight ends are all of a sudden going, and it's like the tight ends that no one thought were the top tight ends. Like Troutman is still on the board. Harrison Bryant, who won the Mackey Award, is still on the board. Like
Alberto.
Yeah, the Patriots traded up twice to grab tight ends that everyone
no one
projected
expected
as
until
day 3
tomorrow.
people. And like not early day 3, but like mid to late day 3.
Man, looking at there's other positions we haven't been talking about because
So it's Dalton Keene here, Pittsburgh picks again.
Man, doesn't it feel like a lot of the day 3 running back wide receivers you thought would be there are now gone? Like the A.J. Dillons and the Zach Mosses and Duvernays.
The Raiders have drafted 7 players from the last title game between Clemson and Alabama.
Sam Farmer just made a good point that the NFL just created a problem for themselves because this draft format is better than most of the previous drafts, and so going back to the old style is going to be a problem.
Did he say what exactly about this format
It's
is
just
better?
going so much smoother. Like they don't have to like they don't have to
walk
worry
out and
about
do all
like
that shit.
bringing out fans to make weird picks and say stuff, and they don't have to worry about like old players coming out to make their picks and like waiting for fans to stop screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers took Alex Highsmith. I don't even know who that is.
Alex Highsmith.
Yeah.
Oh, he went to the Senior Bowl. He was kind of a late riser, or sleeper at edge from Charlotte. I wouldn't have minded him tomorrow at some point.
And yeah, this was definitely the best format they've had.
Yeah. Not having to wait for like fans to stop screaming their heads off and all the booing shit and
there's a lot of less of that riffraff in between too. Like interviewing all the picks and all that other shit and having them grab a hat and walk on stage and hug the commissioner and all that. So that kind of sucks for the guys, you know?
Yeah, but now they get to do dumb shit on camera from their living rooms.
Yeah.
Like getting caught having a quickie in the back at Jacob Eason's house.
That was a pretty good video, huh?
It would have only been better if she was like fixing her hair when she walked out.
So Alex Highsmith goes at 102. And now, who's up? Eagles?
Stebbins, say something else. Can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you.
Yep.
How about now?
Yeah.
All right.
Yup.
All right. We're about to
before
find...
my microphone died, I had missed a little bit, but I was going over some edge rushers that are still on the board. I'm not sure if any of them have gone, but not that I expect them to go edge rusher, but there are still some names out there like Khalid Kareem, Bradley Anai, Curtis Weaver. Still some dudes out there if that's the direction you
Garrett,
want to
somebody
go.
asked from when you were grading, is there anyone left on your board that had a first through third round grade?
Definitely Akeem Davis Gaither. Prince Tega Winego was a low third, so that'd be exactly the right spot. And Ben Barch had a third round grade. I need to go through. Let me see. Yeah, I think those are the only ones, but I'll look through it. So Barch, Prince, and Akeem Davis
linebacker
Gaither.
Davian Taylor from Colorado to the Eagles at 103.
Cool. That's fine with us. Shit. So only 3 more picks in this round. Rams, Vikings, Ravens.
Let's see.
So even with all the picks that are ahead of the Chargers in the fourth, there should still be at least a handful of guys that we've talked about on the board still.
So Ben
do this every
Solak,
time.
about 20 minutes ago, tweeted, no good corners are left, some decent safeties, some good linebackers. They're going to draft like Davian Taylor and drive me to the bottle. And the Eagles just drafted Davian Taylor.
No, he did.
Yeah, because he just quote retweeted it and said, I'm not having a good time tonight.
Oh my God. It couldn't happen to a better like that's awesome. Like if I were to choose that to happen to
His
somebody,
night started
it's
out with
perfect.
Hurts, and now we're at this.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, Ben. Oh, sweet Ben.
Woof.
That's fantastic. Bryce Hall, Curtis Weaver, Adam Troutman, Prince Tega Winogo.
Oh, you know an
Dan's gonna
interesting
win.
name that I just realized is still
Hey,
there is
Bradley
is
and I.
Sadiq-
Bradley and Anai from Utah.
Yeah,
Did you? Okay,
I
yeah.
said that. Edge guy.
Sadiq Charles wouldn't be the worst
Tackle, right? Tackle?
tackle. Yeah, the LSU tackle. I wouldn't hate. Obviously, there's guys above him, but
Definitely some value here, for sure.
man,
So
this
they'll go
draft's
Jacob.
crazy. There's usually so many guys left at day 3.
Yeah,
and
this
I-
was a weird draft. Even when I was starting to scout it, I was like, the day 3 talent is real thin. Like rounds 1 through 4 were kind of nice, and then it just drops off a cliff, and there's nobody except wide receiver. There'll be some wide receivers that spill over.
I had so. Interesting.
Rams pick is in. Vikings on the clock. We are almost done with this round, and still a lot of names we like.
Who did the Rams
so, yeah.
pick?
It just says the pick is in. I haven't
Okay.
seen
No,
it
yet.
spilled on Twitter yet either.
Other than Josh Jones falling to where he did, tonight could have been a lot more irritating. It actually wasn't nearly as bad as I expected.
So how many more picks are left, Stebbs?
3, if you count the Rams.
Yeah,
Oh,
Rams,
okay, so we're
Vikings,
really
and
at the
Ravens.
very end. Okay.
Yeah.
And the Rams selection is Terrell Burgess, safety, Utah.
Okay, that's With Weddle obviously having retired, and they could use that.
Yeah,
It's probably
They took a Utah guy.
that's funny. Yeah.
Sweet, another guy we didn't have as someone we were hoping for. So big positive there.
I had a 4th round grade on him, but it doesn't really matter because it wasn't really a position of need.
Who, Terrell?
Yeah.
Is my mic noticeably worse than earlier?
Is it getting worse? Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured.
We can still hear you though.
Backup set. Minnesota traded to New Orleans. Is this a quarterback?
Wait, Minnesota traded
Yeah.
out?
Yeah, New Orleans just
Wow,
traded
they
back
picked up
up.
a ton
That's
of
a
day 3
quarterback.
picks. They traded 105 for 130, 169, 203, and 244.
Holy shit! That means they still have like 10 picks left
The
tomorrow.
Vikings have all the picks left.
So they traded. Sorry, they traded
4.
105 for how many picks?
They traded
Wow.
for it's a 4th.
They wanted to
looks
get
like
up
a
here
4th,
pretty
a
badly.
5th, and maybe 2 7ths.
An exciting day for
Arif Hassan
Vikings.
just tweeted Vikings are going to have a
Hell.
stacked practice squad. Stockpile those
It's
late
true.
day 3 picks.
They got so many holes to fill on that roster, though, and they've done such a good job so far. But this is kind of the best way to potentially fill them. Shotgun.
Oh, the Saints traded up for Adam Troutman.
I love. Oh wow!
Oh, really?
So Taysom Hill lost his job.
No, they've been saying all offseason that he's a quarterback.
Wow.
A 30-year-old quarterback is the quarterback of the future. Tight end, they had Jared Cook, Josh Hill, Garrett
they needed a
Griffin.
tight
Yeah,
end.
it makes sense.
Wow. The Rams took 2 players back to back named Terrell.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Last pick, Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, is he
I need
the
to see what
first
the.
Dayton Flyer ever to be drafted in the NFL?
Might be.
So tight end, you still have Harrison Bryant, Albert O, Hunter Bryant,
As
Colby Parkinson.
I'm surprised no one took a shot on Albert O, even though he just ran the 40. Like, I don't know. I would expect someone to pull the trigger on him before Dalton Keene.
The hype on him before he decided to go back to college last year was first, second round, and now people are just completely out on him. And then he runs a fast 40, and then it's like, oh, never mind, I like him again. The roller coaster of Albert O was something to watch.
Jesus, as a tight end, Adam Troutman had 27 receptions of 15 yards or more last season.
Damn.
Saints are having a good draft too. Cesar Ruiz, Zach Braun, and now Adam Troutman.
Yeah. All right, Baltimore, bring us home.
Vikings have 13 picks tomorrow.
Serious?
Yeah, so they have 10 picks.
Holy shit.
But if you trade out 3 and then get the 4 back in return, you're adding 3. So that's they have 13 picks, and their first pick tomorrow will be 117.
They're gonna make some trades tomorrow. Then they're gonna trade back into the 4th round like 3 times.
They'll probably
They're
trade
gonna go
up.
get their guys in the fourth round.
Just package them and keep moving up. Yeah. Target and move.
Yeah, I don't
makes,
think they
makes
make
a lot
more
of sense.
than 7 or 8 picks tomorrow. I think they trade a bunch of those. All right, Ravens pick is already in.
Oh, you'll probably see my old school in this highlight reel of Troutman. If you saw blue jerseys.
Oh yeah, this is the last pick.
I am surprised that
we made it, guys. We made it to the end of the
I'm
third.
surprised that Easton and Fromm will probably both still be on the board after 3.
Does Baltimore take a more traditional quarterback here?
But they took a quarterback last draft, didn't they? That's more of their style right now.
Wait, does the Saints don't have any picks now tomorrow?
Oh, they're done?
Yeah, I just saw that too. For Rappaport.
Yeah, the Saints are done. They traded. They did what we were talking about. They mortgaged all their day 3 picks to come up into the 3rd round.
At the end too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, has he been eating those M&Ms this whole time? The dead jar's almost empty now.
Tyree Phillips. So Tyree Phillips from Mississippi State just went to the Ravens.
Wow. Okay, so that's the end of the 3rd.
Cool.
That's not one of the tackles we wanted. So.
Yeah.
We did it.
That's
all right,
nuts, man.
so let's look at the board. Who's still there?
I know. I'm starting to compile everything.
Nice. Offensive tackles: Prince Tega Winogo, Ben Barch, Sadiq Charles.
Yep, that's where I'm at. With wide receiver, Tyler Johnson, Peoples Jones, Gandy Golden.
KJ Hill, is he still there?
Yeah, KJ Hill. Who's the quickest of the bunch?
Quick or fast?
That's the guy that got draft.
Peoples Jones at 4.48. Did John Hightower get picked?
Hightower? I don't know.
He's a
No.
4.43.
I think Joe Reed ran a 4.42.
Yeah. I had a 4.47 on this thing I'm looking at, but that could be wrong. Tyler Johnson didn't run one. Gabe Davis 4.54. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. KJ Hill 4.60. Gandy Golden 4.60.
Okay. Yeah, we're listing a bunch of guys. I'm putting stuff together, but if anybody's got,
I spun up the FanSpeak draft simulator. They update it live with the draft, so I'm just running through it to get back to the end of the third, so I can see who's still there.
Does anybody like any corners other than Bryce Hall and Troy Pride?
Meek Robertson. I mean, the height's an issue, but Meek Robertson.
And Reggie Robinson is a guy the Chargers would theoretically like from Tulsa.
Is Curtis Weaver still on the board?
I think so. I don't remember hearing that name.
Yeah, he's still available. Curtis Weaver, Bradley Anai, Khalid Kareem.
Yeah, I liked Anai watching his tape.
There's some edge guys still out there. Definitely Bryce Hall at corner for sure. I know that's one a lot of Charger fans wanted anyway. About defensive linemen.
I
James
liked
Lynch.
Khalid Davis out of Nebraska.
Khalil Davis.
Davis out of Nebraska. Lecky Fotu, Jason Strowbridge, Laurel Murchison, Rashard Lawrence. As disappointing as Rashard Lawrence was, fourth is not terrible. $95.
All right, so we got Barch.
You like Reggie Robinson, I thought,
Yeah.
right? Or someone talked about Reggie Robinson earlier at corner. Josiah Scott from Michigan State, also at corner.
They've met with AJ Green.
Green.
I think they also know that was the Rams who met with Miles
Okay.
Bryant. Javelin Guidry.
AJ Green has a really bad RAF, though. AJ Green's RAF is bad.
Man. Okay.
Sadiq Charles, I think we said. Shane Lemieux in the 6th round or 7th round would be fun.
Hey, Khalil Davis is there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I liked his tape a lot.
I like it.
And he's definitely an elite RAS. He ran like a 4.75 at 309 pounds. Tyler Badish.
Yiddish. Love that last name.
Dude, Joshua Kelly seems like such a fucking Telesco pick.
Doesn't it? I didn't want to say him, but it really does.
As far as guys that have met with the Chargers as well, so like David Woodward from Utah State, he's there. I know they probably don't need another middle linebacker, but
Davis Gaither, I can't believe he fell to the 4th.
Yeah.
All right, I put a little list out there.
Yeah, a ton of wide receivers.
Someone mentioned Troy Dye.
Yep. Still plenty of guys out there that would be solid picks there at the top of 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's all right? Let's go around and who's your top
At the top of
2
4?
or 3? At the top of 4, yeah.
I guess
Who are you
I'll go
most
first.
excited about?
So at the top of 4,
Okay.
I like Donovan Peoples-Jones. I like Bradley Anae. I like Davis Gaither. And I guess maybe Bryce Hall. So those are my 4. Well, actually no. Take out Bryce Hall and put in Prince.
Okay. I know Mike's got opinions. What's your top 2 or 3? Prince, right?
So Prince and Barch for tackles, Bryce Hall, and I'd probably go with a Meek too. I'd be okay with that. At corner, wide receiver, Tyler Johnson. I'd be content with Donovan Peoples-Jones just as like a upside pick. For edge, I mean, any of these guys, like Weaver at 4 would probably be. I'm worried Weaver all of a sudden is going to become like the Ja'Kai Polite of this year, like a guy that was held in high regard, and then he's fallen, obviously. So, I mean, but there's upside there. And then, like, late, there's Casey Toohill that we talked about in the live mock draft. He might be there way at the end. Defense and tackles, Lawrence and Fotu. And then Stowbridge, who could play a couple different positions, who was at the Senior Bowl. So there's that as well.
All right, Stebbins, who you like?
Just a couple names. So if we want to go up into tackle, obviously we talked about it already, but Barch, Prince Tegoinogo. So I go Prince and then Barch. Bryce Hall would be my favorite corner at this point. Even with the injury, I think it's great, especially for this season. Be that you wouldn't necessarily need him to start immediately or him to be in the lineup immediately. But Donovan Jones, man, I would love to get him at the top. That'd be great. I think so. Peoples-Jones, Bryce Hall, Prince Tegoinogo will be my top 3 at this point. We're going to only do a limited number of guys.
All right, Garrett, who you got?
So to answer the question earlier, the only people left on the board that I had graded this high, Akeem Davis-Gaither I had a high 3rd round pick on. Barch was a low 3rd, so this is exactly where he should go. Tegoinogo was a mid to high 4th. So if you're going off the grades, it's those 3. Akeem Davis-Gaither doesn't make a ton of sense, even though he's really, really fun. So Barch, I'll just say Prince because I don't want to have to pronounce his last name. Lecky Fotu is a guy that I really like there. Hall's cool. The long speed scares me a little bit now that the AFC West has gotten so fucking fast. Davis Strobridge is another defensive lineman I like. There's some good power backs, Warren and the TCU guy too.
Josh Kelly's still on the board too. I know we kind of talked about him. He had a good season.
Yeah, and that's a very Telesco pick. I could definitely see them going that way. So there's some guys there. I thought there'd be more exciting names here, but here we are.
Yep.
So top 3 for me, if we're not including Davis Gaither because of need, Barch, Prince, and then Lecky Fotu for me.
Hey, can I share a fun fact? Michael Kist just put up that the 3 players the Eagles have picked today are Jalen Reagor, so far Jalen Reagor, Jalen Hurts, and Davion Jalen Taylor.
That fact was not fun, and I'm upset with you.
That the fact that they drafted 3 players that all have the name Jalen. All right, well, I'll go to hell again, I guess.
Yeah. We would never do that. We would never say anything like that.
All right.
Not after yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, really.
We're all a little on edge with the toxicity.
Well, tomorrow will be fun because the Turtles
Yeah.
will be making some picks.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in again.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, we didn't drive any of you to, drink too much or decide it's a good idea to go on Twitter and hand out death threats. So.
Yeah, just in general, just don't do that.
It's not the move.
Just don't do that.
That's not.
Something like that, but
Just
yeah.
hey man,
That's
put
not
the
the
keyboard down.
Every vibe check you would fail with that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's not the tweet.
And check
Actually,
the vibe.
if you think that mean tweet is a good idea, go say it to your wife or significant other first. If they get mad, it's probably not a good tweet.
True.
And just take a deep breath. It'll be all right. It's gonna be all right. Thank you though for watching. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us for a little bit today, even without picks. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
catch you guys tomorrow.